Hello everyone. We hope you're doing well. We're doing great, and we truly appreciate your ongoing support. We'd like to briefly address some comments regarding our audiobook series. Rest assured, progress is ongoing. That said, your feedback is vital. If there's a novel you particularly enjoy and want to hear more of, please let us know in the comments. Each chapter requires a financial investment, so we can only continue series that receive strong audience interest. Although we retain core names and plot lines, we make significant editorial changes to enhance clarity, pacing, and immersion. These are not simple recitations. We work hard to deliver a polished, thoughtful listening experience. Without sufficient feedback or engagement, we may need to discontinue a series. So if you're enjoying something, don't stay silent. Your input truly matters. Note, our default audio speed is 3x. If that's too fast, let us know. We're happy to adjust it. Interested in early access to unreleased audiobooks? Visit our Patreon. You'll get to experience new content before it reaches YouTube. Just to clarify, I'm a fan like you. I've purchased these novels and adapted them with care, while respecting all rights and guidelines. For updates, follow us on Facebook and Twitter, X. YouTube update: recently, YouTube flagged some of our content for including mature themes, realistic violence, and darker story elements. As a result, we've decided to stop uploading anything that violates YouTube's guidelines. If you'd like access to the full, uncut versions including the more intense or mature content, you can find them on our Patreon page, where we upload everything first. Available now on Patreon: Shattered Innocence transmigrated into a novel as an extra. Transmigrating over 10,000 years late, I was forced to become a mighty presence. I, the celestial dragon, rule the heavens through the double gate, reigning supreme in countless worlds with peace taming, Tower of God sequence strength, cultivation when you take things to the extreme. Naruto is an Uchiha with cyst. WTF, the centuries-old ancestor in our family take concubine again. Plus 18, Ichi, reincarnated in Bleach as a wizard. Thanks for listening and happy listening. He believed her. I'll get to the point, Kabuto said with sweat running down his face. We'd like you to join us so we can help you get revenge on the Jade Shinobi. When Izumi heard that, she squinted at Kabuto intently. Kabuto Yakushi knew full well that if he didn't give a proper reason for what he was saying, both he and Orochimaru might be trapped in the desert. I'm not saying that without a cause. We know full well who he is and about his background. How do we know? Kabuto continued, knowing what Izumi was going to ask. Him and I went to the same orphanage years ago in the Leaf Village. Izumi was at a loss for words. It was the first time she was hearing details of Jonathan Yuon's background. Apart from what she gained from battling him 3 times, all her information gathering had either come from those encounters or at Tachi Uchiha. Even the Leaf Village and the Uchiha clan had little to no information on him. Believe it when I say, I'd never forget a face like his, assured Kabuto. Is that so? Izumi asked. Kabuto raised both his hands in the air, saying, I have no reason to lie to someone as strong as you now. What about him? Izumi pointed at Orochimaru's body. Kabuto used one of his fingers to adjust his glasses, causing the light to refract them before smirking. The intel I have on the Jade Shinobi isn't something Lord Orochimaru knows. I see, Izumi said whilst lowering her head with a smile. Then it makes me happy you 2 snakes came to see me. That smile, Kabuto thought. She's up to something. By the time Kabuto heard flapping noises behind him, several bats had flown across his vision. He tried to perform hand seals but was immediately blinded by one particular bat who looked him straight in the eyes. That bat had Izumi's Mangekyo Sharingan. Within that span of time, he was placed under her Genjutsu. Izumi originally had plans to interrogate Orochimaru about what he knew and why he came here. But after what Kabuto Yakushi revealed, she was more interested in knowing about Jonathan Yuon's past than anything else. Much like Jonathan, Izumi didn't trust people. She had been living alone for quite some time now, only relying on her instincts. Izumi used her Sharingan to look through Kabuto's memories. Because she had been training so intently, it was not surprising to see how far her improvements with the Sharingan had come. Within Kabuto Yakushi's mind, Izumi saw what looked like a large house. This house was the Leaf Orphanage, like Kabuto had mentioned earlier. Izumi was standing on the grass outside in broad daylight. She had a peculiar look on her face as she scanned the area. A few children ran right past her, laughing. They were playing tag. The scene didn't cause Izumi to smile because she was looking for Jonathan Yuon. Not seeing any children who resembled him, she decided to walk into the orphanage. Inside, Izumi saw 2 elders and a woman with glasses. Beautiful, Izumi thought. Even with her outfit on, Izumi found Nano Yakushi's appearance to be quite charming. Perhaps this was how Kabuto Yakushi remembered her, so Izumi was seeing Nano from his own perspective. Izumi watched as Nano grabbed medical supplies. She then walked to another room, where Izumi hurriedly followed. When she entered the room, she saw Nano crouched in front of someone. Izumi walked to the side and saw a boy with white hair. She immediately believed the boy to be Kabuto Yakushi. He even had the same glasses. Nano wrapped a bandage around Kabuto's knee while smiling. "You should be more careful next time," Nano said. Her voice was quite soothing. "All right," Kabuto replied back. "How is Musai?" she asked. "Musai?" Izumi thought inwardly. "He's in your office reading." Kabuto then pouted a little, looking away. "I don't get why he doesn't ever want to play with any of us, Mom." Nano chuckled slightly before responding. "You know, he reminds me a lot of you." "Me?" Kabuto asked astoundingly. His face then turned red. Looking away again, he said, "He's more like, though. I mean, you two have the same eye color." "Really?" Nano asked joyfully. "Well, mine are more emerald. I'd say his are jade." Izumi Uchiha's heart pounded. I knew it," Izumi Uchiha said to herself. She slowly backed away from Kabuto Yakushi's upright, sleeping body. The emotion Izumi was feeling was confusion. She had never known anything about Jonathan Yuan. She couldn't even tell if he was truly an Uchiha. "Your name is Musai." Izumi closed her eyes, thinking about what she should do. Orochimaru and Kabuto were in her illusion. Though she could kill Kabuto Yakushi now, she wasn't going to. Izumi had never killed anyone before and was surely not going to do so now. Perhaps Kabuto Yakushi would die, but Orochimaru was different. He had developed a strange means of immortality, meaning, even if his body died, he could be revived and his consciousness transferred. This crazy man, Izumi thought. He was a loner. And why were his eyes green as a kid? Izumi recalled Jonathan Yuan's eyes being as dark as the abyss. When she looked at them, she felt a strong sense of grief and sadness from them. The only reason the feeling was relatable was because it was in her mother's eyes. Izumi looked at the direction she was headed. From what she saw, it was a sea of sand. She hadn't known where she headed exactly, but only knew that she was following that feeling from before. No matter where she felt that mysterious apprehension, it was mainly being sensed southwest in the land of wind. At times, it would fluctuate and appear elsewhere, but it always came back to that unknown area. Izumi had changed her course some time ago and decided to venture there. Sometimes it was weak, other times it was strong enough for Izumi to feel her eyes burn immensely. Whatever was causing it, Izumi was headed towards it. Izumi Uchiha turned around and headed in the opposite direction. While she was running, she thought to herself, "Itachi, I need your help." "Oh." Jonathan said to himself with a single drop of sweat dripping. It seems as though Izumi's turned around. Because of the flying Raiden mark he placed on her, he could tell her location. Granted, he couldn't see what physical interactions she underwent, just knowing her location gave him more than enough insight to deduce her actions. Jonathan Yuan was standing on top of a mountain with the blade of the Thunder Spirit. The size and shape of the blade had changed. It had been embedded with tailed beast chakra, making the length of it 10 feet, 3 meters. As if the electric blade was impressive, that's not why Jonathan had broken a sweat. Half of the mountain he was standing on was destroyed. After finishing his training, Jonathan deactivated his weapon before descending the mountain. The ninja world was filled with strong enemies and powerful techniques that could be used to aid others or slay them. Jonathan Yuan had a lot of techniques and skills under his belt, as well as enough chakra to help sustain him for days. If this world, however, tried attacking Jonathan all at once, he'd surely die. What Jonathan needed was enough power to prevent that. And there were many ways to achieve that power. One such way was acquiring the Ten Tails. Its power was unrivaled by others. However, Jonathan didn't have the necessary requirements to gain the Ten Tails. That was because he didn't have access to the Jado statue, the husk of the Ten Tails. In the event the Akatsuki managed to acquire all of the nine-tailed beast's chakra, Jonathan would need a contingency. Worse of all, Jonathan was the current Jinchuriki of the Five Tails. He didn't want to be the host of Five Tails after slaying Han. At the time, he had no other choice because of his low chakra pool. Now that he had the Rinnegan, he no longer needed Five Tails chakra. Some may think being a Jinchuriki was a good thing. Regardless of the tailed beast. However, it came with many drawbacks. 3 of the biggest drawbacks revolved around death. The first was that the Akatsuki would be after you, the second was that the tailed beast would try to devour your heart if it didn't like you, and the third was that even if you befriended the beast, once it was extracted from the host's body, the host would quickly die. Jonathan had long decided that if he was going to have a tailed beast, he was going to have the second strongest tailed beast in the world. That tailed beast was the Nine Tails. It wasn't revealed until later in the original story that Naruto Uzumaki, The main character wasn't given all of the Nine-Tailed Fox's power. At the time of the Nine-Tails' attack on the Leaf Village, his father, Minato Namikaze, thought it was a good idea to seal a devil inside his own son to protect the village. Because Naruto was a newborn infant, he wouldn't have been able to handle all of its power. Minato, or the writers, decided to seal only half of its power. Known as the Yin version of the Nine-Tails, a darker furred version, it was trapped inside Minato. The only ones to have known something like that were the Nine-Tailed Fox, Kushina Uzumaki, Minato's wife, and Minato himself. The good news for Jonathan Yuan was that they were dead. While the Nine-Tails might still be alive, he never once mentioned that information to Naruto. That was because it hated Naruto Uzumaki. Now that Jonathan had released Minato Namikaze's soul from the Reaper Death Seal, the other half of the Nine-Tails had also been released. Of course, Jonathan would have long attempted to acquire that version of the Nine-Tails. However, there were many steps he needed to take to do so. That sense of patience is what separates Jonathan Yuan's ambition from other people. For quite some time, Jonathan had been in his laboratory creating a sealing tag to suppress free will. It was the byproduct needed after performing the reanimation technique. If Jonathan was going to revive Minato Namikaze, he was going to need to bind him, otherwise, he would escape the reanimation technique. 74 His talisman. Jonathan may have had half of the Nine-Tails soul in the Naraka Path's King of Hell, but that was nowhere near enough for what he was planning. Firstly, he wasn't fully aware whether or not he could still acquire the Nine-Tails without the reanimation technique. Kabuto Yakushi, in the original story, implied that he would revive them later. He never stated who they were or if he still needed the two hosts. To be safe, Jonathan wasn't going to make any deductions based on sheer implications. He knew the world of Naruto better than most, so he was going to follow their rules. That meant he was going to revive the Nine-Tails alongside Minato Namikaze. Even if he didn't want to, he had to. That was because Minato was going to help him transfer the Nine-Tailed Fox into him. Jonathan may not have ever heard of a host carrying two-tailed beasts before. As it was only, again, implied by Hoichi, who attempted to seal two-tailed beasts inside him at the same time. His efforts were sadly interrupted before viewers could find out. Jonathan's spirit and mind might have been steadfast, but his body wasn't his. If mistakes were made because his body wasn't suitable to carry two-tailed beasts, he could likely die. Jonathan finished writing the inscriptions on the sealing tag. It was a difficult process but not too hard for him. It took him 11 tries to finish. The first few tries caused the reanimated corpses to deactivate abruptly. While the others might have been stable, they were doing the opposite of what Jonathan commanded. Finding subjects to test the reanimation technique was not hard at all. Jonathan had several flying Raijin marks placed all across the world. Much like Orochimaru, Jonathan had to subdue seemingly innocent bystanders for his experiments. Of course, Jonathan didn't target people randomly, he chose single, loner types that didn't seem to have connections. The creation of the sealing tag was the problem. It was essentially a talisman that needed to be placed inside the reanimated corpse's body. Once it was in, it could help Jonathan Yuan have better control. That alone was still not enough. After the talisman was created, it had to be strengthened with something. Kabuto Yakushi used Anko Materashi's curse mark in the original story. And Orochimaru used Senju cells. All of which proved effective in suppressing the corpse's free will. Jonathan, however, had been using Senjutsu chakra to help. After acquiring Jugo's cells, he had better control over the passivity of the natural energy that was used in the talisman's strength binding. Jugo's cells were a byproduct of creating the curse seal in the beginning. It only made sense that Jonathan could utilize both the cells and the natural energy at his disposal. Going outside, Jonathan found the clearing where he had been testing things. He performed the flying Raijin technique twice to teleport two unrecognized civilians. Huh? Where am I? An old man asked. What's going on? A middle-aged woman questioned. The two looked around before spotting each other. It was broad daylight where the woman was. She was sitting inside her home, watching the wall. Who are you? Asked the woman. Me? Answered the man. I should be asking you that, young lady. 1 minute, I'm about to go to sleep and the next, my vision blurred. The woman was confused and quickly looked left and right. The surroundings were dark because it was nighttime, but she spotted Jonathan Yuan. As such, she approached him, asking, What about you, sir? Do you have any idea how we got here? Since you approached me first, you can perish first, Jonathan answered. Kunai in hand, Jonathan swiftly slit the woman's throat. It took a couple of seconds for her to give a reaction. Huh? When the woman finally felt liquid pouring down her throat, she grabbed her neck and began choking on her own blood. Her eyes fell into a daze as she collapsed. Arg! The man screamed upon seeing the woman's blood. Jonathan approached the man slowly, a bloody kunai in hand, saying, "Don't worry. You'll be joining her soon." Jonathan's menacing stature caused him to faint because he knew he was going to die. A small amount of white light could be seen. When the person slowly opened their eyes, they saw that they were standing under a full moon. "Where am I now?" she asked. The last thing I remembered was. When the woman recalled her death, she became frantic. Gasping, she tried to move her body to cover her mouth but found herself stuck in place. A strange sensation was then felt behind her head. By the time she knew it, she was walking. "What's going on now?" The woman then began to swing her arms rapidly. Her one leg kicked high into the air as she twirled her body. Perhaps she might not have known what she was doing, but it was clear to anyone who saw it that she was dancing quite well. "Somebody help me!" she screamed. The woman then stopped moving as her vision faded. Jonathan Yuan approached the woman from behind. He grabbed her arm and raised it slightly before letting go. When he did, it fell to her side. He then appeared in front of the woman and looked into her eyes. The sclera was black and the whole pupil was white. Jonathan waved his hand near her face but got no reaction. Jonathan then formed a fist with his hand. He reeled it back to punch the woman. Like it was timed, the woman raised her hand and caught Jonathan's entire fist. Good, Jonathan thought inwardly. The woman then slowly released her hold as Jonathan spread the distance. He now stood about 3 meters away from her. Jonathan's arms began to get really hairy. His eyes turned from a darkish color to a more golden hue. Because of Jugo's cells, Jonathan was always absorbing natural energy passively. The amount had to be controlled, and when he needed to, he could enter his simian sage mode without standing still. Sage art, water style, giant water shark bomb jutsu. Jonathan expelled a massive amount of water, which quickly shaped into the body of a great white shark. The size of it was 40 feet, 12 meters. As it rushed towards the woman, Jonathan performed another technique. Using his senjutsu chakra, he shot a bolt of lightning using his false darkness technique. Water and lightning, all enhanced with natural energy, collided with the reanimated corpse. Kaboom! Water began to drizzle on Jonathan's body. His eyes stared at where the corpse had been standing. Electricity eventually stopped flowing on the ground. When it did, multiple dust particles began slowly gathering together. In a matter of moments, the woman had appeared. Jonathan Yuan let out a slight smile because he had learned the reanimation technique. Earlier, when the woman blocked Jonathan's punch, it was because Jonathan commanded it. And again, to make sure it was a reanimation, Jonathan destroyed her body to let it reform again. No matter how much damage a corpse sustained after being summoned with the reanimation technique, it would always revive itself. And the only way to defeat it is to seal it or have the summoner deactivate the technique. Assuming the summoner was dead, the reanimated corpse would still remain. Tobirama Senju created it, Orochimaru used it, and Kabuto Yakushi perfected it. Jonathan Yuan was now the fourth person to know how to use it. Releasing the technique, the woman's body collapsed into dust. Behind it was the old man's body. After the reanimation technique was used, whoever was the catalyst died. Just like the people these two individuals knew in their respective areas, Jonathan would never remember them. Even their names were forgotten. The woman came from the land of hot water while the man came from the land of wind. Both of them had no connections to a loved one or their towns. But because of them, Jonathan was able to learn the reanimation technique. Like everyone else Jonathan had been experimenting with, he buried the two somewhere deep within Hueco jungle's forest. Now that his experiment had been a success, Jonathan returned to his laboratory and fashioned an identical sealing tag. The timing to create them was no long, but Jonathan had plans to performing the reanimation technique again. This meant that he needed a decent number of these tags. Perhaps the technique was not as perfect as Kabuto Yakushi's or as strong as Orochimaru's, it was enough for Jonathan to do what he needed. There was only one version of the reanimation technique, but each of them varied based on the methods used to summon certain corpses. That was the tag. Orochimaru used the technique to summon the first and second Hokage, but they weren't at their full power. Kabuto managed to use a method to let the reanimation fight at full strength without losing control. Unless, of course, that person was even stronger than that, they could break free. In these cases, it was Tobirama Senju, Madara Uchiha and Hashirama Senju. They weren't at this generation's Kage level, they were instead far greater. Especially the latter two. If Jonathan fought either of the three, he would have no other choice but to flee. As such, Jonathan would never dare summon them if he didn't have the proper means. Jonathan walked to the freezing containment. It was always kept cold and could help preserve whatever Jonathan needed. For some time, Jonathan had saved something important inside. Walking out of the freezing containment, Jonathan had a jar labeled, Minato Namikaze's cells. To perform the reanimation technique, one needed the person's DNA they were summoning. It was not at all difficult to grave rob a sizable portion of DNA from Minato's coffin. All three Hokage, Hashirama, Obirama and Minato, were buried in the Leaf Village. Like a wise serpent, Jonathan entered the Leaf Village and dug up Minato Namikaze's coffin. When he found what he was looking for, he reburied it without leaving a trace of anything. Waiting patiently, Minato's cells had safely been in storage. Standing in the dark, outside a clearing far from his lab in Hueco jungle, Jonathan activated his flying Raijin technique again. This time, an old woman was teleported. There were many people Jonathan prepared in advance while he bided his time in places. For months and years, he spent his days in the land of water, the land of wind, and the land of earth planning. If Jonathan counted, there were at least 3 more civilians who bore Jonathan's flying Raijin mark. This woman summoned was an elder who recently lost her husband. What Jonathan liked about her was she was deaf. People tend to avoid the handicapped, and her recent loss meant she had nothing left to live for. Seeing her still sleeping, Jonathan didn't bother waking her up. The reanimation technique only needed the person to be alive. He took Minato's cells out of the jar and placed it on the ground. Activating the Rinnegan, Jonathan summoned the King of Hell. He then crouched and performed the reanimation technique. Black symbols in the shape of circles and spirals began surrounding the old woman's sleeping body. If someone looked above from a bird's eye view, they would see that this was the jutsu's formula. The King of Hell opened its mouth wide. A whitish, transparent orb flew out from its mouth and hovered above. Dust quickly appeared from the ground, completely covering the woman's body. By the time all the dust shrouded the woman, she inevitably died. When Jonathan looked, the orb that appeared out of the King of Hell's mouth had disappeared. That was because it was someone's soul. The King of Hell then descended in its black flames and Jonathan deactivated his Rinnegan. Standing upright was none other than Minato Namikaze. His eyes, blackened, and his body was covered in cracks. Jonathan took out the sealing tag, walked over to him and implanted behind his head. Where his eyes sockets were, light began to shone as Minato's eyes appeared. Crisp blue pupils looked left and right before staring at Jonathan. Not a single word was said yet. Jonathan stood there without any emotion. "Are you the one who summoned me?" Minato asked. Jonathan didn't find a need to respond. Rather, he felt the 9 tails inside Minato. That was because he was the summoner and had total control. Jonathan held up one hand to form a hand seal. But before he could activate the sealing tag to suppress Minato Namikaze's will, he heard him say, "Wait. I remember you." "Oh." Jonathan said. "Pray tell, what do you remember of me?" "You're that young man I took the hospital once," Minato answered. Jonathan was not someone to be easily impressed. However, Minato's memories were quite astounding. Minato Namikaze was the first shinobi that Jonathan had encountered when he first came to this world. That was more than 9 years ago. Jonathan was perhaps 4 or 5 at the time and yet, Minato still recognized him. "Should I be galvanized that you remember me?" Jonathan rhetorically asked. "No." Minato replied. "You shouldn't, but I was worried about what happened to you when I came back." Jonathan was not in the least bit interested at Minato's sincerity for others. Minato was already dead. Jonathan was, however, desiring to know what events occurred after he had left the hospital. If someone or something happened where more information about him was leaked, he would surely pay those people an unexpected visit. "Tell me more," demanded Jonathan. Minato didn't hesitate to give him a straightforward answer. "After I came back late at night, a nurse told me you disappeared." Minato closed his eyes trying to think of her name. "Ah. Her name was Ikitsumi Hiruzen." Jonathan closed his eyes and let out a little chuckle. In an instant, he looked at Minato with a blank face, saying, "How ironic of her to have been a Hiruzen." "Have been?" Minato repeated. "Yes. Have been," Jonathan clarified. "She's dead now." "What?" Minato gasped. He looked at the ground for a minute to think. When he finished, he looked at Jonathan and asked, "Are you the one who killed her?" Minato Namikaze was considered a prominent shinobi, talented in his deduction skills and fighting multiple enemies. From what Jonathan remembered, he was a once-in-a-generation, a nobody who became a Hokage because he perfected the flying Raijin and made a name for himself during the time the Third War. Why was he a nobody? He hadn't had any significant background nor had he come for a reputable clan. Both his family was unknown, and not much information was given on him until the latter part of the story. Strong maybe, but not at all a character liked by many. "There's no need for you to know," Jonathan answered. "But she told me she really took a liking to you." "How could you say that?" Minato responded. Minato proceeded to tell Jonathan how Ikitsumi liked the fact that Jonathan enjoyed her cooking. It was the first time that she had a child as a patient. As she hadn't even been working at the Leafs hospital for more than a month. None of this fazed Jonathan in the slightest. When Ikitsumi died, she died without remorse. We searched everywhere we could for you in the hospital that night, relayed Minato. Of course, you wouldn't have been able to find me, Jonathan casually stated. But why enough, interrupted Jonathan. Your purpose in being revived was not to question, but to obey commands. As Jonathan said this, he silenced Minato by suppressing his will. Eyes going completely white, Minato jolted a little before becoming still. 75 his last dream. Due to the amount of strength Jonathan had to exude in order to control Minato's reanimation, he felt exhausted. More exhausted than when he vigorously trained. Sleep permeated his eyes, so he decided to call his experiment for the night. When he fell asleep, he arose from his bed on Earth. That night, after that horrific dream he had in Japan, Jonathan Yuan could not go back to sleep. He had never had such a revealing dream before. It was so tremendously terrifying that his very soul was shaking. Every time he lay in bed again, visions of those awful creatures began to appear. The only thing Jonathan could do that night was find out what the dream meant. Perhaps the internet was filled with sites regarding dream interpretations, but not all of them made sense. A lot of them were either written by psychics or mediums who delved into sorcery or witchcraft. Whenever Jonathan needed spiritual insight, he turned to God. For almost an hour, in the den of night, Jonathan turned to his holy Bible and began to read. Is there a club meeting after school? Someone asked in the anime club group chat. Tyler Singh looked at his phone and saw it was from Jennifer. Yee. Make sure the others comes too, he replied. When he saw his mistake, he quickly tried to correct it. Come too. As Tyler was about to put his phone away, he got another text. Because he was currently in class, he didn't want to risk pulling out his phone again. Most American high schools, like elsewhere, were quite strict about having a cellular device out while a teacher was present. Jennifer should know by now that club meetings are always held today after school, so I hope she didn't cancel, Tyler thought. 1 hour later, school had finally ended. Due to Tyler's busy work at school, he hardly kept up with his social environment. Instead of checking his phone for notifications, he quickly moved to his next destination, the anime club. Walking up to the 3rd floor, Tyler gave a sly smile when he saw who was walking by. Hey, John boy. He yelled. Jonathan Yuan looked up at Tyler. You okay, bro? Tyler asked. Jonathan's face looked like it hadn't slept in days. His eyes were clearly showing signs of fatigue, and he didn't look too happy. I'm fine, but didn't you get my text, dude? Asked Jonathan. Oh, yeah. I did get a text while I was in class. My bad, bro. Tyler apologized. What did you send? Jonathan was exhausted enough as it was. Instead of making things dramatic, he pulled out his phone and opened the messaging application. Jonathan held his phone up to Tyler for him to read the message. Grabbing his phone, Tyler read to himself. Sup, my dude. Ma keep this short. I'm quitting the anime club. Was gonna tell you this in person, but know how busy you get. Come find me after school and I'll tell why. Tyler felt a sense of nausea after he read that text. Before Tyler and Jonathan even started attending high school, there was no anime club. Why are you quitting, bro? Tyler asked as he handed Jonathan his phone back. You're the one who helped me start. Correction, you're the one who gave me the idea and helped us start it. There was an awkward pause before Jonathan chose to speak up. He himself had forgotten that he even helped create the anime club. When the two were freshmen, they'd always wind up going to each other's house to play video games like Dragon Ball Z, Dokai Tenkaichi I on their PlayStation 2s. It wasn't until Jonathan wound up getting bored one day that he asked Tyler a simple question. Wanna help me turn the school upside down? What the heck? Ha ha ha. That was Tyler's response after he heard him ask. The next day, Jonathan approached Tyler with a signed document from their school's principal to create the anime club. Tyler helped by printing out flyers, and Jonathan, who already had connections, decided to invite some of his classmates. On the very first day, the club started with just 6 people. Jennifer was among those 6. Since it was Jonathan's idea and he managed to get the school's approval, they all thought he should become president. But Jonathan didn't like the idea of managing an entire club. Even if he wasn't going to have some help, he preferred not to add anything else to his workload. With everyone in agreement, they unanimously decided Tyler Singh would be the club president. The school board required at least 4 officers within the club to be official. Conveniently, Jonathan didn't want to be an officer and there were still 4 others who did. Filling in these positions were the following. Jennifer, as the secretary. Her duty was to keep accurate records of the meetings, take rolls and report minutes from previous meetings. Wes, the advisor. His role involved overseeing meetings and activities when the club president wasn't able to. He'd also assist in the holding of elections if they were required. Desiree, the club treasurer. Because her family was wealthy, it was a given that she would be responsible for the club's funds and expenses. And lastly, Norton Clyde, the club representative. His conduct would be exemplary for academic integrity. In truth, the last one wasn't a requirement. But because Norton desired a role, Jonathan thought of something that fit his character. Norton was a comedian, so who wouldn't want someone like that representing the anime club? These 6 people would be known as the official founders of the anime club. Anime's hot trash, Jonathan replied. What? Just as Jonathan was about to explain, Jennifer approached the two, saying, "Come on, you two. The meeting's about to start." "Hold on a second, Jen," Tyler said. "John's quitting the anime club." "What?" Jennifer asked with a scowl. It was good that both Jennifer and Tyler were present. That way things wouldn't have to get dramatic. Tyler was Jonathan's friend, and Jennifer had no romantic feelings for either of them. "I got a question for both of you," Jonathan announced. "Do you even know why anime was created?" "Yeah," Jennifer answered. "It's from Japan, with the earliest depiction being a commercial first broadcast in." "No," Jonathan interrupted. He knew what she was going to say. Not its origin, but why it was created. The 2 club members looked at each other, not having a valid answer to give. Japanese anime is no different than our version of a cartoon to help indoctrinate lost individuals with no sense of purpose or direction in life. The very idea of its creation was to release a mundane form of false entertainment that keeps people's spirits belittled. You guys might not get what I'm saying, but try and do a little research and find out why devils and dark powers are so popular in the anime industry, Jonathan boldly stated. "I don't have anything against you two. And don't think we can't hang out or anything. But I advise that you stop watching." Jonathan looked at Tyler with a sincere smile. Even if he knew Tyler wouldn't understand, he decided to say it anyway. "We wouldn't want you catching a stroke, my dude." At those words, Jonathan yawned arose from sleep for the second time. That was his 5th or 6th dream from his time on Earth. And they weren't just dreams, they were his exact memories. Had it not been for them, however, he would have forgotten his purpose here. Jonathan had been trapped in the ninja world for quite some time now. He no longer looked the same. His eyes were different and his build was a lot more defined than any normal person on Earth could develop. Jonathan arose from his bed and walked out to perform his daily duties around the laboratory. What am I to do with that Uchiha running around? Jonathan asked himself. For far too long, Izumi Uchiha has been roaming the ninja world more than she had in the original story. Jonathan used the flying Raigen's sensing ability to pinpoint her location every so often. When she chose to turn back as opposed to coming to Hueco jungle, Jonathan marveled at the decision. It was evident that had she reached Hueco jungle, Jonathan would have slain her before she could escape. Thoughts roamed Jonathan's head as he tried to deduce what could have stopped Izumi Uchiha. When he couldn't think of anything, he decided to be patient and see where she chose to go instead of coming here. Based on her current location, it wasn't toward the Leaf Village. Her destination was far north, towards the land of Earth. Jonathan knew that he was a wanted criminal. That meant he had to grow stronger, he had to gain as much power as he could before Naruto's original story began. This was the reason he had been collecting various people and things to increase his chances of winning fights. No matter who faced Jonathan now, they would need at least people who were above an S rank, a dangerous class of ninjas, to be a threat to Jonathan. It wasn't until a thought arose in Jonathan's head. Why was it that I was having these dreams? More importantly, why was Jonathan constantly dreaming of things from only a few years ago as opposed to the time when he was an infant? His memories weren't tampered with as far as he was concerned. Those vivid images and even the people he recalled were as real as the time he was spending in this world. That's when Jonathan began making a connection. Tyler Singh was in every one of those dreams he was having. What was so special about someone like him? Jonathan hardly spoke to him while he was in university, and the two didn't have anything relatable aside from what they shared in the past. Jonathan had long since abandoned those things and decided to live righteously. His actions in his world proved his determination about how much he valued the things he'd worked for. Jonathan mixed a few vials together, each containing glowing liquid. He proceeded to activate his Rinnegan before adding in his chakra into the mixture. Swirling it around, the liquid inside turned from green to blue and then back to green. It was times like these Jonathan did not let go to waste. He could freely think and deduce his next course of action while he was safe in his confines. So far, Jonathan had perfected various number of skills and techniques. Yet he was still lacking. His main priority was to reduce as many weaknesses as he had. If he hadn't, a time could come that he would have to battle the whole world at once. No one liked Jonathan in the ninja world, no one. Jonathan was prepared to conquer the ninja world, and that's just what he was going to do. Something's wrong. Jonathan thought inwardly. There were not a lot of things in this world that could throw him off. especially in this world. When Jonathan tried to sense Izumi's location, he could not. The flying Raijin mark was definitely still there, but in terms of sensing its exact location, Jonathan could not tell where Izumi Uchiha was. There were only two reasons behind this that Jonathan thought of. The first was that Izumi Uchiha removed the area where the flying Raijin mark was placed at. Something like this would have been improbable. A flying Raijin mark was not something that could easily be sensed, and, if it were placed somewhere secretly, no one but the user would know where it was. Jonathan immediately ruled out that possibility and moved on to his second guess: Izumi Uchiha was somewhere inside a barrier. The last time a phenomenon like this occurred was with Conan. Jonathan had a flying Raijin mark placed on her during his battle in the Land of Hot Water. One day, when Jonathan was sensing Conan's location, he could not find her. Only when she had traversed outside the village hidden in the rain, was he able to sense her again. Jonathan deduced that Nagato Uzumaki was using a barrier technique to prevent their location from being carelessly identified. Without an accurate location within the barrier, Jonathan could not see where his mark was. And because he couldn't see it, he couldn't traverse there either. Izumi Uchiha was inside a barrier without a doubt, but something else was off. Both Hidan and Conan were also unable to be sensed. When Izumi turned around to the Land of Earth, Jonathan had been monitoring her actions. The one thing that Izumi had always done from time to time was communicate with a crow. If Izumi decided to get the help of the Akatsuki through Itachi Uchiha, it's more than likely she'll tell them of this location. Jonathan stopped his experiment before hastily opening up the drawer on the opposite side of the room. Staying calm, he grabbed several sealing tags. These weren't ordinary sealing tags, they had been modified with Jonathan's chakra to increase their defense. Jonathan knew this wasn't going to help prevent Izumi from finding him, but he understood that his own defenses at the moment were quite weak. The only inhabitants of Hueco jungle were Enma and himself. No one, not a single soul, from what Jonathan understood, knew about Hueco jungle. If it were attacked by various ninjas from the outside now, Jonathan may lose all that he has been working toward. He was not willing to let his work go in vain. An entire day passed. Jonathan spent his time securing his laboratory with only the best defensive measures he could think of. He went so far as to destroy a lot of evidence in Hueco jungle. This included Elder Babu's skeleton, which was lying in the hot spring. More importantly, he destroyed the hot spring itself. To do so, he polluted the waters with dangerous levels of acid and other various toxins. The natural oils that he had been mixing with Babu's decayed body soon became so acidic that anyone who bathed in them would have their skin melt off. Jonathan's work wasn't finished. He then ventured to the inner city, where primates once lived in harmony together. That was until Jonathan Yuan arrived and destroyed their civilization before dethroning their king, Enma. There had hardly been anything left here, but Jonathan had to triple-check that all manner of evidence that could lead to him was completely destroyed. Before leaving those areas, he removed all the barrier tags and placed them around his laboratory. The more tags he had, the harder it would be for others to destroy the invisible barrier. Many years and effort were placed in this laboratory. Why wouldn't he take this much precaution? As Jonathan was making sure things were absolute, he heard a crack outside. "They've destroyed my rock clone," he said to himself. Jonathan scoffed, turning around to exit his laboratory. A few paces forward and he exited the barrier. It was like passing through liquid. When he looked ahead, running forward were not one, not two, but 8 people. Jonathan stood there with a blank expression. Not a moment too soon and they arrived. Hidan, Kakazu, Itachi Uchiha, Kisame Hoshigaki, Sasori, Deidara, Izumi Uchiha and Pain. "To what do I owe the pleasure?" Jonathan asked. In a deep voice, Pain spoke, "Jade Shinobi." "No. Musai. We were interested in inviting you to our ranks. Your actions, however, have proved to be far too maniacal to us. So, we're here to end your life and extract that tail beast inside of you," Kisame said with a sinister smile. "Plus, you owe me some hearts," Kakazu added. Kisame's same motto was already unsheathed. Kakazu's mask was also removed, revealing his earth grudge fear. Both Itachi's and Izumi's Sharingan were active. What was even more interesting was that Sasori was not inside his puppet, Hueco. That Akatsuki member had his uniform off with several sharp blades protruding out of his limbs. "Did my clone give you all trouble?" Jonathan asked. "You're not in the position to be so cocky," Hidan smiled, pointing his triple-bladed scythe at Jonathan. "Hey, and don't forget that time you gave me a cheap clothesline," Deidara said vengefully. Jonathan looked around the grass and across the trees, seemingly ignoring him. What could you 76 introductions be looking for at a time like this? He yelled with his fist up. "One of your explosive clays, Deidara. Or perhaps one of Kakazu's threads," Jonathan answered with a blank look. In truth, Jonathan was looking for Zetsu. The fact that Obito Uchiha wasn't here didn't mean that he wasn't looking around. Zetsu loved recording battles. There were 7 Akatsuki members and 1 Kunoichi who was part of the Uchiha clan. Why wouldn't he be lurking around? Jonathan's earlier answer was a sign of provocation. He knew all of their fighting methods. Making them aware of that fact would throw them off. When Jonathan couldn't spot any signs of Zetsu, he turned his attention back to the 8. It's been a while, Izumi Uchiha. You look good, Jonathan stated. And Itachi, are you sure you're willing to suffer another loss against me? Both Uchiha furrowed their brows at Jonathan's comment. Before either of them could respond, Pain took a couple steps forward. Just his action alone was enough to wipe the smiles off everyone else's faces. They knew Pain taking a step forward meant one thing. He raised his arm out to face his palm toward Jonathan before saying 2 words. Almighty push. Is anyone there? A male voice uttered aloud. The area was dark. Hardly anyone who was there could see a thing. When looking up, it was clear that it was nighttime due to a fraction of the moon. Can anyone hear me? Hey! The person yelled. Calm down, someone replied. You don't have to yell. Yeah, why you screamin'? Another voice said. If someone heard the person who just asked, they'd probably think they were a black woman. Desiree, is that you? Someone asked. How do you know my name? Desiree replied. The 3 people who had been speaking were suddenly alarmed by a strange noise being made around them. It was too dark to tell what it was, but it sounded like someone rummaging through a trash can. Can someone please tell me what's going on? A new voice asked. Tyler? Tyler Singh? Yeah, sorry. I found myself in a cardboard box or something. When Tyler looked after getting up, he was able to see as clear as day. Jen, what the heck? What's wrong? Jennifer asked. Just as Jennifer asked this, her vision started to accumulate with her dark environment. The same applied to the other 2 standing idly. Alright, I'm totally dreaming. Oh, shut up, Wes, Jennifer stated. I was freaking out a minute ago since I couldn't see, but it all makes sense now, Wes laughed. I'm having one of my lucid dreams. This ain't your dream, this is my dream, commented Desiree. Tyler Singh stood there, looking at his former classmates. Jennifer crossed her arms, saying, You're both wrong. Then explain why you 3 look like you're still back in high school, demanded Wes. A ruffling noise was then heard by the 4 people standing close together. Desiree let out a small shriek. Even the 2 boys, Wes and Tyler, were shocked. Jennifer was the only person who remained calm. Calm down. It's probably another person, Jennifer assured. Just as she suspected, a boy stood up between several garbage cans whilst rubbing his head and saying, I don't want to go to school. Is that Norden Clyde? Tyler asked. Tyler Singh? Norden asked, looking at Tyler with a tired expression. Come on. I'm telling you this is a dream, Wes urged. Norden, Tyler, Desiree and even Jeno. Jennifer pinched Wes by his massive biceps. It's not a dream. You would have felt that if it was, Kay? Jennifer announced. I've felt pain before in my dreams, Wes whispered. Alright, Jen, Tyler said. You seem to know what's going on here. Care to explain? Jennifer placed her arms by her side, answering, I'll try my best. There was a brief moment of silence before she spoke again. Have you ever heard of the Isekai theory? Don't tell me, Desiree laughed. I think we were transported to a different world, Jennifer answered. Ha ha ha. Laughed Norden and Wes. Jen, you're crazy, Norden finally said. No, she's right, Tyler defended. It wasn't enough that all 5 of them happened to mysteriously wake up near each other in a dark area. They were also a lot younger than their original ages. Jennifer, being an animation enthusiast, easily made the connection once her vision cleared. Nah. Wes stated. She's tripping hard. No, denied Jennifer. When I woke up and couldn't see anything like Desiree, I pinched myself to make sure I was alive. Just look around, you idiot. Wes and Norden hadn't noticed this due to how peculiar these events were. Not many people would immediately think they were in another world or not dreaming, but, when they looked at each other, they were all wearing different styles of clothes. On top of their more youthful appearance, Wes, Norden and Desiree could no longer think they were drugged, kidnapped and placed in a dark room because of what they were wearing. Jen, Desiree said frantically. Where are we exactly? Jennifer looked at the group, answering, I think we've been Isekai'd to the Naruto world. I thought these clothes looked familiar, Tyler said while examining his blue slippers. No other animated television show or series dressed so differently than the characters from the world of Naruto. The iconic slippers, the flak jackets and more were all unique to their world. Naruto? Norden asked disgustingly. Why couldn't we be eyes-keyed to something like Dragon Ball Z or One Piece? You'd pick shonen cliches over things like Full Metal Alchemist and Neon Genesis Evangelion? Desiree commented. No cap, I would have preferred JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, Wes whispered quietly. Tyler quickly settled this deranged band of misfits together. Now's not the time, guys. Let's say we've actually been eyes-keyed or whatever. First, what happened to us on Earth? Second, what sort of rules apply? And third, let's make sure we're not all drugged or something and look around. Jennifer agreed with Tyler's decision. As if they were back in the anime club, the five decided to follow Tyler Singh like he was their president again. Staying close to each other, the 3 boys and 2 girls decided to walk forward where they saw the most light coming from. When they made it out, they noticed they had been deep inside a dark alleyway. That explained the cardboard box and trash cans around. But knowing that was the least thing they questioned. That was because in front of them were bright lights being lit by lanterns. People wearing old clothes were walking around casually on a dirty road. There were children playing and couples walking alongside each other. More audacious than the 5 were the 3 boys casually walking alongside one another. No way! Desiree screamed aloud. Jennifer quickly grabbed her by the mouth to calm her. Some of the people looked their way due to her sudden outburst. Calm down, Ray. Jennifer whispered. She gathered the 5 together in a group circle and huddled them together, causing some of the spectators to mind their own business. That was Naruto. The Naruto. Wes addressed. Yeah, and it looked like he was with Choji and Shikamaru, Tyler added. What's the big deal? Desiree asked Jennifer. We're not entirely sure where we are? Jennifer answered. Course we do, guys. Norden Clyde nodded his head, saying, we're in Konoha. The word, Konoha, was the Japanese term for Leaf Village. If there was something that Norden Clyde always did, it was pronounce the Japanese names of all things related to Japanese anime. That's not what I meant, you idiot, commented Jennifer. That's the main character of this world. If we do something stupid, we might make him our enemy. Wes chuckled after listening. Something funny, Wes? Tyler asked. No. Wes replied. It's just. Think about it. Naruto's not even wearing his orange jumpsuit. Desiree waited to hear what Wes had to say. If there was anyone who didn't know much about the ninja world, it was her. He's probably still in the academy, Wes announced. The 5 relaxed the huddle as Tyler spoke, saying, I don't think we should discuss things here. Let's go and find somewhere else. Like he was the group leader, the 5 followed Tyler as they walked across the streets of the Leaf Village. With each passing moment, they each marveled at how beautiful the scenery looked. Things were a lot more vibrant in person, and even the air had a different smell to it. Despite being in another world, neither of the 5 could deny that this place wasn't truly jaw-dropping. It wasn't long until the 5 found an empty park to rest. While Jennifer and Desiree sat on the park's swings, Tyler Singh, Norden Clyde and Wes grabbed a table to move it to where they were. Upon setting it down, they all noticed how light it was. Despite being younger, their bodies felt lighter, like they could carry heavier loads. So, what did you guys do before getting eyes-keyed? Jennifer asked nonchalantly. How do you do it, Jen? Desiree asked. Jennifer swung regularly, asking, do what exactly? Girl, she's wondering why you're so calm about things, Wes answered. Jennifer kept swinging, not at all perturbed by the fact that she was suddenly in another world. That's just the way I am, she said. You guys should already know that. Oh, that's right, Norden stated. Jennifer Long, the talented animation director for Invincible Fight Girl. I'm an assistant, corrected Jennifer. And wait. How do you know that? I follow your Instagram, Norden answered. Before Jennifer Long had the thought of dubbing Norden Clyde a stalker, Tyler quickly added, saying, I know it's been a while since we last saw each other, so let's actually catch up properly. Who knows? It might give us some clues on how we got here. Without any rejection, Wes spoke, I'll go and first wait. Are we doing this like back in the club? Sure, Tyler answered. If that's what makes it easier. Just as Wes was about to speak, Tyler had an epiphany. The scene right now looked like he was really back in his high school anime club. This was back when it first started with only 6 members. The only person missing was Jonathan Yuan. Wes coughed into his hand as he stood up. Everyone, my name is Wes Murray. As you should remember, my grandparents immigrated from Manchester, England, while I myself was born in Long Beach, California. The rest of the group smiled as Wes continued his reintroduction. It reminded each person of the past. As those were similar words he said when the club formed. After graduating, I moved back to Cali where I earned my AS degree in sports medicine. Ugh. I was ready to sign some papers to start my business when the last thing I remembered before waking up was some driver who ran a red light. Then what happened? Tyler asked. Wes looked at everyone before furrowing his brow and answering, "That's it. Can't remember anything else other than my head hurting." Oh. The four waited to see what Wes would say. It was dark, but I remember seeing Ray's cute face sleeping. Jennifer got up to slap Wes by the arms. Oh. Wes laughed. That wasn't racist. Desiree got up and slapped him on the other arm. Tyler and Norton chuckled a little. "You ain't changed a bit," Desiree commented. Jennifer went back to her swing as Wes sat down. "Since I'm here, I'll go next." Placing her hands on her chin, Desiree began to think, shoot. Ugh. "Oh, that's right. Hi, guys," she said in a quirky tone while waving happily. "My name is Desiree E. Martin. The E stands for Elizabeth. You can call me Ray, and... Ugh, I still watch anime." "Tell us something more important," Norton interrupted. Desiree didn't hesitate to take off one of her slippers and throw it at Norton's face. Even Tyler contributed by punching Norton in the arm. "Dang. I was kidding," Norton stated. He gave Desiree's slipper back as she continued her reintroduction speech. "Before I came here, my dad was looking for a position for me in his law firm," Desiree continued. "We're not rich or anything, but my family owns Martin and Amp, Martin." Okay. Yeah, I was also born in Dallas, Texas, on May 28th, so I'm also a Gemini. And the last thing I remember before coming here was scuba diving at Barracuda Point. That's in Malaysia for those who don't regularly travel." "What do you mean you're not rich?" Norton addressed. "Martin and Amp, Martin is one of Texas's top leading firms. I should know. We hired a lawyer there once that lost us a case." "Whose fault is that?" Desiree commented. "What the?" "Before you say, Norton," interrupted Tyler. "Why don't you go next?" Desiree took that as a sign and decided to take a seat on the bench with the men. "Not much to say," Norton answered. Norton B. Clyde. B stands for bilious. Korean, and if you call me Vietnamese, we're fighting. All four of them couldn't help but laugh at Norton's quick intro. If there was something each of them knew about Norton, it was that he was a genuine comedian. No matter how bad a situation looked, he knew how to always make everyone laugh. "But what happened before you came here?" Jennifer asked. 77 Jennifer's confession. Norton scratched his head before answering, "I think I was hanging with this chick in college. Since I forgot her name, I looked in her purse. Thought I saw something that said FBI or something." "That's it?" Wes pondered curiously. "What do you mean?" Norton questioned. "Let me answer," interjected Jennifer. "Hanging with some chick. You were trying to score with a secret agent from the government." "And no." Norton denied. "What's wrong with you, guy?" Desiree shoved Norton. "You try and pick up a hot girl in school but forget her name and look in her purse to not be rude," defended Norton. "What's wrong with that?" Jennifer rolled her eyes while Tyler and Wes tried their best to hold in their laughter. "Tyler, why don't you go ahead and continue?" Wes asked. "Ladies first, Wes," Tyler answered. "Jen, mind introducing yourself again?" Jennifer stood up from her seat before crossing her arms, saying, "My name is Jennifer Long, and I graduated early from the University of Tokyo in Bunkyo City with a summa cum laude and with the Takabana Award. Afterwards, I became an intern for Cartoon Network Studios in Burbank, California as an assistant director." The rest of the group sat there, listening to Jennifer's reintroduction. They weren't just impressed with her academic features after graduating high school. Even her manner of speech was precise and well-spoken. Not once had she stuttered like Wes, Desiree and Norton had. "Before I came here, which we all know here to clearly be the world of Naruto, I was at my office working late at night on a project for a hit new series called Invincible Fight Girl." Tyler Singh stood up just as Jennifer finished. The group looked at him as he had his eyes closed, pondering something. "I think I know how we all got here," Tyler announced, opening his eyes. "What?" Wes asked. "Really?" Desiree quickly commented. "Yep," Tyler nodded. "Before I explain, here's my quick rundown. Tyler Singh, everyone. Former president of our high school club and current president of my university's club. Or I guess, former since I'm here now. So, how did we get here?" Norton asked curiously. Tyler looked at his group, a little hesitant to give his answer. After a brief moment of silence, he finally spoke. "We died." Norton Clyde couldn't help but furrow his brows at that sudden conclusion. "Let's not be anticlimactic," Norton commented. "What makes you think we died?" Jennifer stood there with her hand on her chin as she looked elsewhere to think. "Think about it," Tyler answered. "Sam, you said you saw a car run a red light, right?" "Yeah," Sam answered. "And, Ray, you said you were scuba diving in some fancy ocean, correct?" "Actually, it's a part of the Celebes Sea," Desiree answered Tyler. Whatever, Tyler responded. While Norden, you tried to have a one-night stand with a secret agent and Jennifer had suffered from karoshi? Jennifer finished upon looking at Tyler. What's karoshi? Sam asked. Even Desiree wasn't entirely sure what that was. Jennifer looked away as Tyler answered, saying, it's when you die from overwork. The whole group looked at Jennifer. When she felt eyes staring at her, she spoke up. Look, my job's difficult enough as it was. Sure, the pay was worth it and I was making a pension, but it was long hours of labor with hardly anything to show for it. I was exhausted. There was a moment of silence as the group tried to cope with what they were hearing. Jennifer Long had always been the most intellectually gifted of them, both in their former club and in the entire high school. Not only did she graduate with the highest grade point average of a 6.0, but she was also president of the National Honor Society, the student government and the speech and debate club. The only reason she wasn't president of the anime club was because it was originally founded by Tyler. In truth, Jonathan Yuan gave him the idea. You guys don't have to feel sorry for me, Jennifer announced. I'm actually kind of happy to be seeing everyone again. The group gave a warm smile when they heard that, but they were almost immediately brought back to the idea that they had all died. So, how'd the rest of us die? Norden asked. I think Wes died in a car crash, Tyler answered. That would make sense, Wes agreed. I thought I heard tires skidding before I woke up here. Wait. Desiree interrupted. Are you saying I drowned then? Before Tyler could finish, Desiree quickly continued, No. No. I'll admit, it was my first time scuba diving, but I am one of the carefulest person I know. People make mistakes, Ray. And carefulest isn't a word, corrected Jennifer. I don't care, it's not a word. Desiree screamed. I was going to be working under my dad's law firm after I graduated. She looked at the group, questioning, I'm sure some of you are already thinking how wonderful it's gonna be living in Naruto's world, but I loved where my life was headed on Earth. Desiree began to shed tears as she thought about the people she'd left behind. There, Wes said as he tried to comfort Desiree. Smack. Don't touch me. She screamed. Jennifer walked towards her, saying, Let me handle this. She then moved Wes aside as she gently placed her hand on Desiree's arm. Desiree was sobbing slightly, but she managed to reason with her by saying, Ray, crying isn't going to bring us back. If anything, we can't be certain we're even dead. She's right, Ray, Tyler agreed. For all we know, our bodies could be in a hospital while we're stuck here. Desiree sniffled a little as she wiped her tears. You mean, I'm still alive? Yeah, girl. Norden answered. Well, not entirely alive, Tyler corrected. The way Isekai works, from what I remember, our souls likely got transferred to this world while our bodies may or may not be alive on Earth. If that's the case, Wes said, then there's a chance we can return home. Jennifer looked at Wes after he said this. She had a strong sense of discomfort. Calming herself, she added, that's a possibility, yes, but we won't know unless we figure out what we're doing here in the first place. As usual, Jennifer wasn't wrong. In most Isekai tropes, the main characters usually had a sense of clarity or direction in their adventure. At times, they would even be granted an invisible guide known as a system to help them understand the world's strange mechanics. This time, the group didn't have the slightest idea of how exactly they got here or how to get back. Each of them had similar backgrounds. They had all been the founding members of their anime club back in high school. They were also in the same grade and the same age. Apart from their ethnicities being different, they had all determined they more or less died before coming to this world. What about me? Norden questioned. What about you? Desiree snorted. How do you figure I died? He asked. Aside from Desiree, who was snickering, the rest of the group laughed at Norden. What did I say? As the group finished sharing all their backgrounds, they couldn't help but hear two pairs of footsteps approaching them. When they looked, their eyes were stunned to see one of the two most iconic characters in this world. Sorry for intruding on you, but we heard someone scream, so we thought we'd come check it out. Way to explain it better than me, Kakashi. Jennifer leaned over to Desiree and whispered, That's Kakashi-sensei and Guy-sensei. Even though Desiree had the least knowledge of Naruto, she recognized those names. No way. Desiree screamed. Her mouth was immediately covered by both Jennifer and Tyler. Ray, don't say anything about being Isekai'd here, Tyler explained. Desiree began mumbling until they removed their hands. Hee. Sorry about that. Wes and Norden were thinking the same thing. If they explained they were from another world, they'd think the group was insane, or a crazy bunch who likely needed to be put in a mental ward. Yeah, everything's fine, Tyler said to Kakashi. He did a good job of not blatantly saying Kakashi's first name. Though it wouldn't be strange considering Kakashi was infamous. 78 affinities. You're an Anbu, right? Wes asked. Kakashi and Guy looked at each other before answering. I am, Kakashi replied. There was no reason for him to hide it since he was within his own village. Plus, he still had his Anbu outfit on, so hiding that fact wouldn't make sense. You two wouldn't perhaps have any chakra induction papers, would you? Wes asked. Tyler looked at Wes. He was confused at first, but immediately understood why he was asking the two. He'd like to know because we're all aspiring to be ninjas one day, Jennifer added. This wasn't the whole truth, though. As not everyone came to that group decision yet. You hear that, Kakashi? Guy announced aloud. These kids aren't even Genin yet, and they're looking to become bona fide ninjas. Because of Might Guy's positive attitude, the group felt a sense of comfort. That's who Might Guy was, the type to burst out loud and exude his enthusiasm. Well now, Kakashi said as he checked his pockets. I don't seem to not to worry, Kakashi. I always carry at least one with me for just such an occasion. Jennifer had her arms crossed in contemplation. She had never heard anything about Might Guy doing something like that before in the original story. He was a Jonin, yes, so it wouldn't be common. But she quickly began to understand that the minor details the creators left out were being filled in this world. Might Guy pulled out 3 slips of paper. When he noticed there were 5 in the group, he frowned exaggeratedly. Desiree couldn't help but laugh at the face he made. It's alright, Tyler explained. Not all of us are trying to be ninjas, so 3's okay. That's great then. Guy responded. His attitude quickly changed after hearing Tyler's words. You all know how they work, right? They wouldn't have asked if they didn't, Kakashi answered. Wes Murray took a distinct note of how intelligent Kakashi Hatake was. Without the needing to ask, like Might Guy did, he already understood things. Wes hadn't felt threatened, but rather, admired Kakashi's brilliance. Well now, since everything's okay here, Kakashi said. We'll be taking our leave then. Might Guy handed Tyler Singh all 3 chakra induction papers. Without even inquiring about the 5's names, Kakashi and Guy turned around to go elsewhere. Before fully leaving, Kakashi turned around to say, maybe we'll see you around someday. The group gathered together. Norden was quick to say something. Yo, I'm not gonna lie. That was cool. I'll say, Desiree added. But what do we do now? Wait, guys, Jennifer interjected. Before we discuss that, there's something I'd like to confess. You remember when I said how happy I was that we were all together, right? The other 4 waited to hear what she had to say. I never had a chance to say this back in high school, but being part of the anime club as the secretary was the best. It was really fun watching movies and playing all those games. After we all graduated, I hardly had any time to do anything anime-related. Jennifer lowered her head slightly, continuing, I just felt like getting this off my chest, is all. If there's anyone I'd rather be stuck in another world with. Jennifer raised her head to reveal that she had shed a few tears. It's with all you guys. There was a brief moment of silence as everyone in the group gave a heartwarming smile to Jennifer's bold confession. Wow. Norden blurted out. What's wrong? Jennifer asked as she wiped away the tears. Jen, your eyes. Tyler addressed. Though Jen couldn't see her eyes personally, everyone else noticed she had awoken the Sharingan. Desiree hollered, you're an Uchiha, Jen. 5. The group was quite stunned upon noticing Jennifer's glowing red Sharingan eyes looking at them. It took a minute for Jennifer's eyes to adjust. When they did, she also noticed a difference in her visual acuity. There were a lot of questions they asked each other. And with Jennifer being so calm about it, she tried to give her best explanation. They were born within the Leaf Village, so it would make sense if some of them were naturally from either the same or different clans. This gave Desiree and Norden a sense of joy because it meant they could potentially have been Uchiha too. For a few minutes, Norden tried thinking of the saddest, most emotional things from his past. To his disappointment, he couldn't shed a tear. That's not how it works, Norden, Tyler explained. The Sharingan is unlocked through emotional trauma. You can't just try to fake it, you know. Screw the Sharingan then, I wanna be a Hyuga anyway, Norden responded. Wes chuckled at that. What's so funny, guy? Asked Norden. Bro, you don't even have their same eyes, Wes answered. Not true, Jennifer remarked. It's possible to still be able to awaken a Byakugan without having their featureless white eyes. Wes couldn't argue with Jennifer. She had the most knowledge, on par with Tyler Singh, about both Japanese anime and Naruto. And she was right. Himawari Uzumaki, Naruto Uzumaki's daughter in Boruto, Naruto Next Generations, unlocked the Byakugan without having their exact eye features. That meant that if the rest of them weren't also Uchiha, it was still possible that some of them could be Hyuga. There's no point in trying to forcefully unlock the Sharingan anyways, Wes said. What are you gonna do if you're not an Uchiha? Take one for yourself. Let's not give Norden any ideas, Desiree said. Hey now. I'm not gonna go crazy. The group began to contemplate a place to stay. They had no money nor any reputable background aside from Jennifer. How about we go to the orphanage? Wes suggested. No way, Tyler commented. Kabuto's probably there. Actually, Jennifer corrected. He's likely long gone by now. Didn't you see what Guy-sensei was wearing? That flak jacket mixed with his height was an indication that he was already a jonin. And? Desiree inquired. And that means Kabuto already fled the orphanage to join up with Orochimaru. That makes sense, Desiree commented. Even if some of them were a little terrified of Kabuto, they still declined the orphanage. It served them no purpose to go if they were looking to become Leaf Village ninjas. How about we go talk to the Hokage? Desiree suggested. It should still be Sarutobi. It was clear that Desiree forgot Hertz-Yuan's first name. Nonetheless, this idea was rejected on account of the group not being privileged enough and the fact that it was too late anyway. They needed a place to stay for the night, and neither of them enjoyed the idea of sleeping outside. Kakashi Hatake and Might Guy had already left, so trying to go look for them wouldn't be the best of ideas. At most, it would be a last resort. But Jennifer and Desiree didn't like the idea of begging. Whether they were on Earth or in the ninja world, their personalities remained unchanged. Hold on, Norden announced. Jen, you're a Uchiha, right? Yeah, and you're not thinking what I think you are you? Jennifer asked. Let's go to the Uchiha clan, Norden said without shame. That's a great idea, Tyler interrupted Desiree. What? Desiree asked, as risky as it sounded. Jennifer and Wes also agreed. Tyler explained to Desiree that the Uchiha clan was currently abandoned due to Itachi and Obito Uchiha having already done the massacre. Because Might Guy was already jonin and Kakashi Hatake looked like he was in his mid-20s, it was quite easy for them to tell where they likely were in the timeline. Having seen how tall Naruto, Shikamaru and Choji were also aided in that fact. From what he remembered in the original story, their furniture and belongings were all still present. On top of that, the only person who resided there was Sasuke Uchiha. He had essentially inherited his entire clan. The group only needed to stay there for one night, so it wouldn't be a problem. Plus, Jennifer Long was in fact an Uchiha. If someone questioned them, she could just prove it with her Sharingan and claim the others were her close friends. By the time the group arrived, they noticed yellow tape across the clan's entrance. After crossing them, they began to look for a home that looked like it had enough space. One such home was identified by Jennifer as being sufficient. She could tell because she had studied abroad in Japan and knew what modern-day Japanese homes looked like. After removing the yellow tape, the group entered the home without trouble. It was no surprise the door wasn't locked since no one except Sasuke Uchiha resided in the clan. The Uchiha clan was perhaps the best place for them to reside in as opposed to being outside. Had it not been for Tyler and Jennifer's knowledge of the Leaf Village's design, they likely would have been lost getting here. Turning on a light in the living room, some of them were excited to see the electricity still worked and the furniture was present. 3 rooms and 2 bathrooms. They could easily spend the night here and wake up the next morning to figure out what they could do next. Before that, though, the 5 gathered in the living room to discuss why Wes and Jennifer asked for chakra induction papers. So? Norden said. So? Wes repeated. So, what are we gonna do with 3 chakra papers? Norden asked. Easy. If we're gonna be ninjas, we should at least know our affinities, Tyler answered. Who said I wanted to be a ninja? Desiree asked. Her bold question wasn't one to ignore. It was true that they were in the world of Naruto, but that didn't mean everyone wanted to be here by choice. Believe it, Ray. And I'm not saying that because that's Naruto's catchphrase, Norden said. Our souls got eyes guide. We can't just live a normal life like back on Earth. He's right, Ray, Jennifer agreed. Wes and Tyler further added to the idea that it wasn't something most people had the privilege of doing. Being a ninja as opposed to something like a farmer was more advantageous for the group. As far as they were concerned, they were the only people sent to the ninja world. It would be better for them to come to a consensus about things in order to thrive. And being a ninja in the world of ninjas was clearly the most ideal factoid. Fine. Desiree agreed. But if I'm gonna be a Kanoichi or whatever, then you guys better help out. The group smiled because inside they knew Desiree Martin didn't want to end up being the Sakura of the group. Jennifer Long held the chakra induction papers in front of her. Sighing with her eyes closed, she looked at the group and said, I'll pass. The others were a little confused on why Jennifer of all people, someone who awakened the Sharingan in just mere moments of entering the ninja world, would decline to know her own elemental affinity. Most Uchihas are naturally gifted to perform fire-style jutsu, Jennifer explained. Because she was Japanese and studied abroad, she often preferred to use their Japanese names. It'd be a waste to use it on me. Might Guy had only given the group 3 chakra induction papers. That meant 2 of the 5 wouldn't have much of an idea of what their natural affinities would be. Because Tyler Singh decided to take the leadership position, he humbly gave his paper up to someone else. The 3 people holding papers now were Norden Clyde, Wes Murray and Desiree Martin. So, how does it work exactly? Desiree asked confusingly. It's easy, Jennifer answered. You just focus on an area around your body and, well, let chakra flow. Norden looked slightly perplexed. He began shaking his paper to see if it would work. Now like that, Jennifer sighed. Try and imagine liquid running down your fingertips, or picture your fingers as candles looking to light something on fire. How do you know all this? Wes asked. Jennifer tapped on her left temple and activated her Sharingan. I can't really explain, but it's like an unstretched muscle I never knew I had until I activated the Sharingan. A few seconds of Desiree blankly staring at her paper dampened the entire thing. My paper's all wet now, Desiree announced. What does that mean? Norden turned around and started to chuckle. My dude, come on. Grow up, Tyler tried scolding. That means you're naturally gifted with water-style techs, Wes answered. Just as he said this, he noticed that pieces of his paper were missing. Oh. It looks like yours is Earth-style, pointed out Tyler. Are you serious? Wes rhetorically asked. He was quite disappointed because he knew the elements to gain were wind and lightning. Earth was perhaps one of the worst elements because of its prowess. The group spent the next few minutes waiting to see what Norden's affinity was. Not once, however, did the paper change. Are you sure you're doing it right? Desiree asked. I promise, I'm doing exactly what you guys told me, Norden answered. No one dared to test if the paper was faulty or not because of their one usage. Jennifer had even activated her Sharingan to see if chakra really was being emitted from Norden's body. She confirmed that Norden, like everyone else, was in fact using chakra. Why isn't it working? Wes wondered. I might know, Jennifer answered. It's possible that Norden might not be someone like Rock Lee or Shira. Who's Shira? Desiree asked. He's a filler character from Shippuden, Tyler answered. And neither he nor Rock Lee knew how to perform Genjutsu or Ninjutsu. Are you saying I'm a taijutsu specialist? Norden asked without restraint. Norden, That's flippin' sick, dude. Norden screamed, interrupting Jennifer's apology. Norden Clyde admired martial arts. He was one to attend the gym frequently to hone his boxing skills. Though it was disappointing to him that he couldn't perform special feats, he was ecstatic enough to know he could learn the most powerful taijutsu technique this world had to offer, the 8 Inner Gates. Oh, my gosh, I'm going straight to Gai Sensei after this, Tyler announced. The group smiled at Norden's enthusiasm. It reminded them of how he acted back in the anime club. Because he couldn't use the chakra induction paper, he decided to hand it to Tyler Singh. Jennifer Long wouldn't have accepted it on account she was an Uchiha who was naturally gifted to learn fire techniques. No matter how much Tyler urged, Jennifer wouldn't have budged at all. Let's see, Tyler thought. Just channel the chakra and... The instant Tyler had grabbed the paper from Norden's hand, it immediately crumbled. Wow! Norden and Wes yelled. What's wrong? What does that mean? Desiree asked confusingly. It means his natural affinity is lightning, answered Jennifer. After correctly using the chakra induction papers, the following people learned their natural elemental affinities. Desiree Martin would train with water-style techniques, Wes Murray would utilize earth-style techniques, Norden Clyde, who didn't have a natural affinity, would become a taijutsu specialist, Tyler Singh would undergo lightning training, and lastly, Jennifer Long, who did not check her affinity, would try and learn fire-style. Before deciding to go to sleep, however, the group had a lot of things on their minds. If we died on Earth and got transported here, why do you guys think that happened? Desiree asked. Maybe we're supposed to fix the story, Tyler answered. What the heck does that mean? Norden inquired. I mean, maybe the whole purpose of why we're all here is because there's someone on Earth that connected us and brought us together. The conclusion was very plausible. Everyone present had all been founding members of their anime club when it first formed. Plus, they all had near-death experiences based on what they recalled. What about John? Asked Jennifer. Wait, Norden interrupted. You mean Jonathan? Jonathan Yuan? Jennifer asked inquisitively. Yeah, Jennifer answered. Jonathan may have helped create the anime club, but he was never an officer like we were, Wes answered assuredly. He's right, Jennifer added. So, what Tyler's saying is that we were chosen? Desiree asked. It's the only thing that makes sense to me, Tyler addressed. Either that or this is some type of curse we were destined to venture to after our untimely deaths, Norden announced. Jennifer crossed her arms, saying, "This isn't the time for joking, Norden." "I wasn't joking, though," Norden thought to himself. "Can you explain to us what you mean by fix, Tyler?" asked Jennifer. "Fix," Tyler answered. "As in prevent the known tragedies from happening in Naruto's world. Things like Sasuke turning evil or Naruto being lonely." The group instantly remembered Naruto Uzumaki's childhood. As the main character of this world, he grew up without any parents to care for him or show him any love. The village citizens also detested him, and he never understood why. Then there was the fact he had the nine-tailed fox living inside him, causing even more trouble. People who enjoyed Japanese anime and had a benign sense of love for it often had a desire to see the story to its end. If they liked the outcome, they'd even rewatch or reread it again. But if they didn't like some or most of its scene, they'd fantasize or create theories of how things might be. Tyler Singh, Jennifer Long, Norden Clyde, Wes Murray and Desiree Martin all enjoyed the Naruto franchise as a whole. "Then it's settled," Tyler announced, catching his fist on his palm. "If we're gonna live a new life here in Naruto's world, then we should at least prevent all the bad things from happening so we can at least feel accomplished, assuming we return home after the story ends." 479 The Will of Fire. Even though no one was entirely sure that they could even return home, the thought gave them hope. Neither of them had ever committed a serious crime when they were on Earth. They were regular Samaritans, some with understanding, simply living their lives. Returning home to Earth or not, if it were possible, didn't mean they were looking to cause trouble. The group spent the rest of the night outlining the events that would unfold. They had already deduced that they were likely a couple years from when the original story first started. That meant that Sasuke Uchiha had already been seeking revenge for his clan, Naruto Uzumaki's parents had already sacrificed themselves, and Sakura Haruno and Ino Yamanaka were currently rivals. Assuming that they were brought here to prevent tragedies from occurring, they would start with them. In order for them to have an impact, however, they agreed that they had to be ninjas. This meant they had to not only undergo training but also attend the Leaf Village's academy to truly get involved in the main story. Each of them felt excited that they would be able to attend the academy and interact with Naruto. All except for Jennifer Long. "We don't have any money to pay the tuition." Norden sighed in fury at Jennifer's comment. "Since when was that ever a thing in Naruto?" "She's right," Tyler agreed. "I forgot that the academy did have a rule like that." "Then how did Naruto get in?" Desiree asked. "I think the Hokage paid for him," Wes answered knowingly. "Then there's our age," Jennifer added. Tyler rolled his eyes due to the complications of his crushed dreams. Everyone had already known they were a lot younger when they arrived here. Though it wasn't easy to tell them apart at first since they hadn't seen each other in years, they had all met during their freshman year back in high school. Their physical bodies here looked quite similar to those around that time. "I think we're 14, right?" Wes judged the size of his muscles after Tyler's comment. He then stood up to try to look behind himself. "I look like I'm 10 or 11, he said. "Yeah, and Ray looks like she's a 7-year-old, Norden laughed. Bang. Norden had just narrowly dodged an incoming chair thrown at him by Desiree. "Say that again and I'll throw something bigger," Desiree stated. "Wow," Wes commented. "I didn't mean to not that, Norden." "Look at what she did to the wall," Wes interrupted Norden. The group marveled at how the chair was impaled through the house's wall. If either of them really was in their preteen or teenage years, it would have been improbable for them to have caused that much damage. Desiree Martin wasn't someone who worked out either. She was the pampered type, so this new discovery gave all of them insights into their newfound strengths. Jennifer began to explain how their age wouldn't have mattered for them to enter the academy. The Leaf Village did not have any age restrictions to enter. Only a graduation requirement was in place. Most of them looked like they were around 11 or 12 years old anyway. Without any background, they could just say how old they truly thought they were. "What about the enrollment fee?" Norden asked. "We're not in a rush," Tyler answered. "I'm sure if we practice hard enough, we can prove to the Hokage that we're more than capable. That way, he can probably give us a scholarship or something." "That's actually not a bad idea," Wes agreed. The group spent the night contemplating how they were going to try and grow to impress Hiruz and Saratobi enough. They weren't the type to steal money, or anything, for that matter, nor were they going to go run errands. The group knew the world of Naruto just like any other person. The quicker they can harness their chakra, the faster they could develop techniques to help. With most if not all the events of the original story recalled and other information relayed to those who hadn't completed the story, everyone went to their own beds confidently. Their agreement was to help make the story of Naruto a less tragic one where the main cast didn't have to undergo such trivial character development that resulted in a lot of sorrow and sadness. In this 3-bedroom home, Jennifer Long and Desiree Martin decided to share one room. Wes Murray didn't mind where he slept, but wound up taking the living room sofa. He explained to the others that he was going to try and concentrate on his chakra control. Tyler Singh gave up the main bedroom to Norden Clyde after noticing how small the last bedroom was. Norden tried to persuade Tyler to take it, but he declined after stating he preferred to sleep on smaller beds. "Hey, Jen," Desiree said while lying in bed with Jennifer. "Yeah?" Jennifer tiredly answered. "Thanks for sharing what you did earlier." "Don't mention it, Ray." Wes and Norden weren't too knowledgeable on this story either. "That's not what I meant," Ray said in a quiet tone. "Huh?" Jennifer dumbfoundedly asked. "Earlier when you said you missed us." "Honestly, I missed you guys a lot." Desiree's words made Jennifer smile wholeheartedly. "Don't tell the others, but I don't mind if I don't get to return home. As long as you guys are here, I feel safe." Deep down inside, Jennifer long felt the same as Desiree. Their lives back on Earth weren't bad, but the thought that they could live in the world of Naruto felt appealing. Jennifer held up her pinky, causing Desiree to do the same. Smiling, she said, "I promise." Desiree gave a joyful look before the two turned around and closed their eyes to fall asleep. Knock, knock, knock. The next morning, the five managed to get a restful night's sleep until they heard a knock at their door. Knock, knock, knock. Everyone quickly gathered in the living room, feeling a tad nervous that someone was here. "Go and check who it is," Desiree whispered to Norden. "Me?" Norden asked back. Before Tyler could go, Jennifer had already been walking by the door. She found a hole to look through before turning back to the group to whisper, "It's Hiruzen." Wes, Desiree and Norden almost freaked out after hearing that. "It's okay," Jennifer assured them. Without anyone's consent, she opened the door. Standing several feet taller than them, whilst wearing a white cap and gown with the Japanese kanji for fire, was none other than Hiruzen Sarutobi. "Well now, I didn't think you lot would open the door," he said, smiling in a crackly tone whilst holding a pipe in his hand. "What are you five doing here, if I may ask?" Hiruzen's tone didn't seem harsh at all. He was a lot kinder than what Wes, Desiree, Norden and Tyler had expected. "We're sorry, Lord Hokage," Jennifer answered. "We didn't have a place to stay and figured it would be okay to rest here for the night." "We didn't mean any trouble," Desiree added. "Yeah, we were gonna leave after waking up," Wes continued. Before Norden or Tyler could chime in with their reasons, Hiruzen spoke up. "I see," he said after calmly inhaling his pipe. "Don't you all know this place is under restriction?" Hiruzen's voice became more serious. "We did, sir." "I mean Lord Hokage," Norden answered. "We don't have a home or a family in the village," Tyler added. "That doesn't mean you should disobey the village's rules," Hiruzen argued. "Areas like these are being strictly monitored to prevent trespassers like yourselves from getting seriously hurt." That explains how he knew we were here, Jennifer thought to herself. But what does he mean by strictly monitored, and how could we get seriously hurt? "Excuse me, Lord Hokage. But I thought Itachi Uchiha already fled," Desiree boldly claimed. "He did, but I'm not just referring to people like him. There are even more dangerous shinobi that could put your lives at stake because you didn't follow the village rules." "We're sorry, Lord Hokage." Jennifer bowed at a 90-degree angle. Her sign of respect to the village's head immediately signaled the others to do the same. Hiruzen Sarutobi couldn't help but feel their sincerity emanating from how courteous their bows were. A Kage was the head of a village who served the people in order to both protect them and lead them to prosperity. "Don't let it happen again. If you need a place to stay, you can try the Leaf Orphanage." "Wait, sir. I mean Lord Hokage," Norden said, straightening himself. Hiruzen wondered. The rest of the group equally followed by straightening. They each explained to Hiruzen that they were looking to become ninjas, but didn't have the necessary funds to enter the academy. Because of their trespass in the Uchiha clan territory, which was off-limits to others, Hiruzen declined sponsorship. "What about Naruto Uzumaki?" Tyler asked. "You know of Naruto?" Hiruzen questioned. "Yes, Lord Hokage. He's the village's nine-tailed host." "Everyone knows that," Wes answered. The group was careful not to slip up. As much as they agreed to help make the story better, they weren't going to announce they were brought here from another world. Leaking unnecessary information, or things they shouldn't have known, would have caused Hiruzen to question who they were further. Instead, they gave only the minor details that villagers like themselves would be aware of. "I'm sorry, but Naruto is a special case," replied Hiruzen. "Special?" Jennifer repeated inwardly. "Wait, Lord Hokage," Jennifer said, approaching him. As risky as it might have looked, Jennifer revealed her Sharingan to him casually. 80 butterfly effect. I'm one of the Uchiha that wasn't slaughtered by Itachi. We weren't going to hide it from you, But we're planning to become ninjas so we could prevent things like that from happening to our village. Are you all Uchiha? Hiruzen asked without feeling alarmed. The group shook their heads. Perhaps one or more of them might have been, they didn't have any proof to show. And if they lied to someone like the Hokage, they were all sure the consequences wouldn't be good. The Leaf Academy is not a playground that children can enter. Only those who are dedicated enough to help protect the village with their very lives can be enrolled. I can make an exception for you, Jennifer, Lord Hokage. Jennifer Uchiha. Yes, Jennifer Uchiha, Hiruzen repeated after her. I can make an exception for you because you possess the Sharingan despite being so young, but the others I. Please, Lord Hokage. Interrupted Jennifer. My friends are all I have in the village. They're more than just friends, they're my family and I won't go anywhere without them. Hiruzen stared Jennifer. She addressed Hiruzen properly and gave valid reasons without losing her composure. The group was anxious to hear what he would say next. Just then, Hiruzen began to laugh. Ha 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 ha. I can see you five are more than just friends. Some of you remind me of my former students. The group looked at each other, each of them thinking the same thing, which of them reminded Hiruzen of Jiraiya, Tsunade and Orochimaru. Very well, continued Hiruzen. He calmed himself down and stated that he would gladly cover their enrollment fees. However, the group would not be allowed to stay in the Uchiha clan district. Not feeling sad about that, he then announced they would get 2 apartments. Right now, the village is prospering greatly. Don't think you five are privileged because I'm doing this, Hiruzen stated. I look forward to seeing how the will of fire ignites with you. The group all became joyful after hearing that. It was one thing for them to attend the academy, but the Hokage himself gave them a free place to stay for the moment. Some of them, like Nord and Clyde, knew this sort of treatment wasn't going to be free. It was like Hiruzen Sarutobi was investing in the group's growth. They knew his character well and understood that, because of Jennifer Long's defense statement, he looked at the group like they were family. This year's semester is coming to an end, so you'll have to wait a month for next semester to start, Hiruzen announced. A month? Norden repeated. Is that a problem? Hiruzen asked seriously. No, Lord Hokage. Wes answered. Yeah, a month is a great time, Tyler answered. We'll prove to you and everyone in Hidden Leaf Village that you made the best decision. Because of their actions, the Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, gave them 2 separate apartments to abide in. One apartment was given to the 3 males, Tyler, Norden and Wes. While the other apartment was given to the females, Desiree and Jennifer. Though they were living together as opposed to Naruto Uzumaki and Iruka Umino, who lived on their own, this was quite the luxury. The group was in close proximity to each other. And because most of them had lived in college dormitories before, sharing apartments wasn't a problem. Every month, Hiruzen instructed that he would come by to give them their allowance. Be sure to share amongst one another, he stated. This allowance was 7,000 ryo, which was equivalent to earning $500 a month to be split amongst the group. Naruto Uzumaki had also been given an allowance by Hiruzen while he was growing up in the village. For children growing up, this was a lot of money. But the group, this was considered chump change. Desiree Martin thought the amount was sufficient until she looked at taxing the expenses. Food and groceries in the Leaf Village costed 50 to 100 ryo alone. If they weren't careful, they could run out of money early and have to beg Hiruzen for more. Unanimously, it was agreed that Desiree would be in charge of funds due to having been treasurer when they were an anime club. I say, we celebrate with some Akiraku ramen, Norden suggested. Since the group got here, things have only been lively. With a place to stay and their academy fees taken care of, it only made sense that a proper reunion be celebrated with a meal. It was clear they were all hungry. Desiree calculated the funds before accepting that each of them was allowed to order 1 bowl of ramen. Feeling joyous at the idea, they decided to follow Tyler Singh, who had a vivid image of the layout of the Leaf Village from his time spent engaged in the series on Earth. We're about to eat the most succulent, mouth-watering ramen that literally everyone knows about. Wes announced it in anticipation. A lot of people who are fond of Japanese culture or have ever seen Naruto have had thoughts of trying ramen at least once. But when the group got to the shop, there was a sign that read, leasing. Are you sure we're in the right place, Tyler? Asked Norden. Yeah, this is definitely where Kairaku Ramen should be, Tyler explained. He's right. I recognize this street, Jennifer agreed. Bro, if I don't get a chance to try this ramen Kishimoto boasts about, I'm gonna go insane. Norden announced. Jennifer raised her hand to her chin to think. When Tyler noticed, he asked her what was on her mind. Jennifer looked at him with a curious look. She was clearly in deep thought and hadn't heard Tyler ask her a question. Let's just ask around, Desiree suggested. No need to ask me twice, Norden responded. Without hesitating, he grabbed Wes' shoulders and urged him to come. "Something wrong, Jen?" asked Tyler. Like she had been spacing out, Jennifer blinked before saying, "Huh? Oh, it's nothing. Ray and I'll check over there." There was a sad look on Tyler's face when she said that. He quickly snapped out of his state before smiling and saying, "All right. I'll wait here for everyone to get back." After a few minutes, Wes and Norden returned first. "What did you find?" Tyler asked. "Nothing," Wes disappointingly responded. It wasn't long until Desiree and Jennifer returned as well. "Anything?" Norden asked. "I told Jen it'd be easier if we split up," Ray said. "And?" Norden questioned. "And, I didn't find anything," Jennifer answered. "But I did," Desiree announced. She disclosed what information she heard from a village citizen she spotted. The person exclaimed to her that the shop had closed down several years ago. When she asked the man why this was so, he stated that Taki, the shop owner, was a horrible man with a bad reputation. "When did something like that ever happen in Naruto?" Tyler asked aloud. "That's the thing," Jennifer answered. "It didn't." Wes looked at Desiree, asking, "How long ago did he say it closed again?" I forgot to ask." "Haha. Wait a minute. Then where does Naruto eat now?" Norden wondered. "I saw him leaving another ramen shop close by," Jennifer answered. Jennifer further explained why she hadn't approached Naruto to ask. Assuming that an Ikiraku even exists anymore, it was safer to find out more information before interacting with the main character. Based on Desiree's intel, several years ago could have been before Naruto was even born or ever heard of Ikiraku. "I did look inside the shop but I didn't see Tuki or Iam." The group was left puzzled, wondering what could have happened. They all knew they were in the world of Naruto. It was too obvious to see that. In the original story, the main character enjoyed eating at a Ikiraku ramen shop. For the shop not to exist now didn't make much of any sense. "What if we're not in the right Naruto world?" Norden asked. "Are ya an idiot?" Desiree questioned. "He's got a good point, Ray," defended Jennifer. "Huh?" Ray wondered. "I can't really explain what I mean." Instead of giving an explanation here out the open, Jennifer decided that the group talk privately. Norden's hunger wound up getting the better of him, so he urged the group to instead go to the next famous eatery in Naruto, the Dango shop. The group ventured there to find nothing out of place. They even saw Anko Mitarashi, a kunoichi who enjoyed sweets, eating outside. Using some of their funds, they purchased some dango and headed back to the boys' apartment. "Do you guys remember what the Hokage said at the Uchiha clan?" Jennifer asked. The group all sat down and opened their dango. "Yeah," Wes answered. "He mentioned something about dangerous ninjas. I don't recall Hidden Leaf Village being in any major threat during this time. In fact, most of this arc was filler," Jennifer concluded. The group couldn't fully piece together what had happened. The idea that they were an alternate universe arose, but everything from the original story was present. Their only logical explanation was the butterfly effect of having entered this world. Well, what, Tyler?" asked Desiree. "What do you guys have in mind of doing for the time being?" Jennifer was the first to answer his question. "It's pretty obvious. Since this is a world of martial arts, it's important we try and get stronger." "I agree with Jen, guys." Wes took another bite of his dango before continuing. "Before the actual story starts, we should start getting stronger quickly." Norden Clyde was not at all in disagreement with the decision. Desiree knew so little about Naruto, and had no desire to fight. But because she was a world where fighting was predominant, she was left with no choice. Otherwise, she would be cluelessly wandering around with no help. "What's the fastest way to get stronger again?" Desiree asked. "Shadow clones," Tyler answered. "No, you just unlock a bunch of stuff," Norden argued. "How are you gonna tell me, dude? You never even watched Boruto? That trashy show?" Wes asked. The group couldn't help but laugh. Naruto wasn't so unknown that they didn't know how the world functioned. For them to arrive in this time period as opposed to after Boruto began, gave them a sense of relief. Tyler Singh was the only one with the most knowledge on that show. The next few moments were spent thinking of ways to boost themselves. They thought of everything from forbidden jutsu to ocular techniques to even tailed beast chakra. Because the way to acquire those things required unethical methods, the group denied trying. Forbidden jutsu was something inaccessible to regular ninja, while all the tailed beast were currently taken. If they wanted a tailed beast for themselves, they'd have to kill one of the hosts. That idea made people like Desiree feel uncomfortable. All right. No killing good people," Norden announced. "At least we have Jun Sharingan," Wes assured. "Jennifer Long currently has the best potential because of the Sharingan. They were fortunate enough that someone in their group was created as an Uchiha and unlocked it the day she was born. how they were planning to advance it to the Mangekyo Sharingan, and then the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan wasn't something they wished to discuss. Each of them understood how discomfited Jennifer would have gotten. Because everyone had some ethical standards, rules were set in place. Trying to gain things like other people's eye techniques was discredited. KK Genkai, like wood style, was also prohibited. Why? Wes asked. Apparently there's a high chance of failure if you try and inject Hashirama cells. Wait. Tyler said. Wes, you weren't actually trying to. What? Me? Ugh. No. Aside from that, there wasn't anything the group prohibited. Cool. Sage mode it is, Norden said without shame. I thought you had to have high levels of chakra for that? Jennifer remembered. Had to ruin it for me, huh? The group laughed together. Despite whatever troubles they might have faced while on Earth, things felt different in the ninja world. They didn't have their loved ones by their sides, but they had each other. The fact that people they knew and grew up with were present gave them a sense of confidence that they could survive as long as they stuck together. What was even better, no one hated one another. They were a civil group, people who lived regularly without getting in serious trouble with the law. 481 class begin. An entire month had gone by without any trouble. Every morning, the group came together to discuss what they remembered about the original Naruto story. After some investigating, everything seemed perfectly normal. They confirmed Minato Namikaze had indeed become the fourth Hokage after verifying the Hokage monument. And they had already been through the Uchiha clan, noticing that Itachi and Obito had already massacred it. Desiree was almost clueless about the story because she had stopped watching it years before the others. She enjoyed it a lot but never got to finish it, pausing the show at the Sasuke retrieval arc. Because someone warned her not to watch anything after that arc since it was nothing but filler, she stopped abruptly. And since Sasuke Uchiha was her favorite character, she lost interest after that. Wes Murray skipped all the filler arcs in the entire series. Even the important ones, he didn't bother watching. He was the type to only enjoy what the main part of a story had to offer. If anything had to do with filler, he didn't see any reason to watch because he believed it didn't allow the characters to progress. It was a bold belief that wasn't completely true. Norden Clyde, on the other hand, only cared about the fight scenes in Naruto. He didn't really care about its story, since he saw how overly exaggerated it was. Because the plot hadn't made much sense to him, he decided to just read the manga like everyone else and wait for its epic fight scenes to be fully animated. This was reasonable because he had taken stop-motion animation back in high school. Naruto was regarded for its impeccable fight scenes, which cost millions of dollars to animate. Tyler Singh and Jennifer Long were the only two who had the most knowledge. Tyler, however, knew more because he had watched the Boruto series. Hardly anyone on Earth liked that series, so the majority of people skipped it. In his defense, he claimed that Boruto, Naruto Next Generations answered a lot of questions. It was his duty to know, considering he was president of the anime club in college. Regarding Jennifer Long, she had hardly any time to watch or read anything related to anime. But when she did have time, she still managed to keep up. It was one thing to engage in Japanese anime while in America, but it was another to do it while living in Japan like she had. Together, the group mixed in all their knowledge and shared what rules they understood about the whole world. With their information, they decided to practice things. In 1 week, the group managed to learn basic chakra control. Jennifer Long, however, managed to perfect it in 1 day. Because Norden Clyde hadn't had any chakra to really control, he spent that week physically training. There was one moment that he tried to get Might Guy's attention to help him train, but the group denied it. Might Guy would not outright train those who hadn't even become Genin yet. On top of that, Norden wasn't one of his students. A Jonin was always kept busy in the Leaf Village anyway, so the chances of someone like Might Guy accepting to train an academy student were far too low. Though Norden was going to ask Rock Lee, the group eventually found out that he was too young. In fact, Rock Lee and his team, Neji Hyuga and Ten, were all around 12 years old still. Perhaps Rock Lee might have known up to the 3rd or 4th gate by now, so Jennifer decided to explain to Norden the essence of how to access at least the 1st gate. Might Guy would have personally told Rock Lee that the technique was dangerous, so he wouldn't casually try and go behind his teacher's back just to teach a stranger anyway. When the group graduated, which would likely be a year from now, he could at least have something to prove to the two that he was worthy enough for their training. And because Might Guy's team was 12, that meant the Rookie 9 were 11 and would be graduating next year. Norden Clyde was more than willing to spend a year's worth of training in order to learn the strongest ever taijutsu skill. The group's chakra control training would eventually pay off. Each of them learned who carried the most amount of chakra. The person with the least amount was Norden Clyde. This was understandable because he couldn't use Ganjutsu or Ninjutsu. Tyler Singh was next. His chakra levels were average for his age. Next was Desiree Martin, followed by Wes Murray and lastly, Jennifer Long. What the heck? Wes asked. Jen, why do you get to be an Uchiha and have more chakra? At least Tyler and Ray are sensory types, Jennifer rebutted. Besides, the Byakugan is better in my opinion. Oh, bullcrap. Kishimoto just likes Uchiha. That's why. For the remainder of the money, the group was solely focused on the next thing. Each of them, save Norden, relearned all the hand seals. It was quite easy for Jennifer and Tyler to remember because of their depth memories. If it weren't for those two, Desiree and Wes might have taken a longer time. Despite skipping hand seals, Norden's training took the most effort. He had been training with weights bought with some of the funds. Every day, he felt exhausted due to his body constantly giving out on him. Yes, he was a lot stronger than he was on Earth, but that didn't make training any easier. Using Wes' diet plan to help him grow muscle, he had been consuming the most food and resting the longest out of the other four. His expenses were the most taxing, but thanks to Desiree's management skills, the team managed to work things out effortlessly. Wes Murray himself was prominent in Earth-style ninjutsu. Tyler had grown to be a great sensor. He could sense chakra signatures from more than a mile away. For just starting out, this was quite impressive. But because of his lightning chakra nature, he did the one thing most people dreamed of. Tyler had learned to use the Chidori. Sadly, because of his low chakra levels, he could only perform it once before exhaustion. Jennifer, on the other hand, managed to unlock her second Tomoe. At the start, her immature Sharingan only had one Tomoe on one eye and two on the other. It was the typical starter for young Uchiha who first unlocked the Sharingan. Due to her training, however, she was able to advance. On top of that, she had not just learned but perfected 3 fire-style techniques. The group joked around about how she was turning into the female version of Sasuke. Jennifer mainly sparred with Wes Murray. This was mainly because Wes was talented at performing Genjutsu. To help further her Sharingan skills, she would often use her Sharingan Genjutsu, which gave him a chance to break out of. The two were excellent training partners because of that. Plus, Wes had enough chakra to continue their sparring. It's because you secretly like Wes, huh, Jen? Desiree secretly teased. What? It's not. It was clear that Jennifer Long, someone who never stuttered, clearly had some feelings. Otherwise, she wouldn't have acted so out of character. Regarding Desiree, she didn't need multiple hand seals to execute her water-style techniques. In fact, her chakra control was so great that she only needed one hand seal on one hand. This feat had only been seen by a handful of people before. Most notably, Hueco from the Mist Village. But what was most deadly about Desiree was that she could use the very molecules in the air to gather water. Contrary to popular belief, only the most talented water-style users could do that. An example being Dobirama Senshu, the Leaf Village's second Hokage. While all of them were training, little did they know that Hiruzen Sarutobi had been monitoring them from his office with a gratifying smile. Perhaps he couldn't hear their conversations, but he could tell they were all special. So what if they didn't have a background? The fact Hiruzen managed to judge their integrity toward the Leaf, he was willing to sponsor them in hopes they could be great. The day the group met the Hokage, was also the same day that Hiruzen familiarized himself with their chakra signatures. Though Norden Clyde couldn't use Genjutsu or Ninjutsu, didn't mean he didn't still have chakra. What amazed Hiruzen the most wasn't how fast they were growing as ninjas and executing techniques, but it was their seemingly unbreakable bond. I don't have a single doubt that neither of them won't graduate the academy. But who will I choose to be their instructor after that? Hiruzen pondered. Only a few days before the academy was going to start, Jennifer Long arose early in the morning. Without waking up Desiree, she headed out quietly. Walking several paces away from their apartment, she reached the entrance of the Leaf's Academy building. There were many people with children outside. Jennifer stood only a few paces away from them before activating her Sharingan. Let's see. Tyler, Norden, Wes and Ray. Jennifer was looking at a bulletin board. This board had several names written on it. Because it was crowded, Jennifer used her Sharingan to see without bothering anyone. She scanned the board a little more until she found her name written, Jennifer Uchiha. Not long ago, the 5 had to sign the academy papers with their names. I knew you'd be here, Jennifer heard from behind her. Calmly, she deactivated her Sharingan and turned around. Oh. Hey, Tyler. You don't seem all that surprised to see me, Tyler smiled. Well, it's not hard to tell your voice apart from others. Haha. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. But what are you doing here without us? Jennifer explained to Tyler that she was confirming whether or not their names had truly been on the academy entrance list. She didn't doubt that Hiruzen Sarutobi sponsored them, but it wasn't until the last minute of a filler episode regarding the academy entrance exam that she remembered. In that episode, Might Guy and his father, Might Dewey, came to this exact spot to see if Might Guy had been accepted. Norden, Wes and Desiree wouldn't have known about this event because they never watched those arcs. Perhaps Norden read it in the manga, but he was more intertwined with Naruto's fight scenes. When Jennifer relayed why she came here, he revealed that he came for the same reason. Jennifer finished verifying everyone's name and smiled when he saw Norden's last name on the board. She decided not to mention it since he hadn't yet told anyone personally. "Hey, Jen. Yeah. You were gonna tell us about coming here, right?" Tyler asked. "Well, duh. We're friends after all," responded Jennifer confusingly. "Oh, okay. Just looking out." "Thanks, Tyler." Jennifer gave a slight smile before turning around with Tyler to head home. Tyler couldn't think of anything else to say, so he tried his best not to make the walk back awkward. Jennifer Long was undoubtedly the group's most valuable teammate. She had not only awakened the Sharingan but also had the largest chakra pool and second-best chakra control. Tyler admired her skills. A few days passed until the first day of the semester started. Already waiting outside at the male's apartment were Desiree and Jennifer. "It's the first day and we're gonna be late because of you three," Desiree scolded. Norden yawned. "Yeah, I know. Just thought I'd get a little bit more rest, you know?" Tyler and Wes exited alongside Norden, apologizing to the girls for their lateness. "You all remember our mission, right?" Tyler asked. Last night, the group all agreed to help improve the Naruto world as a whole. Meaning they were going to intervene in the plot. Their first approach was going to be the main character, Naruto Uzumaki. Tyler and Norden were instructed to befriend him because he grew up feeling left out. It might affect his relationship with Sasuke, but they were willing to take the chance to help Naruto. Next was Sasuke Uchiha. The group already knew about the Uchiha massacre, so the only person best suited for the job was Jennifer Long. She was an Uchiha and could prove it because she had the Sharingan. To make sure things went smoothly, due to Sasuke's cold character, Jennifer was tasked with not revealing Itachi Uchiha's secret. Lastly were Wes and Desiree. These two would try to make Ino Yamanaka and Sakura Haruno friends again. Their friendship would be mended years later, but everyone hypothesized that if they were no longer rivals, they could probably become better teammates for their groups. Sakura would more or less hold her unrequited love for Sasuke, while Ino could help her grow into being a kunoichi. No matter what the outcomes were, the group all decided they would only try to do good without revealing who they were. The structure of the academy wasn't anything to look down on. It was quite huge as compared to the outside. Each room had an academy instructor who wore a village headband. Iruka Amano's class, which consisted of the main cast, was not the only room within the academy. There were actually tons of students. Entering the classroom, some of the members were disappointed that they weren't in the same class as the Rookie 9. "It's good that we're not with Naruto and the rest," Wes commented. "What? Dude, what are you saying? How cool would it have been if we were?" Norden said. Tyler thought about being in Iruka Amano's class, but instantly remembered that if 5 new students suddenly joined that class, it's likely the teams would be different than in the original story. In the world of Naruto, after students graduated the academy, 3 students, 1 female and 2 males, would each be assigned to a team. "What are we even gonna be doing here?" asked Norden. "Don't you remember what we talked about?" Desiree questioned. "All I know is that my body's sore. We're clearly stronger than most people here." Norden wasn't wrong. Because of their knowledge on Earth, and from having spent the last month training together, their powers were equivalent to a Chunin at best. Jennifer answered, learning lessons like reading, writing and other core subjects. "Basically like school, my dude." Wes seemed the calmest out of the group because of how easy it was. Because most of them were either pre- or post-college graduates, things academics like science and mathematics were going to fairly simple for them. The only other person who might have the most trouble would be Norden Clyde. "Sucks, since I dropped out of college on Earth." "Norden?" Jennifer called sporadically. Desiree quickly asked, "What do I mean you dropped out?" Don't get me wrong," defended Norden. "I just thought college was too boring was all. Preferred to spend my time having fun and living life and such." The group hadn't known that fact till now. They all sat down, not being troubled that Norden dropped out of college. Something like how they lived while they were on Earth was no longer apparent. Even if he had dropped out, didn't mean he wasn't smart enough to pass a few basic subjects that were given to little children. Their biggest concern was whether he'd pass without being able to perform techniques. 25 students entered the classroom following them. They were quite early, and neither of them recognized any of the students. In the original series, there weren't that many relevant academy students. Because of the Rookie 9, the writers put a heavy emphasis on their lives as opposed to others. The class was almost instantly filled as the bell rang. Sitting in the top corner of the classroom was none other than the group. Jennifer had decided to sit next to Wes, who was at the very end. Because Desiree took the seat next to her, Tyler decided to sit one row under them with Norden. On Norden's right was a female student. As pretty as she looked, Norden reminded himself that she was 11, so he prevented any unruly thoughts from forming and stayed focused. Walking in the classroom was their instructor. The group furrowed their brows when they saw who it was. At first, they all gave thought on how it was likely going to be a generic fodder ninja. But when the person walked to the front of the classroom, it was evident that neither of the five wanted him near them. With a clear tone, Mizuki announced, "Welcome to the beginning of the semester. Jen, what do we do?" whispered Desiree. Norden turned around to answer, "We should kick his ass now." "I don't think that's a good idea," Tyler replied. Wes leaned over to explain, saying, "If we expose him now, Naruto won't learn the Shadow Clone Jutsu." "Forget the Shadow Clone Jutsu," Desiree whispered. 82 Stalker's girl. When Mizuki happened to hear Norden's last whisper, he looked over to see him looking at Desiree. "You, too." The group looked at the front to see everyone staring at Desiree and Norden. "Is there something you'd like to say?" Mizuki asked. Before either of the two could speak, Wes immediately stood up from his seat. "Sorry, Mizuki-sensei. I'm the one who instigated them." "Huh? Oh. Well, don't let it happen again," Mizuki said. "I accept your apology, but you're all academy students learning to be ninjas." 12 After that scene, class began with Mizuki taking roll call, only addressing everyone by their first names. Not a single student was recognized. The group spent time listening to Mizuki speak and write things on the board for them to memorize for an upcoming quiz. It was only the first day, and the class was going to take a written test. After a few hours of learning, class eventually ended. Norden Clyde had been so bored that he had fallen asleep. "How could you fall asleep, guy?" Norden, with tired eyes, looked at Wes, answering, "Bro, he was talking about things like shinobi rules or something." "How is that important?" "If you were listening, you'd have heard him say it was going to be on tomorrow's test," Jennifer answered. The shinobi rules were a list of things taught to academy students. They weren't difficult to memorize. But if students couldn't pass their writing exams, their chances of graduating might not be so high. Naruto, as foolish as he was, passed because he proved to his sensei, Iruka Umino, that he could perform an advanced technique. Norden, on the other hand, couldn't perform ninjutsu or ganjutsu. This meant he had to pass the written exams with good enough marks. "We'll share our notes with you," Tyler assured. "Sounds cool with me," Norden replied. "I won't sleep in PE, though." "To me. Sounds cool to me," corrected Desiree. Before the group could leave, some of the girls in the classroom approached Wes Murray. They thought he was quite charming for having stood up for his friends. They even asked him if he'd like to go out with them. When Jennifer heard that, she quickly stepped in and declined. "Is that your girlfriend?" a girl suddenly asked. Jennifer's face started getting a little red. Desiree happened to notice and whispered in Jennifer's ear, reminding her that they were just kids. Tyler also happened to be paying close attention to the scene and answered for everyone. "We've got some things to take care of with others." The group was immediately reminded of their mission. If they hadn't hurried to find Naruto, Sasuke and Sakura, they might not get another easy opportunity. At least for today. "Thanks for earlier, my dude." Wes Murray looked at Tyler with a sense of gratitude. The fact that girls not even half his age were fawning over him made Wes feel uneasy. After all, he was 25 years old. "No problem, guy." Norden stretched as the group left the academy entrance together, saying, "I almost forgot about why we came here for. You know, since the academy's so boring." Desiree and Wes had actually enjoyed the academy. It felt like they were students again. Only this time, they were learning how to be ninjas. Perhaps studying sports medicine and being able to travel to exotic vacations on Earth was nice, but it didn't compare to things here. Plus, it was a great refresher for them. As discussed prior, the group split into 3. Desiree and Wes both went to look for Sakura and Ino. "I think it'd be a good idea for us to talk to them separately first, Wes." Actually, that's not a bad idea. Because Wes Murray knew Sakura Haruno better from having seen Shippuden, he was most familiar with her character and how she would develop. Desiree hadn't argued and decided to let him speak with her while she went to find Ino. It hadn't taken Wes long to find Sakura's location. "Hey, Sakura!" he screamed. Turning around, Sakura happened to see a blonde boy around her age walking towards him. Most people disliked Sakura Haruno, finding her character to be flawed with a terrible ending. But if they saw her in person, they would be awed by her beauty. So thought Wes. Reminding himself she was still 11, he greeted her formally. "My name's Wes, and I attend the academy." "So, Sakura's attitude was enough to make Wes turn a little sour. I just came to see if you'd like to make up with Ino Yamanaka. Okay. First, how do you know my name and what sort of relationship I have with other people? Ugh. Wes couldn't think of what to say. He approached her, thinking she'd be easygoing if he remained calm and relaxed. That's not the point. I think Ino and you should really make up. Get away from me, stalker. I think I lost her, Desiree thought while searching for Ino Yamanaka. Looking around, she managed to spot a familiar store. Isn't that the Yamanaka flower shop? Believing it to be so, Desiree walked inside. Ding. We'll be right with you, a female's voice from the back said. A few seconds later and Ino Yamanaka walked out from the back to greet Desiree. Hi, Ino. My name's Desiree. Hi, Desiree. What brings you to our flower shop? Wow, she's a lot more friendly than I thought, Desiree believed. I better not mention Sakura, otherwise she might think I'm some type of stalker. I'm really fascinated with flowers, and thought you could show me something nice. Of course. It's not often I meet someone who's this fascinated with flowers before. Desiree gave a warm smile at how easy it was to gain Ino's sincerity. Ino proceeded to show Desiree around. Desiree had traveled all across Earth. She knew over 50 different species of flowers. This is one of our rarest at the shop, Ino exclaimed. Do you know how special it is? Yeah. I'm sure it's very special. Ino managed to catch Desiree's small paws. Let me show you this one. Ino brought out a purple plant with exotic petals. Desiree couldn't help but be mesmerized by its beauty. She had never seen anything this vivid on Earth before. Wow, Ino. What do you think? It's pretty. I like it. I'm sorry, but I'm gonna have to ask you to leave. Huh? But why? That flower was a poisonous flower. I brought it out as a test. You think you're the first girl to come and pretend to like flowers just to be my friend? Wait. That ain't why I came. I don't wanna hear it, you weirdo. I found him. Walking calmly back to his home was none other than Sasuke Uchiha. Hands in his pocket, he kept a solemn face with his eyes closed. Sasuke, right? Hearing his name, Sasuke turned around to see Jennifer Long nearby. I heard a lot about you in the academy. What do you want? Sasuke coldly asked. Jennifer knew he'd behave like that because she was a girl. Don't worry, I'm not here to confess to you or anything. Good. I'm busy and don't want company while I train. Jennifer was taken aback. She had thoughts of getting close to Sasuke by asking if he would have liked to train. But he already knew why she came. Sasuke Uchiha's character was just that. He disliked a lot of things, and people bothered him the most. Jennifer only had so little to work with. I'm an Uchiha, too, Sasuke. Turning around, Sasuke ignored what she said. The look he gave her was one of disgust. It was almost like he hadn't believed her. Jennifer figured he'd act this way as well. That was because there were only 3 Uchiha left. Sasuke looked at the ground, noticing a shadow pass by. He stopped in his path upon seeing Jennifer in front of him, knelt down. Slowly rising from the ground, she said, I wouldn't joke about something like that. I know of the Uchiha massacre. When she straightened herself, red, piercing Sharingan eyes were staring at Sasuke. Almost immediately, Sasuke furrowed his brow in utter shock. Jennifer closed her eyes, saying, I know it's difficult to believe, but Sasuke immediately dashed forward. Before Jennifer had a chance to hear him, he grabbed her wrist, spun her around and pinned her to the ground without effort. What are you doing? Jennifer screamed. Sasuke quickly tied her arm with one hand and kept her head pinned to the floor. I am the sole surviving Uchiha. Who are you? It was clear Sasuke was more frustrated than Jennifer. He pinned me down so easily. I shouldn't have taken my eyes off. As Jennifer was trying to think of what to do, Sasuke squeezed her arm. Even Sasuke's strength was better than expected. Oh. If you just listen, I told you I'm an Uchiha like you, darn it. Sasuke tightened his grip, yelling, don't lie to me. Because Jennifer's hands were tied, she couldn't perform hand seals. Then there was her active Sharingan. She didn't have a chance to look at Sasuke because of her position. Sasuke hadn't mistakenly pinned her without consideration. He was smart enough to prevent her from using jutsu or looking at him. This kid's freaking crazy. Not a moment too soon, Sasuke released his hold on her. Jennifer got up and backflipped away. Uchiha or not, you're the person I'm going to kill, Sasuke announced. It's about your brother, Jennifer declared. Shut up. You don't know anything. And if I see you again, I'll do more than just take you down, so leave me alone, Sasuke threatened. At the apartment, Norden Clyde was laughing at the events shared by Jennifer Long, Wes Murray and Desiree Martin. Tyler Singh couldn't help but try and comfort their failure. The girls were upset because of how they were treated, with Jennifer having it the worst of the three. Each of them knew the characters well enough to talk to them, but neither of them expected their personalities to be so real. "It's not funny, Norden," said Desiree. "It's totally funny." Norden chuckled. "At least she didn't call you a stalker, Ray," teased Tyler. "Bro. Wes might not have had a physical interaction like Jennifer or been ostracized like Desiree, but being called a stalker by an 11-year-old girl would definitely ruin his reputation." "I've got nothing to say," Wes said, slowly shaking his head. "What about you, Tyler?" Jennifer asked. "How'd it go with Naruto?" "Waiter, I'd like another bowl," requested the energetic, young and boisterous ninja. Sounds of slurping could be heard as Naruto Uzumaki finished his third bowl of ramen. This wasn't a Kairaku's ramen shop as in the original series, but an alternate, generic one. Because of Jonathan Muon's actions, that famous ramen shop was closed down. The Leaf Village was filled with all sorts of restaurants, so it was uncommon to believe the main character would grow up to find another one. "Ramen's the best, right, Naruto?" Naruto said, turning to see who it was. Next to him were none other than Tyler Singh and Norden Clyde, sitting without a bowl. "How do you know my name?" Naruto asked. Tyler answered, knowing he'd likely ask, "Everyone in the village knows you, Naruto. You're pretty cool." A bright smile shone on Naruto's face after hearing that comment. Then he began to cry in a comical manner. "Finally. I'm finally getting recognition for my work," Naruto sobbed. "Ha ha ha," Norden laughed upon seeing Naruto's face. "My favorite's miso ramen with extra pork," Tyler claimed. "What? That's my favorite ramen, too," Naruto commented. "It's either extra pork or extra chasu." Tyler Singh knew of Naruto's favorite ramen. He had already discussed with Norden that he would gain Naruto's favor by sharing his taste. "What about yours?" Naruto asked Norden. Norden remembered that Naruto didn't like vegetables. He wasn't going to stretch the truth like Tyler had. It wasn't in his character. Instead, he decided to say what he liked. "Mine shou with beef," Norden answered. "You know, you guys are alright, ugh Tyler," he introduced himself. "And you can call me Norden Lee," Norden addressed. Tyler looked at Norden with a peculiar look. Norden returned his look with a smile. If Tyler knew Norden, he could only think that Norden chose that surname because he was looking to play the role of a taijutsu specialist. Though there was already a Rock Lee and Metal Lee, unborn, that didn't mean no one could take their last names. Norden, on the other hand, knew full well that Tyler thought he meant Lee instead of Lee. "We're actually Academy students, too," Norden announced. "No way." Naruto over-exaggerated. Naruto spent the next few minutes explaining his dreams of becoming a Hokage to earn respect from the village. The speech was admirable, causing Tyler's eyes to widen at how accurately he exclaimed it. His character was exactly as he remembered it to be. Though it had been some time since he watched the former series, Naruto's words alone were enough to remind him. "We're rooting for you all the way. Right, Tyler?" "Yeah. We think you'll be one of the best Hokage around," Tyler added. Naruto gave an awkward look with his mouth open. "We'll help make that dream come true, Naruto, and do you know why?" Norden asked. "Why?" "Because we're friends now," Tyler boldly claimed. "Friends?" Naruto questioned. "Of course. Anyone who likes ramen as much as us has to be our friend." Naruto stared at Tyler. Not a second too soon, he began crying in a hilarious manner, saying, "I never thought I'd meet people with good taste." "And that's how we became friends," Norden confidently announced. "That's total bullcrap." Desiree screamed. Everyone in the room could tell she was salty because Norden and Tyler had succeeded while she was humiliated by Ino Yamanaka of all characters. Tyler went on to explain how they hadn't divulged the information about Naruto being the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails yet. Their hopes were that he could undergo character development with Iruka Amano first. In the original story of Chapter 1, it was Mizuki who announced that Naruto was the host of the Nine-Tailed Fox. Once that event unfolded, they would gradually let Naruto know all about the Nine Tails. Perhaps including its name. Because the plan to befriend Naruto was a success, Norden added that Naruto would meet the rest of their peers. The thought made Naruto feel warm, as it was his first time being treated with empathy. Naruto may have known what a friend was based on how he saw others act, but he had never truly experienced it yet. The feeling was something Tyler knew had to be slowly produced and not rushed into. Iruka Amano and him only had a teacher-student relationship, while Shikamaru and Choji were already friends. Sasuke Uchiha was more of a rival to Naruto, so the group believed it wouldn't be suitable for the two to get together. If they were going to fix the story, they were okay with Naruto and Sasuke not becoming rivals. Their plan was to prevent Sasuke Uchiha from defecting. Tyler was aghast that Jennifer had failed with Sasuke. Not just the fact she couldn't become his Uchiha companion, but also that she lost in a fight. He caught me by surprise, Jennifer defended. No way, you got your ass beat, Wes teased. That comment made Jennifer's face red. Tyler noticed. I recommend that I give it a try, Norden suggested. The group immediately declined, believing that Norden's personality would annoy Sasuke. Even if Norden succeeded, they didn't want Sasuke potentially accounting Norden as best friend material. Jennifer went on to vent her dislike of the event that occurred between the two. She further explained Sasuke's hatred and could genuinely feel how serious he became when she revealed her Sharingan unexpectedly. Despite everyone's failure, the group decided on a new plan. There would be a year until graduation, so they all felt they didn't need to rush things. 683 The official story 1 year later. The Leaf Village Academy was much like any other Eastern school. Each class ranked their students based on their written and practical marks. Then there was a school ranking that determined which student from each class was considered the overall best. How each student was ranked was based on how well they performed on their written exams as well as their potential as ninjas. Mizuyuki had been teaching the five Tyler Singh, Jennifer Long, Norden Clyde, Wes Murray and Desiree Martin for an entire year. Though he did not like their behavior in class, he was highly impressed by their talents. He took a special liking to Desiree due to her chakra control. Mizuyuki also couldn't fathom Norden's physical prowess. He's such a creep, Desiree thought at one point. I mean, he did try and use a kid to steal something, Wes commented. In order, the top students in his class were the following: Jennifer Uchiha, Tyler Singh, Wes Murray, Norden Lee and Desiree Martin. Norden had both battle prowess and manga knowledge of the series. But due to his lack of Genjutsu and Ninjutsu, it was only apparent that he fell behind the others. The other academy students were ashamed of themselves. Desiree had to study the hardest because of the ninja curriculum. She was talented, but she wasn't a fighter and she preferred to have fun than study philosophy. In terms of top students of the entire school, Jennifer held that ranking. She was even ahead of Sasuke Uchiha, who was originally supposed to be at the top. Every instructor agreed that if it weren't for the academy graduation age limit, she could easily graduate earlier. There were times that others tried to bully Norden for his lack. But because he was always around the top 5 students of the class, more specifically Jennifer Long and Tyler Singh, they backed off. Norden was prevented by Wes and Desiree to fight them. They knew how physically strong he had become and didn't want his reputation to decline more than it already had. Everyone in the academy knew of the 5. They were each talented in a particular aspect. Whether it was Wes' Kanjutsu or Norden's Taijutsu, the 5 were the talk of the school. Both good and bad rumors had spread about them. Due to Wes' actions, he was quickly dubbed a stalker by some. Most of the females, however, thought he was misunderstood and more of a smooth talker. Despite how many times he tried to mend things with Sakura Haruno, he was rejected. Rumors went around how he liked Sakura Haruno, causing his relationship with her to plummet. Tyler spent time with Naruto Uzumaki outside of school. Because of that, his own reputation in the village also decreased. This was because Tyler hadn't prevented Naruto from playing pranks around the village. His reason was that he was looking to get to know Naruto without ruining his overall character. The group hadn't declined due to him being the apparent leader. Norden, Wes and Tyler even joined in on Naruto's pranks after he was introduced to their group. Though they weren't severe as in the original story, like painting on the Hokage's monument, it was enough to get the 3 punished by Chunin-ranked officers. Whenever they were tasked with cleaning up their mess, that was when they had a chance to really get to know each other well. The Hokage never truly punished or separated them. As much as he valued order, he watched from his crystal ball how strong a bond each of them had with Naruto. More specifically Tyler and Naruto. The two had almost become best friends. Naruto had taken a liking to Tyler's character due to how similar they were. Perhaps their personalities were different, as Tyler was more of the friendly type, which strengthened their relationship. Jennifer Long and Desiree Martin were undoubtedly attractive, but Naruto had already long since had a crush on Sakura Haruno. The group verified this after Sakura punched Naruto for annoying her periodically. Desiree correctly managed their funds daily while keeping up with her training and studies. There were times the group had leftovers, so they used it to celebrate with Naruto and other academy students like Kiba in Yuzuka and Hinata Choji Akimaki. The group would soon find their actions costly after the bill came. Choji's appetite was quite expensive, but earning his loyalty was priceless. So, Naruto, when do you start becoming the popular type? Kiba asked. Well, we're all friends, you see, and I've been doing my best to become a ninja. Then why do you keep failing your test? Choji asked. Ugh. It's because he's so busy training with us that he doesn't have time, Tyler answered untruthfully. That's so, huh? Think you can take on Akamaru and me? Kiba asked. He'd mop the floor with you two, Wes commented. After classes, the group would often go train to hone their skills. Things like performing the clone jutsu and tree climbing had been learned within weeks. Even Norden was able to climb trees using the chakra he had. Though he couldn't perform things like the fire style technique or correctly break out of illusions, that didn't mean he didn't have chakra. Everyone had chakra. The academy was a great starter for the group. They not only refreshed their minds on what chakra was and how to better control it, but they also added various jutsu to their list. Such common things like the transformation jutsu. Sadly, not a single one of them could perform the shadow clone jutsu. It was a forbidden technique that required much more control to perform than they thought. There were ideas of using the reverse summoning technique, but it was instantly rejected by Tyler. He claimed that the chances of them all having the same summoning animal were small. Jennifer and Wes agreed. For all they knew, there were a variety of secret territories that were full of danger. An example being the Shikatsu forest. They all knew it existed, but it was never seen before in the original story. Then there was the possibility of one of them being sent to Richie Cave. Everyone believed Jennifer longed to have relationships with snakes due to her vast similarities to Sasuke. Jennifer had never seen Boruto, so she would be at a disadvantage if she went to Richie Cave to take the snakes tests. With that idea rejected, they would go and talk to people like Might Guy to properly create a summoning contract when they were ready. You guys can take a tortoise summon any day. I'm going for Slug Sage mode, Wes announced. There's no such thing, Tyler commented. Where'd you hear something like that? Norden asked. How would you know? I read about it on a fandom once, Wes argued. While most of the group did train, Jennifer Long trained the hardest. This was because of how much Sasuke Uchiha humiliated her. She hadn't held a grudge, but rather understood just how weak she was compared to a beginning Sasuke. If Sasuke was that strong, it meant all the other characters, like Rock Lee and Gaara, were vastly superior to the group. No one dared approach Sasuke Uchiha after those events. Tyler Singh had tried once but was coldly rejected. Sasuke Uchiha had a strong dislike for the group. And they weren't entirely sure why. Perhaps it was because of Jennifer Long. Or perhaps it was because they were constantly being talked about, causing Sasuke to feel inferior. Whatever the cause, the group felt like he was being unfair. The rest, Shikamaru Nara, Hinata Hyuga and the rest, would eventually recognize the five. They each knew that should they partake in the Chunin exams together, they would turn to the Rookie 15. Wait. Desiree paused. There are only 5 of us, so why Rookie 15? It's because teams are in pairs of 3, remember, Ray? That means someone's gonna end up joining us, Jennifer answered. Oh yeah. The original Rookie 9 liked their skills. Though none of them had any grudges against Naruto Uzumaki, they didn't let their relationship with him get in the way of their reputation. If anything, Naruto's own reputation grew because he was with them. Many of the other students thought they got along so well because none of them had parents. It was messed up, but true. Some liked their skills, others simply liked their personality. People like Hinata Hyuga found them pleasing to be around because they were easygoing. Though Wes was popular with a lot of the females, like Sasuke Uchiha, that didn't stop her from having a deep crush on Naruto. Her love has been with him since they were 5 years old. People like Ino Yamanaka and Shikamaru tend to avoid the group. That was mainly due to Desiree's involvement. She tried apologizing like an adult, but Ino felt too awkward. To her, it was like Desiree was trying too hard. Since Desiree failed, the rest felt like it'd be pointless for them to try. Wes was already being called a stalker by some, Tyler was too involved with Naruto, and Jennifer and Norden were focused on their training. Norden had dedicated himself into perfecting taijutsu. After a certain period, he had reached a level that was more than enough to prove to the person he needed help from the most, Rock Lee. Showing off his skills and giving a compelling speech about his lack in Genjutsu and Ninjutsu, easily won Rock Lee's heart. The two became sparring partners, and he was introduced to Might Guy who instantly recognized him before. I knew there was something special the moment I laid eyes on you. Might Guy screamed. Guy-sensei, it is my dream to be the best taijutsu user alongside Rock Lee. Norden announced energetically. Youth. All 3 of them optimistically yelled. There was a moment when Norden joked about getting engaged to Hinata when they were older but was beaten up violently by Desiree. Her reason was that she liked shipping the two together, meaning, her desire was to keep their relationship like the original story. What the heck is a ship anyway? Norden asked after being punched. It's a popular term used by fans to refer to a relationship between 2 characters in a franchise, Tyler answered. A romantic one, Wes added. Oh. I know what you're talking about, understood Norden. Like that Naruto and Sakura thing instead, right? Yeah, Jennifer answered. As much as I prefer the 2 instead of Naruto x Hinata, that Boruto wedding was so cute. I thought you never saw Boruto, Tyler accused. I didn't, but I saw a thumbnail on my recommendations when I was browsing YouTube videos once, Jennifer revealed. Norden had the audacity to speak up, saying, "Naruto X know anyone?" Everyone answered in unison, "No." At one point during the year, Jennifer asked one of the academy instructors for a chakra induction paper. They were a little taken aback because it wasn't something usually given to Genin ninjas. But because of Jennifer Uchiha's grades, the instructor allowed her to have one. PSST. Instead of using it in front of him, Jennifer took the paper to the group to show what her affinity was. The slip of paper burned. During the last few days of the academy, it was almost time for the graduation ceremony. Jennifer urged Tyler not to engage too much with Naruto. When he asked why, she stated that there was a moment she saw Naruto trying to study. In the original story, Naruto had never done this before. He was usually busy exercising on his own or playing pranks around the village. Jennifer deduced that if Naruto continued to study, he wouldn't be a prime target for Miyuki after he failed to graduate. They were looking to make the story better so as to prevent tragedy from unfolding, but they didn't want Naruto to lose important character development. Tyler was a little sad when the group decided that he not help Naruto train or encourage him to study until after that event took place. When Naruto found that Tyler was being a little distant after school ended, he became dissatisfied. It had almost turned into a case of depression. At the very last day, everyone in Miyuki's class graduated and was given an authentic Leaf Village headband. While Naruto Uzumaki did not graduate, as in the original story, Tyler tried to comfort Naruto but was almost rejected. "Why'd you start avoiding me?" he asked. "I'm sorry, Naruto. I was so busy I had to focus on graduating." "Oh. Well, you just wait. I'm gonna become a ninja, too. Believe it." Thankfully, Naruto's overall personal opinion of the group hadn't changed. He valued their friendship more than he tried to study. Naruto revealed that he was only trying to study because of Tyler's advice given once. Tyler was almost taken aback when it was revealed. As such, he encouraged Naruto to keep trying and said that he'd help him. Since each of them was given the iconic ninja headbands, they all already had ideas of where they would wear them. Tyler Singh chose to wear his on his arm like Shikamaru Nara. Jennifer Long and Desiree Martin chose to wear theirs around their necks like Hinata Hyuga. Their reason was that it looked the cutest. While Wes and Norden chose to wear theirs on their waists. "If I find out any of you put your headband on your head, you'll be kicked from the group," Wes joked. Just like that, an entire year in the Hidden Leaf Village had gone by. It was quick, and the group had long since fully integrated into the ninja world. They had a home, were well known, and had graduated from the academy without incident. And they all knew they wouldn't truly become Genin yet until their Jonin instructors approved, but they knew they had more than enough skill to wow whoever it might be. That thought, however, was far from their minds. This was because tonight was the night when the official story of Naruto Uzumaki would take place. Each person came to the consensus that Naruto Uzumaki would have to learn the shadow clone technique. It was one of his many trademarks and would be an important factor in how he won the majority of his battles. Because none of the five were in Naruto's class, his original relationship with Iruka Umino remained unchanged. The two would often meet during the night to eat at the generic ramen shop. There was a moment when Norden Clyde happened to catch Iruka there once when he went with Naruto. Being the talk of the school, Iruka was already familiar with Norden's grades, encouraging Naruto to follow his footsteps. That only fueled Naruto's drive. Tyler, on the other hand, continued to push Naruto's rivalry between Sasuke and him. As strong as Tyler was, he never once sparred with Naruto, believing the latter to be a little weak. On the night that Naruto Uzumaki was to take the Scroll of Seals, Tyler happened to meet with him secretly. Both Desiree Martin and him had been tracking Naruto's movements with their sensing techniques. When they verified that Naruto was speaking with Miyuki, they confirmed that the scene was playing out exactly like it did in the manga series as opposed to the anime. "Oh, hey, Tyler. What are you doing here?" Naruto asked. "Naruto, I overheard what Miyuki-sensei told you." "You did?" "Yeah, and I'd like to help. Remember that promise I made you?" "Oh yeah. You said you'd help me graduate," boasted Naruto. "Okay, I'll let you know exactly what Miyuki-sensei told me and where to go." Naruto revealed the information Miyuki gave him. It was unnecessary since Tyler and everyone else were far too familiar with this event. Even if they couldn't tell which forest Miyuki had Naruto go to, they had two sensors that could find him without much effort. The same night, Naruto and Tyler ventured to the Hokage's mansion. Tyler's skills as a ninja and memories of the original story allowed him to sneak into the manor without making a single sound. He knew that Sarutobi Hiruzen, the Hokage, was going to pop up at any moment. The moment he did, Naruto performed his harem jutsu, stunning Hiruzen. Tyler watched the scene and found it comical. It was exactly as in the manga. "Did you like that jutsu, Tyler?" asked Naruto while the two ran down the hallway. "I'll say. That was funny as heck, Naruto. Hee hee hee. I showed Iruka Sense once, but it wasn't enough to help me graduate. Maybe this new technique should do the trick. Let's hope so. It wasn't long until Naruto and Tyler found the scroll and escaped with it. He knew that the Hokage would be watching through the crystal ball, eventually sending out reinforcements to track Naruto down. Iruka Amano and Mizuki would be the only ones to know where Naruto would be. Because of Tyler's involvement, he wasn't entirely sure how the next scene would play out. Before this took place, the group decided the best person to help Naruto would be Tyler. Not only was he the closest one, but Tyler knew this scene far too well. Jennifer Long advised Tyler not to interrupt Naruto's character development, to which he agreed. But the main reason that they needed Tyler to go with Naruto was because of the shadow clone technique. Tyler would not only help Naruto learn it, but he would also learn it himself in order to teach the rest of the group. Looks like you just focus your chakra and start dividing it into several portions, Tyler exclaimed upon reading the scroll. I won't say this a lot, Tyler, but you're pretty smart, Naruto praised. Haha, actually, that's you, Naruto. Well, I don't mean to brag, but you caught me on a good day, is all, replied Naruto while scratching the bottom of his nose. Naruto really liked Tyler. If it wasn't for their time spent together this past year, he might not have let him come here. After a little time passed, Naruto successfully learned the shadow clone technique. He himself wasn't practicing it, but decided to help Naruto do it instead. While Naruto was doing so, Tyler was also using his sensing technique to make sure he wasn't going to bump into Iruka before leaving. I guess it's time for me to head out now that you've learned shadow clones, Tyler exclaimed. Huh? Sure, that's fine and all, but don't you want to learn it, too? Naruto asked. Hey, I've already graduated, Tyler teased. Oh yeah. Ha ha ha. I'll go find Iruka-sensei to show him, and then you'll see me again. Believe it. If there was ever a moment that Tyler would cherish, it would be this one. He held out his fist to Naruto. What's that? Naruto asked. It's called a fist bump, my dude. There were two errors that Tyler made here. The first was teaching Naruto the fist bump early. That wasn't something he learned until Shippuden. The second was referring to Naruto as his dude. The two fist bumped before Tyler eventually left. Naruto quickly started to take leave until Iruka Amano arrived shortly after. Just as Tyler was about to head home, he was stopped by Jennifer, Desiree and Wes who were waiting for him. What are you guys doing here? He asked. We needed to make sure you didn't mess up the plan, Wes answered. Sounds like you didn't have much faith in me. Haha. That's not the only reason we came, Desiree added. Oh, was there something else? Tyler questioned. See for yourself, Jennifer pointed. When Tyler looked, he saw the events unfolding like they had in the manga series. You think you'd be the only one to see this historic Naruto scene take place? Norden teased. Tyler had been so busy interacting with Naruto that he had forgotten that he could watch the very first chapter and episode of Naruto live in person. The scene was far too nostalgic for the group to pass up. Just like in the anime series and the manga, Naruto Uzumaki performed a multi-shadow clone technique to subdue Mizuki. Norden decided to leave after the fight ended. He was more into scenes with action as opposed to stories. Because Wes felt somewhat the same, he decided to leave with him. Only Desiree, Jennifer and Tyler stayed to watch as Iruka Amano announced Naruto's graduation. Naruto had a sense of joy that the three would never forget. The next day, before the group was to head into the academy to be placed on teams, the Hokage personally called Tyler. Jennifer made sure to let Tyler know to tell the truth that he overheard Mizuki and felt like helping his friend out. Tyler agreed and did just that. Upon hearing Tyler's sincerity and the fact that nothing seemed out of place, he let Tyler go. From what Jennifer remembered, the graduation pairing wouldn't be held for at least a couple days after the first Naruto chapter. With the time they decided to learn the shadow clone technique. Norden Clyde was the only one who wouldn't be learning it. He was salty enough as it was that he couldn't do other techniques, but he was anxious enough to start sparring with the group after they finished. Why was the shadow clone technique so important? Whenever a shadow clone was summoned, it was an exact duplicate of that person. Meaning, that the clone would share the person's mind and body. If it dispersed, whatever that clone underwent, the caster would feel it, too. Assuming that someone was training with shadow clones, their results would be amplified based on the number of clones used. This was how Naruto was about to undergo months to years worth of training in mere weeks. The only downside was that they would be even more fatigued. Tyler, with the information he acquired, relayed the instructions on how to perform the technique. It didn't take long for each of them to grasp it. Jennifer Long was the only one able to fully produce the multi-shadow clone technique. All the others were only able to perform 2 or 3 at the most. Why does Jennifer get everything? Desiree pouted. Ray, I'm not that special. Anyways, There was something I need to tell you guys. Tyler questioned. The group gathered around to hear what Jennifer had to say. Don't you guys think that fight with Naruto and Mizuki was a little weird? She asked. What do you mean? Questioned Norden. I used my Sharingan to watch, hoping I could. That's how you learn multi-shadow clones. Desire interrupted. Sorry. I was hoping I could gain something by watching Naruto fight, and that's when I noticed that his movements looked a lot different than what I remembered. Wes, like the others, was a tad confused. Different as in, he wasn't fighting like the Naruto from the show. I get that the animators used choppy movements at times, but Norden and I took stop motion back in high school, while I was the assistant director for an animation company. Now that you mention it, Norden said. Naruto's movements did look a lot better. Are you saying that Naruto's become a better fighter? Desire asked. Yes, actually. Is that a good thing? Tyler contemplated Desire's question before answering. I don't see it as a bad thing. Jennifer went on to explain that it might not be the best thing if Naruto's taijutsu had truly improved as opposed to before. He was already a capable ninja without much training, but because he had been interacting with the group, his fighting style became a lot more fluid. Tyler hypothesized that if Naruto did become stronger, he would likely breeze through the majority of his fights. Jennifer's concern, however, was his development with Sasuke Uchiha. She pointed out how Tyler fist-bumped Naruto last night. The rest of the group saw it, too, but didn't think much of it. Until Jennifer revealed the possible bond that Naruto and Sasuke might not develop. The group spent the next few moments theorizing how the story could change even further. Desire's head started hurting, so she decided to stop their pointless conversation. Look, whatever happens, happens, okay? Let's just stick to the goal and help. Everyone agreed that due to their involvement, it was inevitable that certain things would be different. Naruto wasn't even going to Akiraku's with Iruka Umino. That right there was a sign that the story was different. Until the graduation ceremony, the group spent the rest of the time training while using shadow clones. Assuming someone saw them, it would be alright because they all had headbands on to prove they were gain-in. Jennifer trained the hardest, trying her best not to overuse the jutsu. Her encounter with Sasuke Uchiha was enough to motivate her training. Though Norden couldn't perform the technique, he sparred relentlessly with everyone's clones. Wow, Norden, Lee Desire said, impressed. Taking on this many people at once? What can I say? I'm Aizen. Of the strongest of the group, Norden Clyde was undoubtedly number one. In terms of physicality, that was. Because of Jennifer's Sharingan copy ability, she was normally on par with Norden's skills but decided to hide that obvious fact. She didn't want to rely on it so much, so she only used it around Wes for Ganjutsu training. Tyler was perhaps the only one who spotted her watching Norden while he trained. Norden had become so strong, he could do several hundred push-ups without breaking much of a sweat. His stamina was high enough to run marathons before tiring. As for his raw power, he had to hold back during his sparring sessions. Otherwise, he'd break someone's bones without meaning to. Now that shadow clones were involved, he could release his full potential, which impressed everyone. After Norden came Jennifer Long. Her abilities with the Sharingan weren't to be overlooked. Ganjutsu no longer seemed to work on Jennifer, and she was able to use various fire techniques. As great as they were, her ninjutsu was lacking against Desire. Because she only used on-handed seals, she'd overwhelm others with her water techniques. Wes was solely proficient in Ganjutsu. Even though the others learned how to break out of them, with Norden taking the longest, his efficiency in casting was very fast. Aside from Jennifer, the group could rarely tell when they were in an illusion. By the time they broke out, Wes would have had enough time to end their career as ninjas. Lastly, there was Tyler Singh. He didn't have much going for him apart from his Chidori and sensing ability. But due to how costly it was to perform the technique, he could only do it a number of times before tiring. The following day, the group headed to the academy for the ceremony. Word spread like wildfire about Mizuki's actions. Since they no longer had an instructor, many of the students in his class were sent to other classes for the time being. It was graduation day anyway, so they would all be assigned teams while there. We get to go to Iruka-sensei's class. Desire screamed. I'll admit, even I'm excited to see the rest, Norden confessed. Walking into Iruka Umino's class, the group spotted the other students. Most notably, the Rookie 9. People like Choji Akimaki, the group was already familiar with. And because of their reputation, most if not all of the Rookie 9 weren't strangers. You see, Tyler. Naruto hollered. I told you I'd be a ninja. I told you. Relax, Naruto, someone close by said. Let him have his moment, Shikamaru. Come on, not you too, Ino. While the rest of the group sat down, they each noticed that Ino and Shikamaru were being a lot kinder to Naruto than what they remembered. It's the butterfly effect, right, Jen? Whispered Desiree. Yep, and that means our mission's going well. Most of the seats were filled, but Tyler managed to find a spot not far from where Naruto sat. So, Naruto, how'd things go with Konohamaru? He asked. Kono who? Konohamaru. You know, the third Hokage's grandson. Are you trying to prank me or something? I've never heard of that person. Tyler's face dropped. Since the two weren't whispering, it was inevitable that those who were listening overheard the conversation. Because of the Five's involvement in befriending Naruto Uzumaki, Naruto's pranks quieted down, causing his reputation to not plummet like it did in the original story. He now had friends who he enjoyed being around. Whatever events took place after Mizuki's fight, Naruto hadn't befriended Konohamaru. Jennifer took a brief note on how Sasuke looked at her slightly. Sakura Haruno happened to see Sasuke's attention on her, causing Sakura to give Jennifer a threatening look. She ignored them both and waited for a more intricate scene to unfold. Exactly like in the original story, Naruto and Sasuke kissed. Everyone agreed prior to letting this unfold to help their character development. It was a scene that even Desiree remembered. She had bad thoughts of Naruto x Sasuke but quickly scratched off that unruly imagination. All the other girls beat up Naruto relentlessly for his actions. Iruka Amano then walked into the class soon after. Giving the announcements that they were going to be paired in teams, he started with Team 6. Team 6? Tyler thought. That team was never mentioned before. Maybe it's one of these background characters. For Team 6, we have Norton Lee. What the? Iruka continued, Wes Murray. Let's go, baby. Wes screamed. And Desiree Martin. I thought you and I was gonna be on the same team, Jen. That's fine. I'm sure this was the Hokage's doing, whispered Jennifer. She didn't bother correcting Desiree's slang. Jennifer wasn't wrong. The Hokage was the one who normally decided on teams. This was why the tradition of an Oshikacho was always kept each year. Jennifer had a slightly off feeling because the reason Naruto and Sasuke were paired up was due to Sasuke's grades being the best and Naruto's the worst. Now that Jennifer had the best grades, it was likely that she'd be on Team 7 with Naruto and Sasuke. Next up is Team 7, Naruto Uzumaki, Sakura Haruno and Sasuke Uchiha. Guess the Hokage paired me up with Tyler instead, Jennifer thought. Team 8 was announced, being the same pairs as in the original series, Kiba and Yuzuka, Hinata Hyuga and Shinoa Barame. 85 our instructor next, Team 9, Iruka continued. Wait. Tyler thought. There wasn't a Team 9. Tyler Singh. Now that makes sense, Tyler thought, easing his suspicions. Jennifer Long. Called it, Jennifer thought inwardly. And the group waited in anticipation to see who their teammate would be for the duration of their careers as genin. They had already known it wasn't going to be Shikamaru Nara, Ino Yamanaka or Choji Akimaki. Their clan tradition was always assured, and they would undoubtedly be paired up with Asuma Saratobi to form Team 10. Iruka paused, looking at his clipboard. The suspense was too much for the group at this point. Looks like your third teammate's a special one, he said. Says here he'll be meeting with you guys and your instructor. One Naruto abruptly stood up from his seat, yelling, Iruka-sensei, why am I paired up with this loser and can't I be on Tyler's team instead? Iruka explained to Naruto that his teammate was selected based on his grades. Considering Sasuke's was the second best in the school, it meant that he was paired up with him for having the worst grades. Jen's grades are even better than Sasuke's, so why aren't I on their team instead? Naruto questioned. This point was valid. Even Jennifer was interested in knowing why this was. The rest of the students only paid attention to how Naruto addressed Jennifer. In their eyes, she was an Uchiha like Sasuke and was considered a natural genius. For someone like Naruto to be so familiar with her, it raised his reputation. Your Jonin instructors were selected by the Hokage, Naruto. Tyler Singh's and Jennifer Uchiha's instructors were handpicked by the Hokage himself. Speaking of which, your instructors will arrive this afternoon, so be back here for them. The group decided to meet at the apartment to further discuss things after Iruka finished. Naruto desired to come with, but Jennifer forbade it. She knew that Naruto had to undergo a scene involving tying Sasuke Uchiha up and transforming into him without Sakura knowing. That being said, Wes advised Naruto to get to know his teammates while they were out discussing things. At the apartment, their first topic brought up was their Jonin instructor. It was already known why Desiree, Norton and Wes were paired up. Because the Hokage handpicked this instructor, it could only mean they were special. Thoughts arose about who it could possibly be. Even Jennifer was stumped, being able to list only a few people. What if it's Kakashi Hatake? Norton thought. If it is, we royally messed up, Wes added. He's the only one that makes sense, to be honest, Tyler agreed. The idea that Might Guy could be it was thrown out due to him already having a team. Chunin weren't allowed to be given Genin to teach, so people like Anko Mitarashi and Ibiki Morino were excluded. Regarding who their secret teammate was, this left the group even more confused. The original story never did something like this before, but it was inevitable to believe it. 5 newcomers miraculously appeared in the Leaf Village. There were bound to be major changes. The group soon returned to the academy. When they got there, an instruction written on Iruka's door stated that members of Mizuki's class were to meet their instructors there. Anxious, the 5 waited patiently in Mizuki's old classroom. A lot of their students, whom they didn't bother associating with, were also waiting. Because most of them were generic background characters, it only made sense that their instructors were also generic. "Bye, Wes. I hope you become a great ninja," a female student announced before departing. Jennifer squinted her eyes. It was clear she was annoyed at the unnecessary attention Wes had been getting. A few minutes passed, and the group was the only one left in the classroom. Before coming to the academy, they had a few guesses but weren't entirely sure who their instructor would be. Tyler made sure the group understood that whoever they got, they should go easy on them. "Sorry I'm late," a man said upon entering the room. The group's eyes widened when they saw who the person was. Wearing a Happuri helmet with almond-shaped eyes and a flak jacket, the man walked up to everyone, saying, "Nice to meet you all. I'll be the instructor for Team 6. You can call me Yamato." "This is straight Dick," commented Norton. Jennifer had relayed a lot of information to Desiree, so she had a fair idea of who Yamato was. His appearance looked the same as it did in Shippuden, so in terms of an altered personality, the group was convinced this was the real Yamato. Questions arose in each of their minds, but neither of them spoke as they left the room casually. "I hope they'll be alright," Tyler said to Jennifer. "We should be thinking about why the Hokage selected Yamato as our instructor," Jennifer stated. The room got quiet after the other 3 left. Jennifer was in deep thought, so Tyler couldn't think of anything to say. He tried his best not to make things awkward. As he was about to speak up, the door to the classroom opened. The 2 looked and were confused at who walked in. Rather than say anything, he simply waved. White, pale skin with a short haircut and an outfit that clearly showed his abdomen. "It's Sai," Jennifer thought inwardly. From what both Jennifer and Tyler knew about Sai, it's that he was one of Danzō Shimura's Anbu affiliates. He was talented as a ninja, yes, but he was nowhere near an academy student's level. He was superior. On top of all this, his ninja rank was Chunin around this time. Tyler was the first to approach Sai, saying, "Hey, there. Correct me if I'm wrong, but you must be our 3rd teammate, right?" Sai gave a smile before answering, "Yes." "What's your name?" Jennifer asked coldly. "Sai." The 2 were both thinking the same thing. Neither Sai nor Yamato were meant to be here this early. They weren't supposed to arrive until the start of Shippuden. Even if they speculated on a butterfly effect, having those 2 characters assigned to the group was no coincidence. "Is something wrong?" Sai asked inquisitively. "How come we've never seen you in the academy?" Jennifer quickly asked. "I was receiving special training," Sai answered carefully. Jennifer knew what she had to do to get answers. She was going to interrogate Sai without revealing she knew anything about Root. Tyler stood there, not trying to stop her. "From who?" "A special instructor." "What's their name?" "I'm not allowed to say." "What's the rank?" "I'm not allowed to say." "Do you know who our instructor is?" "I do not." Sai answered her questions exactly as Sai from the original series would have. He was a covert ninja always sent on missions by Danzō Shimura, and he was one of Root's top agents. Jennifer herself asked the right questions to determine that. Not only was Sai not lying, but he wasn't even aware of their instructor. That meant Sai was still operating under Danzō Shimura and not Hiruzen Sarutobi. "I'd be impressed if you knew who I was," a voice said from the back of the classroom. The trio turned around, startled that someone was in the room with them. It wasn't just that they weren't aware someone came in, they couldn't even tell when that person appeared. The moment Tyler and Jennifer saw the person, they noticed something peculiar about their appearance. It was very familiar, but they couldn't identify them. "Are you our instructor?" Jennifer shockingly asked. Resting their head on their hand while lying on a desk with a giant scroll behind them, the person used their fingers to brush their long hair from their eyes. "I am." "Nice to meet you all," she said. "Izumi Uchiha." Tyler blurted. "Oh." Izumi Uchiha amusingly said. "Did Lord Third tell you about me?" Jennifer immediately answered, knowing that something was off. "No, it's just. We were surprised since we thought all the Uchiha except Sasuke and his brother were alive. I should say the same thing to you, you know. That's why I was selected to be your Jonin instructor." Without needing to use her arms, Izumi straightened herself before standing up elegantly. Her very atmosphere sheared of her impeccable physique. She was like a smooth statue with flawless skin. More so, her strength was apparent due to the large, red scroll on her back. Izumi casually walked down the steps to the group. She wasn't like the other jonin, who wore a flak jacket. She was like Kurenai Yui, who wore a red mesh armor blouse. Only hers was more pinkish in color, while both sleeves were visible, as opposed to Kurenai's outfit. On top of being an Uchiha, Izumi announced as she appeared in front of the group. I can tell all three of you are quick-witted. You're clearly not average for the third Hokage to personally request me to this group. Izumi casually waved her hand, finishing, excellent grades, skills above a genin and even an elder backing you up. Tyler, Izumi and Sai could not say a word. The trio, along with Izumi Uchiha, all walked out of the classroom and met on a nearby rooftop. The scene was similar to the beginning story of Naruto. Jennifer and Tyler knew it very well. Izumi was going to have the group introduce themselves. There was an array of things going on in Jennifer Long's head. Butterfly effect or not, this whole scene hadn't made any sense to her. It was going against the canon story. Brows furrowed, she tried her best to understand what was going on here. Jen. When Jennifer heard her name, she lost her train of thought. Huh? Izumi-sensei said ladies first, Tyler said. Oh, right. Getting to know each other. Jennifer composed herself. My name's Jennifer Uchiha, but my friends call me Jen. I was raised as somewhat of an orphan and wasn't there when our clan got massacred. Izumi noticed when she said our. What's kept me going since then are my friends, finished Jennifer. And what are your ambitions? Izumi asked precariously. I don't really have any, honestly. Right now, I'm more focused on restoring our clan to its fullest. This was the answer the group had prepared in case anyone asked for their background. They each had a story ready for anyone who tried interrogating them together or separately. While the answer was more than enough to convince their instructor. Jennifer was an unnaturally born Uchiha, while Izumi was once a rogue shinobi. When it came time for Sai to give an introduction, he gave little information. Only the bare minimum was said. They were all made aware when Izumi exclaimed that an elder assigned him to this team, so she didn't have much info to give either. The only personal thing Sai mentioned was that he had a brother. None of what he said, however, explained why Danzō Shimura assigned him to Team 9. A team that never truly existed in the original story. Let's all try and be nice, Sai said while closing his eyes with a smile. Once it was Tyler's turn, he casually exclaimed his enjoyment of ramen and what it meant to be a true ninja. He kept his introduction short and sweet, one that made him seem like he enjoyed the idea of being a shinobi. If Jennifer didn't know him from Earth, she would have thought he was Naruto Uzumaki's nonchalant twin. That's funny, young Tyler, Izumi claimed. I don't recall those things being taught in the academy. It's because we live close to each other and study what we hear from other ninjas like Kakashi Sensei and Guy Sensei, Jennifer answered. Tyler Singh felt a tad embarrassed. He gave too much information that even an intelligent academy student shouldn't have known. Sai took a distinct note of Tyler's brilliance. This was the second time Tyler almost revealed he was not an average person, and Jennifer was not going to have someone like Izumi Uchiha of all people already become suspicious. During their introduction, Jennifer speculated that no one commands the root ninja save Danzō Shimura. There must have been information leaks about the group during their time in the academy. She knew that they wouldn't nor couldn't go against Hiruzen Sarutobi, but Danzō Shimura was another story. He was an evil leaf elder, and he sought things like the Sharingan above all techniques. Before Jennifer could think of more reasons, Izumi began to introduce herself. Whatever she had to say, Jennifer and Tyler both knew it was going to be important. Izumi was an anomaly, so they were interested in knowing how she was alive. That was because she was killed several years ago during the Uchiha massacre incident. As some of you already know, my name's Izumi. She leaned back on the rail with her arms crossed, looking at the group calmly. For years I was traveling the world looking for someone. When I returned to the Leaf Village, I found the Uchiha clan in ruins. Izumi closed her eyes after lowering her head slightly, saying, if you're wondering why I hadn't spoken to either Sasuke or you. She opened her eyes, revealing the Sharingan, finishing, it's because of the Uchiha curse. Tyler's body shook slightly when he saw her Sharingan. It looked like any generic Sharingan he'd seen back on Earth, but he began to truly understand why others noticed a difference between Sasuke's and Itachi's Sharingan. It was almost like Izumi was reading every cell on his skin. If he said something, he was sure Izumi could tell whether he was telling the truth based on his slight muscle twitches that the naked eye wouldn't catch. This, however, didn't stop Jennifer from asking, I can understand me, but why not approach Sasuke Izumi Uchiha-sensei? Izumi sighed and answered, I'm not the comforting type. Seeing someone like me wouldn't help anyone. Tyler didn't dare ask whether or not Sasuke Uchiha even knew about Izumi. From the way Sasuke behaved and the way Izumi answered, he still wasn't entirely sure. Izumi proceeded to reveal that the only reason she's revealing all this is because she's related to the three. By this, Izumi meant that she didn't have any parents either. What happened to them? Sai asked. 86 spell test. Jennifer didn't hesitate to comment that the question was rude. Izumi decided to answer anyway. She revealed that her father was killed by the Nine Tails during the attack, while her mother was slain by a rogue shinobi. The moment she revealed that, Tyler and Jennifer thought the same thing. And that was why Obito Uchiha hadn't killed Izumi Uchiha like he did in the animated series. Neither of them had read the novels, so they weren't aware that Itachi Uchiha could have also been her potential killer. The only thing they were both questioning was whether Obito Uchiha even existed. Jennifer decided to ask her, "Are there any more Uchiha?" Deactivating her Sharingan, Izumi answered, "Maybe." She then smiled, saying, "Just a couple months ago, I found out Sasuke, his older brother, and I weren't the only remaining Uchiha." Jennifer was taken aback because she was referring to her. If Izumi Uchiha had any doubts, they'd be quickly washed away once she got to know the group. To her, they were simply exceptional ninjas looking to serve the village. Her new team, Team 9, perhaps didn't know much of her story or what happened in her past, but they knew they couldn't blatantly ask without a valid reason. They were recent graduates of the academy, and she was their instructor. Before the team departed, Izumi explained of a survival exercise the team would undergo. Exactly like the original story, they were to meet at a specific location on the morrow for a test. That test would dictate whether they would become full-fledged genin or return to the academy. Being that all of them, even Sai, were aware of such a test, it was understood. As they were departing, Jennifer and Tyler agreed not to discuss the matter until they reached the apartment. The walk was awkward, but they were more intrigued by Izumi Uchiha. "No way!" Desire screamed. Tyler explained to them what they had just been through. "If you ask me, that's kinda cool," Norden explained. "It's not," Jennifer denied. "If you need me to explain the obvious, I can." Wes Murray explained to the group how their instructor died in the original story. "How do you even know that?" Tyler asked. "Itachi's my favorite character. Happened to read one of the light novels back then." They each contemplated that Obito Uchiha may not have existed in this world. The claim was immediately rejected when Kakashi Hatake was brought up. Because he was in the Anbu when they met him and had his leaf headband covering his right eye, it was a clear indication that Obito Uchiha gave him his Sharingan. The group was left confused. "Tell us about Yamato," inquired Jennifer. Norden went on to say that he wasn't that bad of a guy. His character and personality matched like it did in the original story. Desire even enjoyed his comical side. Wes further explained that Yamato was specifically assigned by the Hokage because of our aptitude. Hiruzen didn't want us having any ordinary jonin, and decided on picking someone best suited. "How does Hiruzen know so much about us?" Desire asked. "He's a ninja first and the Hokage second, Ray." Tyler went on to explain how Hiruzen monitors the villagers through his crystal ball. When she got a little nervous at the idea that an old man was spying on her, Wes calmed her down, stating that he couldn't hear their conversations. The thought still creeped her out after knowing. Wes continued on their introduction phase. They followed exactly what they discussed beforehand. And that was Norden was a taijutsu specialist, Desire was a kunoichi looking to help her village grow, and Wes a genjutsu practitioner. When it was Yamato's turn, he gave a brief description of how he was in the Anbu before becoming a jonin. He even revealed his wood-style KK Genkai. Neither of them found his arrival suspicious. Their conclusion was that, because of their arrival, he was assigned to them earlier than when he was assigned to Team 7 3 years from now. Their potential as ninjas was higher than normal, so their logical explanation was the butterfly effect. "This butterfly effect's getting bullcrap," Norden commented. "Things were bound to change," Jennifer claimed. "But that doesn't explain Izumi," Wes refuted. After revealing that Izumi indeed had the Sharingan up to 3 Tomoe, it helped them narrow down what could have changed in the world. Wes asked if she had any seeable expressions when mentioning Itachi. Jennifer hadn't noticed. If anything, she was more interested in her than anyone else in the group. And that was because Jennifer went by the surname Uchiha. "Even I'd be interested in that," Norden stated. "What does that mean?" Desire asked. Norden answered, smiling, "Oh, nothing." The group knew that Itachi was still alive after Hiruzen confirmed the Uchiha massacre had taken place. Because of Izumi Uchiha, however, they weren't entirely sure of Itachi's relationship with her and the village. Sasuke, on the other hand, was too obvious not to see. It was almost like he hated Jennifer just as much as he hated Itachi. Multiple theories arose that night with the group, but the only logical explanation they could think of was that they weren't in Naruto but in an alternate universe. What's that again? Desiree asked. Uno is a place where it's similar to another world but different in one or more aspects, Jennifer answered. I've read about them in novels, and wasn't impressed at what I've seen. So, we're not in Naruto's world, but we are in Naruto's world? Norden asked humbly. Yes and no, Tyler answered. It's Naruto. All the rules apply, and the majority of the characters are present. The difference is that certain events happened before our arrival, making this world's plot different than what we're used to. Norden laughed, as long as I can get the three tails after Yagura lost it. The next day, Team 9 met at the location Izumi Uchiha had instructed. Unlike Kakashi Hatake, she was on time. And to her much surprise, the group had arrived 15 minutes earlier than she had. As interesting as someone like Izumi was, the group didn't find her remotely suspicious and liked that she was around. There hadn't ever been a female Uchiha in the original story that showed her battle prowess. Good, announced Izumi. Now that you're all here, I'll explain your survival exercise. She brought out 2 bells from her tool bag. Before she could utter a word, Tyler spoke. It's the belt test, right? Our objective is to take one of the 2 bells from you before time runs out. But in truth, it's a test to see if the 3 of us can work together as a team, Jennifer finished. Izumi tilted her head after hearing their accurate description. She placed the bells back in her bag, saying, well, I can't say I'm impressed that you 2 knew that, and judging by Sai's unsurprised look, it seems like he knew it too, am I right? Sai smiled, nodding his head. His real interest was in how Jennifer and Tyler knew it. I heard from Lord Third that the 3 of you were exceptionally talented, Izumi claimed. So, instead of going for the bells, show me what you 3 are exactly capable of. Can I ask a favor first, Izumi-sensei? Tyler asked. And what's that? Can you start off with your Sharingan? Izumi tilted her again before straightening it again. She smirked, getting into a fighting stance while saying, make me. Jennifer looked at Tyler, who nodded back. Their look said it all. Before arriving here, they had devised a battle strategy for the belt test. Tyler immediately dashed forward. Jennifer, instead of going with him, ran to flank her from the side. She was hoping Sai would cooperate after knowing the objective of the test, but he stood there to watch instead. Izumi waited until Tyler closed the distance. When he didn't swing or do anything like Izumi expected him to, he leapt up in the air and performed hand seals quickly. Izumi smiled from below, stating, Hiruzen wasn't lying. Chidori. Tyler descended as the sound of 1,000 birds chirped in the air. Sai's eyes widened at the intensity of electricity flowing between Tyler's palm. Like a flash, Tyler's Chidori reached Izumi. She quickly grabbed his wrist and pulled him in. Face to face, she said, you rushed in too quickly. Your teammate's not ready yet. Fire style, Phoenix Flower Jutsu. From the sides, hidden in a bush, Izumi spewed out several fireballs. In total, she executed about 20 of them. A normal Phoenix Flower may have had about 10 fireballs, so 20 was absurd for a gain-in. Izumi turned around and threw Tyler straight into the attack. Aw crap. He screamed. Boom 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 boom. Tyler's body turned into a puff of smoke, revealing a charred log in its place. He was able to form a substitution from that position? Izumi thought. Tyler and Jennifer quickly regrouped with Sai. They had severely underestimated the power of a Jonin. I can use the Chidori 2 more times, Tyler explained. Throughout their 1 year of training, Tyler and Jennifer had both improved the potency of their attacks without having them drain their chakra. Are you ready to contribute now, Sai? Asked Jennifer annoyingly. Yes, he answered calmly. Pulling out a scroll with an ink brush. This is my specialty. Allow me to distract her while you 2 go in for another attack. When Tyler and Jennifer saw Sai reveal his ink brush, they confirmed that his abilities from the original story were present. Sai's specialty was that of an artist. He could draw various things on an empty, custom scroll in mere moments. When he applies chakra to the ink, his creations manifest. For example, if Sai drew 3 tigers, those tigers would animate out of the scroll, taking the drawing's shape but in black and white ink form. In battle, you won't have time to think for that long, Izumi said as she knelt on one knee and touched the ground with her finger. Earth style, rampart of flowing soil. The ground shook as the very terrain began to terraform. Tyler, Jennifer and Sai all lost their balance, making them unable to correctly form hand seals. By the time they knew it, they were quickly separating from one another. The ground erupted into the sky. Jennifer looked around her and found that she was trapped on both sides. If she had an aerial view of things, she would see that she was in a giant maze made of earth. Due to the darkness, she activated her Sharingan to see what had happened. Her attention was brought to the earth wall on all sides. Analyzing it, She was shocked to see traces of titanium mixed within the soil. Titanium was the mineral used to create titanium alloy, one of the hardest materials on Earth. "Looks like you grasped how to use the Sharingan," Izumi's voice echoed through the maze. Jennifer looked ahead and saw her standing with her arms crossed. That large scroll she had on earlier wasn't behind her. "How can you tell?" Jennifer smirked. "The face you made. You were clearly shocked at the jutsu I used." Jennifer snickered. "You trapped us in a maze, I assume, so you must be planning something. You'll never know until you pass me." Jennifer, now with her Sharingan active, lunged at Izumi with her legs reeling back. She delivered a ferocious kick to Izumi's head. Bang! Izumi blocked it by catching her shin with her bare hands. Using the momentum, Jennifer tilted her body upside down. Appearing near Izumi's belly, she formed a tiger seal at point-blank range. She knows that? Dragon Flame Jutsu. A raging fire in the shape of a dragon's head collided with Izumi's body. Boom! Black smoke appeared, covering the area. Jennifer's body flung out of the smoke, landing safely with a confident smile on her face. There were some burn marks on her due to the impact. Jennifer knew she got her, as there was nothing around for her to substitute with. On top of that, Izumi was holding Jennifer's leg, so she hadn't performed any hand seals. The smoke finally cleared, revealing Izumi Uchiha standing in the same position. Jennifer furrowed her brows at what she was seeing. "Your ninjutsu's impressive," Izumi said. Chunks of earth began falling off her skin. "Though, it's still not enough to penetrate my defenses." "That's the Kokajutsu," Jennifer thought. She knew full well what the earth-style, petrifying technique was. It allowed someone to harden their skin. Izumi brushed off most of the rubble on her, revealing that even her clothes were covered in the technique. Not a single scratch or mark was present on Izumi. "You don't seem surprised," Izumi stated as she finished wiping off the debris. "Have you seen this technique before?" "It's the Kokajutsu," Jennifer answered. Jennifer had stated the Japanese name of the technique, but Izumi relayed it back in English. She understood fully what Jennifer said. Hearing that, Jennifer was now aware that there wasn't a language barrier in this world. Whether it was stated in Japanese or English, the people hearing it would understand it. She knew this was how it was when it came to writing essays in the academy, but vocally, it was the same. I guess it wouldn't be true Isekai if there was a language barrier, she thought. Jennifer was stumped as Izumi finished. "What do I do? Should I wait for Tai and Sai or try climbing the wall?" Just as Jennifer was in the midst of strategizing, she saw bright, glowing crimson eyes staring at her. Izumi quickly rushed into combat. The intense pressure Jennifer felt was immense. Sweat instinctively appeared on her face without her awareness. Seeing Izumi's straight path, she performed a roundhouse kick, aiming at her neck. Izumi stopped mid-run, easily dodging it. Her eyes followed the direction Jennifer's kick missed and immediately darted back to Jennifer herself. Jennifer turned her body around and delivered a backhand. Izumi blocked it with her wrist. Jennifer quickly pulled them back and delivered two quick jabs to Izumi's chest. Izumi swiped them both away with one palm. Jennifer then pulled out a kunai and slashed horizontally at Izumi's torso. Before the slash could go through, Izumi easily kicked the kunai out of her hand. Jennifer twirled around, using the momentum, and threw a second kunai out of her bag. With one sidestep, Izumi dodged. Jennifer lunged with a third kunai pulled out. She used a feint attack with it but immediately twisted her body to heel kick Izumi. Jennifer's eyes widened as Izumi caught her heel and spun her rapidly. Bang! Jennifer was sent crashing violently into the earth's wall, causing debris to form. Seeing she was clearly outmatched in taijutsu, she tried climbing up the wall. Izumi walked to the wall she was 87 escort mission climbing, thinking, having enough control to wall climb, too? After Izumi placed one finger on the wall, Jennifer's eyes widened. A stalactite appeared where she was running. She quickly backflipped off the wall before landing safely. A second sooner and she would have been impaled. By the time she landed, Izumi had already appeared and kicked her square inches the belly. For a second time, Jennifer went crashing into the thick earth. Panting heavily, Jennifer removed herself from the wall. She looked at Izumi with her eyes while holding her arm. There was no fear in them, and her Sharingan was still fully active. Izumi smiled, saying, "Well done." 11 huh? A puff of cloud appeared where Izumi was standing. Before Jennifer could make sense of things, the maze began to slowly descend into the earth. When she looked around, she saw that Tyler and Sai were close by. "What happened to you?" Tyler asked worriedly. Jennifer was full of burn marks and scratches on her face. "Izumi happened. What about you guys?" she asked unperturbed. Sai and Tyler explained that they were fighting Izumi while trapped behind an earth wall. When Jennifer explained that she, too, was fighting Izumi, the three concluded that they were shadow clones. Sai further explained that he couldn't lay a hand on her. Izumi was far too quick for his ink jutsu. Tyler stated that he tried the Chidori again but was effortlessly blocked. Izumi then sat on him, and he found her extremely heavy. It wasn't until Izumi teased Tyler so much that he finally mustered enough strength to lift her off him. "What did she say?" Sai asked. Though Tyler had light, brown skin, it was clear to Sai and Jennifer that he was blushing. "I really don't want to say it." Then, Izumi appeared, saying, "Let's just say it was enough to get him going." The group looked at her, wondering what that was all about. "A ninja should always have a contingency plan," she answered. "Since the three of you understood the objective of the belt test, I thought of something different to give." "I get it," Tyler said. "That maze you trapped us in was to test our strength." "Wrong, Tyler." "What do you mean wrong, Izumi-sensei?" "Sai, do you perhaps know the objective?" "I was thinking the same thing Tyler was," Sai replied. "Jennifer?" "I suppose it was to see how each of us would handle situations if we were taken out of our comfort zones," Jennifer replied confidently. "That's correct," Izumi revealed. "Two of you were fighting two of my shadow clones. If you couldn't prevail against adversity, I would have denied being your instructor." Jennifer looked at Sai, asking him how he had prevailed. Tyler was more interested in knowing who fought the real Izumi. After Sai was unable to land a single hit on her, he simply gave up after stating his strengths and weaknesses. What Jennifer and Tyler weren't told, however, was that Sai listed the reason a Leaf Elder recommended he be placed on a Geinin team. "You all pass," Izumi announced. Tyler sat down, exhausted at what he had just gone through. 2 Chidori in one day and heavy lifting. He knew he was fast and physically fit as opposed to the Rookie 9, but Izumi Uchiha was on a whole other level. So much so, that he deduced her to be past the level of even the elite Jonin like Asuma Saratobi and Kakashi Hatake. Jennifer then asked, "By the way, Izumi-sensei." "Yes. You said you used 2 shadow clones, so which of the real you fought us?" Izumi smiled and approached the group calmly. Leaning a little forward, she placed a finger near her lips, saying, "That's my secret." With the official formation of Team 9, Jennifer and Tyler waited at the apartment for their friends to arrive. When they did, Norden Clyde couldn't stop talking about how he was matching Yamato in taijutsu. Not only had the team passed the bell test, Yamato was beyond impressed with their skills. Due to Wes Murray, Desiree Martin and Norden Clyde's consistent training with one another, their cooperation was truly in sync. Norden and Desiree were successfully able to secure both bells, while Wes provided excellent diversion with his illusions. To summarize what Team 6 went through, Norden straightaway challenged Yamato in a taijutsu battle while Wes and Desiree prepared to attack if the opportunity arose. "I had him, I tell ya," Norden announced. Like, this dude was being pushed back and everything. "So, what happened?" Tyler asked. Wes smiled, saying, he pulled out his wood style, cheese. Wood style was the Japanese word for wood release. They hadn't thought he would actually use his KK Genkai. Since he did, both Wes and Desiree immediately sprang into action. The survival exercise turned more into a 3 versus 1 boss battle. "How'd you guys win?" Jennifer asked. "I activated the 8 gates released formation," Norden stated with a straight face. "You what?" Jennifer screamed. "He used wood style," defended Norden. Once the wood release KK Genkai was used, Norden Clyde went up to the 4th gate. Desiree bombarded Yamato with several water techniques, which placed him on constant defense. The moment that Wes found an opportunity where Yamato's guard was let down, he placed him under a Genjutsu. The group was already informed by Tyler that Yamato's taijutsu wasn't to be overlooked. From what he recalled, the official Naruto databooks gave him 4 out of 5 in taijutsu. The fact that Norden was able to push him back in hand-to-hand combat was a very big deal. In total, their test lasted less than 5 minutes. It couldn't even have been called a test at that point. Yamato not only passed them but praised their teamwork, believing them to be the Leafs' next greatest team since the legendary Sannin formed. Hearing those words sent chills down Tyler's spine. He was a little ashamed to talk about what happened with their test. When Jennifer explained, Norden couldn't stop laughing. Desiree tried her best to withhold her laughter but eventually gave in. Wes was confused as to why she went to that extent. But when he recalled that Jennifer was also an Uchiha, he began to understand. Jennifer thought she was a little crazy, but because she wasn't entirely sure of her background, she only found Izumi Uchiha more intriguing. A week later. Before the group knew it, a whole week had gone by. Usually, after a team graduates from the academy and is assigned a Jonin instructor, they start going on missions. These missions ranked as easy as babysitting to as hard as assassination. The group mentally prepared themselves to be given such difficult missions. To their surprise, they were given the D-ranked missions, The easiest missions given mainly to fresh graduates. Norden and Wes were looking for action, but the rest of the group was satisfied with just this. It gave them time to bond with their instructors and with Sai. Team 7, Naruto Uzumaki's team, had also been doing these missions. They all had already understood what arc in the original story should unfold, and it was the Land of Waves arc. This was perhaps, for Desiree, one of the best arcs in the story. From what each was informed, Naruto and Sasuke's bond should solidify, and it would be Naruto's first time using the Nine-Tails chakra. There were suggestions of asking to participate in their mission that would lead to this event, but they knew it wouldn't work. Team 6, 7 and 9 had their own individual assignments. Even if the students begged their instructors, they would find it suspicious as to why they were so interested in Team 7's actions. Kakashi Hatake had already met them, yes, but their constant involvement in the original cast's lives might cause an unnecessary effect to unfold. Because they knew the arc itself wasn't such a bad one, they decided to let it play out. Sasuke Uchiha would reawaken the Sharingan, Naruto would undergo his character development with various characters, and the Great Naruto Bridge would be formed. Perhaps the only characters who suffered the most here were Uzumaki and Ku, two rogue ninjas who fled the Mist Village after a failed coup d'etat. This is gonna be awesome. We're finally going on a real mission, Naruto announced to Tyler. Haha, yeah, Naruto. I'm happy for ya. Even though I'm stuck on a team with Sasuke, there's no way I'm gonna let him outshine me this time. If you ask me, the two of you are like brothers. What? Naruto laughed. You can't be serious. You're more of a brother to me than he ever will be. When Tyler heard those words, he became anxious. Gulping, he told Naruto these words, Hey, Naruto. Whatever happens on your mission, make sure you protect Sasuke, and don't forget your ninja way. Naruto gave a positive response, promising not to forget. And just like that, Naruto and the rest of Team 7 departed for their mission. We've got an urgent mission from someone, Lord Third. Hiruzen Sarutobi was in the mission assignment room. He looked at the young Chunin who approached him with some paperwork. Who's it from? He asked. It's a wealthy tycoon needing ninjas to escort him back to his village. Hiruzen said while looking at the report. In it, the report stated the name and face of the person. When he looked at the man's net worth, he was baffled by how rich he was. Not only was he asking for ninjas to escort him, he gave specifications that there had to be at least 2 ninjas who were of Jonin level for security. It says here he was on a recent business management trip in Tenzaku town and desperately needs to return to the mist, Hiruzen read. He's quite the rich man, so I can see why he's willing to pay so much to keep his assets from falling into the hands of potential bandits. How did he travel to Danzaku town earlier? The team he hired made a successful trip, but they were only paid for the arrival, not the return. I see. Hiruzen said while looking at some profiles. On Hiruzen's desk were cards detailing which Leaf ninjas were available to undergo this assignment. Only 2 who were ranked Jonin. All other teams were busy on other missions. Otherwise, Hiruzen would have gladly sent Teams 7 and 8. He paid in advance, Lord Third. Yes, I can see that. Vajramunikaleb. I'll assign Teams 6 and 9 to escort him. A few moments later. The group of 5 was surprised that they were given a mission together. For the last week, they were getting paid in the hundreds. In terms of expenses, they were quite set. The Hokage stopped paying them monthly, and they had all been getting along well. Now that they were given a mission where both teams were paired up, Jennifer Long felt uncomfortable. Jen, why so suspicious? Desiree asked. The reason Jennifer felt uneasy about this mission was because of how oddly it formed. Since the formation of the teams, from 6 to 10, Teams 6 and 9 have been the talk of the ninja community. Izumi Uchiha and Yamato both gave excellent reviews of their prowess during the test. On top of that, the missions they were assigned would be finished in mere moments. For both teams to be given a mission together had to have meant it was going to be difficult. Tyler Singh agreed to this. Everyone had already been given the mission rundown the day before. It was meant to be an escort mission for a wealthy tycoon from the Land of Water. Most missions like these had a catch. Much like Naruto's escort mission that he was still currently on, things quickly turned to a B rank. Wes Murray stated what Yamato said. Because the client was rich, paid in advance and all the other teams were on missions, they were selected by default. Norden Clyde had been unconcerned about the mission. Long as I can whoop someone, he declared. Desiree sighed at the comment, responded, you still need to unlock the 6th and 7th gates. That's what I've got Guy-sensei for. He said positively. Desiree herself was simply excited, she was with her friends and could visit other places besides the Leaf. She might have enjoyed her time in the Leaf, but she found it more exciting to finally get a chance to see the world. Much like on Earth, she enjoyed traveling to exotic places. The group met at the village gates. Already waiting were Izumi Uchiha, Yamato, and a jolly, obese man with rose-colored cheeks and royal attire. To say the man didn't look rich was an understatement. The dude's asking for someone to rob him. Think we should take his no? Interrupted Norden. Following the five, Sai appeared. Sai often preferred to be alone. Because of Tyler and Jennifer, he had become familiar with Wes, Norden and Desiree. Jennifer knew of Sai's background, so she thought of a plan to help reform him like Naruto had done in Shippuden. Tyler agreed and took on the task. He was great at talking with people, almost like he had that infamous talk no jutsu skill. Sai had a tragic backstory while en route. Tyler knew exactly how to approach him and what words to say at the right time. When he tried warming up to Sai during their time doing missions, Sai was a tad uncomfortable. Eventually, he began paying more attention to Tyler's actions. Even listening to his stories about his friends. I'm so happy to be seeing such strong ninjas. The rich man yelled. Calm down, sir, stated Izumi Uchiha. We're your guards first and foremost. Don't forget this mission is more business related. Izumi was right. Most missions assigned to ninjas where the client wasn't part of their native village tended to be strictly business related. The Mist and Leaf weren't currently allied. Right. Just call me Peachy for how excited I am to return, he said joyfully. What was your name again? Wes asked. It's Mage. He yelled. Bejumunikaleb. It was at this point that Norden found his constant yelling to be annoying. Are all rich people from the Mist this crazy? I'm not crazy. I'm just happy to be alive, said Bej as he cocked his head back to laugh. When he did, his belly shook, causing Desiree to feel disgusted. Wes, on the other hand, chuckled. 88 It's been a while too. With introductions set aside, the group departed with Bej. Much like any ninjas assigned to missions dealing with traveling, equipment such as backpacks and camping supplies were brought. The group paid close attention to Izumi's and Yamato's conversations. Even though Desiree, Wes, Tyler, Jennifer and Norden were all from different worlds, those two were the biggest outliers. For the next 3 days, the group traveled together. They were only attacked once because of how loud Bej was being. After that attack, Izumi and Yamato ordered him to keep it quiet. Being only 3 rogue shinobi with no names made for themselves, the group took them out effortlessly. In terms of tactics, Yamato found Izumi's team just as impressive as his own. Izumi also praised Yamato for having raised his team so well in teamwork. Yamato continued the praise by saying that they were made like that. The 5 immediately understood from their conversations that they were merely co-workers and that Yamato clearly had a high regard for Izumi's skills. Apart from that, there was nothing wrong with them. Izumi herself was glad that the people whom she heard about during Tyler and Jennifer's introductions were just as capable as them. Alright, we're here, Yamato announced. Thank you. Bej said. He quickly offered everyone 100,000 ryo. Norden, Desiree and Wes would have gladly taken it had Izumi declined the offer. She put the mission first and didn't like receiving things she didn't earn. That sure was an easy mission, Tyler exclaimed. Yes, now let's return home, Izumi commanded. Not trying to jinx anything, but I hope we're ambushed again, Norden said. Why would you want something like that to happen? Asked Yamato. It's because he wants to fight more, Desiree answered. Sai stared at Norden with peculiarity, asking, does fighting give you purpose, Norden? I mean, I'm pretty strong, so I'd like to test my skills on equally strong opponents, Sai. Tyler saw the perfect opportunity to get Sai to open up. He asked him a question about how he felt about fighting. He answered openly, allowing everyone to get a better understanding of his character. Izumi was impressed with how her team's relationship had developed so quickly. In the beginning, there was clearly a division amongst Tyler and Jenner, and Sai. She smiled, knowing that she didn't have to deal with their drama. What are you smiling for, Izumi-sensei? Jennifer happily asked. Can't your sensei smile, Jen? When Jennifer heard Izumi call her by her nickname, her cheeks blushed. She knew that Izumi Uchiha shouldn't exist, but the time spent with her was charitable. The group walked back to the Hidden Leaf village. Since they weren't escorting a non-shinobi, they could return a lot faster. Tree-hopping, they all raced one another with smiles on their faces. Izumi and Yamato gave them all a chance, looking to see who was the fastest. To no surprise, Norden took the lead. Just then, Izumi suddenly became angry. Stop! She screamed. What? But I haven't started trying. Norden looked back. The group stopped, as Yamato himself was confused. Did you see something? He asked. Everyone, regroup now. She commanded in a frantic tone. Tyler and Desiree did as she said before activating their sensing abilities. They couldn't spot anyone around. Izumi-sensei, what's wrong? Wes asked. Why, Why is he here now? Izumi said to herself. She looked around with sweat dripping from her face while holding tightly to her giant, red scroll. Izumi-sensei, what's there? She pointed after interrupting Desiree. The group heard his voice before they turned their heads to see him. It's been a while, Izumi Uchiha. Sitting on a tree branch, leg crossed over the other, one arm dangling by the side and the other resting on his knee, a person with a white and emerald bamboo mask was staring at them. Yamato's face contorted as he started sweating profusely. He understood exactly why Izumi was acting the way she was. He gulped, trying to retain his composure in front of his students, but instinctively only 3 words came out of his mouth. The Jade Shinobi. Izumi's grip tightened on the red scroll behind her. Jennifer took distinct notice of how she was acting. Everyone, get behind me. Yamato screamed. Now. Without hesitating, all 6 of them did as instructed. There was only one person who went by that name, there was only one person who had caused such mayhem in the ninja world. Those who didn't know about him or at least read about him were likely living in caves. Those who've seen his face could never forget it. Eyes, that were as dark as the abyss, expressionless, cunning and tactful in everything he did. There was not a single person in the ninja world who hadn't at least heard of the reputation he'd made for himself over the years. Jonathan Yuan. Boom. Jonathan descended from the branch as though he weighed triple his size. The very ground cracked when he did. Slowly straightening himself, he stared at the group. No Sharingan, Izumi? Tyler looked at Izumi Uchiha. Her eyes immediately activated the Sharingan the moment Jonathan spoke. Last time he asked Izumi to do that, she denied. Whoever was in front of the group knew this guy was the real deal. Yamato, Izumi said. Bring them back to the Leaf Village. I'll take him on alone. No, he's too dangerous for you, Yamato responded. Izumi's attention turned towards her scroll. Jonathan took notice, stretching his right arm. An object emerged from his sleeve. He quickly grabbed hold of it, saying, if you're going to summon them, you should do it now while you have the chance. His voice was so cold that the group couldn't recognize it. When they looked at what Jonathan was holding, Jennifer, Tyler and Norden immediately recognized it. Zoom. Like a lightsaber, an ethereal, yellow blade exactly 7 feet long appeared where the hilt was. Tyler whispered to Jennifer, saying, Jen, that's the blade of the Thunder Spirit. I know. The blade itself wasn't like the one shown in the animated series. It was as thin as a long sword. Don't order me around. Izumi screamed. She reached into her tool bag and pulled out a black and white scroll. Throwing it up, it unwrapped, causing a puff of smoke to appear. Where the scroll was, the hilt of a large white and black weapon dropped into Izumi's hand. That's the gunbai. Wes thought to himself. The gunbai was a weapon originally owned by Madara Uchiha but later inherited by Obito Uchiha. However Izumi Uchiha got a hold of it was a mystery to others. If you're going to fight, Yamato, don't give him any openings. Yamato stepped forward by Izumi's side, saying, I understand. Izumi dashed forward first. Slashing horizontally, she was parried by the thunder blade. Regaining her stance, she slashed again. Jonathan stopped her attack by blocking her wrist with his backhand. Yamato appeared instantly to his side, and with his fist reeled back, he tried punching Jonathan in his ribcage. Jonathan retracted his backhand, turned around swiftly and deflected his punch. Jonathan then swung his blade, missing Yamato by a titch of hair. Izumi swung while Jonathan's back was turned. The two clashed as Jonathan spun back around. She swung again and the two clashed. She swung 2 more times from different directions and was blocked. Yamato rushed in, kunai in hand, ready to stab. Seeing him, Jonathan shifted his feet, parrying Izumi back before countering Yamato's attempted tab. Izumi had leapt into the air and swung down at Jonathan. Without moving his feet, Jonathan evaded it. Lifting the gunbai, Izumi spun around to attack Jonathan's side. Yamato immediately went for another stab attempt from Jonathan's opposite side. Cockling. With his thunder blade pointing vertically down, Jonathan blocked both their weapons. It was like they were forming a cross. Humphrey, Jonathan scoffed. That the best you can do? Both were then pushed back with one swing. In only a few exchanges, Yamato was panting. Izumi grunted at his comment. Jonathan lifted his weapon before swinging it to his side. It was a sign of his swordsmanship. Wait, Norden said. If that's the second Hokage's weapon, how come it hasn't cut the kunai? Jennifer had her Sharingan active. She was so concentrated on the fight that she hadn't heard Norden's question. From what she was witnessing, however, Yamato had been using his chakra on the kunai. Izumi looked at Yamato and said, Yamato, stay back. I'll handle him alone. She then closed her eyes. Yamato could tell he was the one holding Izumi back. Each time he had clashed with Jonathan, the chakra in his kunai was broken. On top of this, if he attacked their students, there would 89 games have been no one to protect them. Yamato knew that him using his KK Genkai now would only get in Izumi's way. It's time he dies, Izumi announced, eyes opening. One large flower petal was where her tomoe were meant to be. Everyone thought the same thing, that's her Mangekyo Sharingan. You'll need to use what's in that scroll to try that, Jonathan said. Rushing in with one hand seal, Mangekyo circulating, she said, "To cookie." Izumi then placed her hand on her gunbai, causing it to crystallize into a pink ruby color. Clang. Jonathan and Izumi clashed weapons, with Jonathan being pushed back more than 20 feet. Humphrey, Jonathan scoffed after stopping. Izumi disappeared and reappeared in front of Jonathan. Her eyes widened with a straight face, and the two were caught staring at each other. Immediately, Izumi swung her gunbai upwards. Jonathan's blade collided with it, causing him to go flying several yards into the air. Izumi quickly leapt upwards to meet Jonathan. The two clashed weapons several times in the air. An odd look was seen on Sai's face. He had been on multiple dangerous missions before that others weren't aware of, but he had never seen two forces going at it this strongly. "Yamato-sensei, let us help," Desiree urged. "If we all attack him together, we can win," Tyler suggested. Yamato was quick to respond. "No. But why?" Norden asked. "It's because the Jade Shinobi has the Sharingan." Jennifer gasped, asking, "He's an Uchiha. But Izumi-sensei told us we were the only ones." "How do you know?" Sai asked. The group thought that it might be Dobi behind that mask, but it made no sense to them. Not only were their voices different, but not once had Jonathan Yuan used the kami. This was Obito Uchiha's signature Mangekyo technique. It wasn't until Yamato revealed that he saw them active during their clashes that the group knew that he was unusual. Both Jonathan and Izumi landed on the ground. Izumi, with a blank face, quickly leapt back. Several shards of earth were falling off her body. Jennifer noticed this and became convinced of just how strong Jonathan was. For her to do that, she had to unleash her most powerful fire-style technique at point-blank range. But for Jonathan, only his brute strength clashing with Izumi's gunbai was enough to destroy her defenses. Jonathan quickly leapt after the retreating Izumi. Closing the distance, Jonathan raised his thunder blade and swung down. Bang! A large, rose-colored ribcage with pinkish flames wrapped around Izumi's whole body. Jonathan's thunder blade was resting on top of it. Everyone who saw it knew immediately what technique Izumi Uchiha had just unleashed. The Susanoo. 2 giant skeletal arms quickly manifested from her Susanoo's ribcage. They immediately tried grabbing Jonathan, who disappeared before it could happen. Izumi looked to her side and saw Jonathan rushing with his blade reeled back. 2 ethereal blades emerged from her Susanoo's palms and collided with Jonathan's attack. Izumi could be seen struggling. Jonathan took a step forward, causing the group to gasp. What caused their hearts to leap was that Jonathan was pushing Izumi's Susanoo back without effort. "Your eyes will go blind if you keep this up," Jonathan announced. "Your death will be the last thing I see before they do." Izumi screamed angrily. 2 more skeletal arms appeared on the Susanoo's side. Ethereal blades forming, Izumi brought them down right on Jonathan's body. Jennifer saw Izumi's rage as she continuously kept beating down where Jonathan was with her blades. Izumi stopped and began looking around. The group was confused until they saw a crushed-up log where Jonathan was supposed to be. Substitution. Izumi's ribcage then suddenly transformed into that of a humanoid being. An ethereal sword disappeared from one of its hands. Palms out, a bright light appeared. 4 magatamas formed, circulating with one another in the palm of the Susanoo. Izumi's eyes began bleeding. Her head then quickly turned to the right as she screamed, "Yasaka Magatama." The Susanoo reeled back its arm and threw the rapidly spinning magatamas. Leaving a transparent, ruby-colored trail, the attack steadfastly rushed ahead. Jonathan was several yards away and saw it coming. When it hit, a loud shrieking noise was heard by everyone. Followed by a black orb in the air, an image of Izumi's red, glowing Mangekyo Sharingan could clearly be seen circulating inside. The orb then cracked to reveal magma inside before an immense explosion of dazzling lights was shown. The scene was more harmonious than live fireworks. The group, even Yamato and Sai, had never seen such a spectacular technique before. Explosions were parading the sky, with lights dancing all around their area. It was improbable for anyone to survive such a jutsu. Just then, a red light appeared from where the core of Izumi's technique formed. All of them, save Izumi, shielded their eyes as the light expanded. Practically blinding him, Tyler was forced to close his eyes. A few seconds passed. Eyes opening slowly, Tyler found himself sitting down in a white room. He looked around and didn't see anything at first. But when he tried to stand, His knee hit something. It was a table that wasn't there before. Sitting across that table was none other than Jonathan Yuan, wearing his white and emerald Danbu mask. "Who are you?" Tyler asked. Jonathan gestured his hand toward the table. Tyler looked and saw a chessboard with black and white chess pieces laid out. As Tyler looked up, Jonathan saw another face. This time it was Desiree Martin, and there were cards scattered across the table. Desiree looked at Jonathan, saying, "You're crazy if you think I'm playing with you." Jonathan picked up one of the cards and flicked it in the air. When it landed back in his hand, it turned into a yellow token. He took the token, twirled it around his fingers smoothly and then dropped it in a 7-column, 6-row, vertically suspended grid. Wes Murray was now sitting across from Jonathan and he said, "The ninja world doesn't have Connect 4. That means you were eyes-keyed from Earth." Like a scene in a movie, the camera shifted behind Wesker and back to Jonathan. Where Wes was sitting earlier, Norden Clyde had taken his place. "Hey, man. If I play you in this game, you got to let me out of this Ganjutsu," bargained Norden. Jonathan reached out to grab one of the 5 cards in Norden's hands. When he picked one and looked at it, Norden was relieved because Jonathan had chosen the old maid. "You should know, I've never lost a chess game," Jennifer claimed. Instead of responding, Jonathan simply stared straight ahead. He wasn't just looking at Jennifer, who was analyzing the board game. Jonathan was looking at all 5 of his former people from Earth: Norden Clyde, Desiree Murray, Jennifer Long, Wes Murray, and Tyler Singh. Friends? No. Illusions? Perhaps, but there is no illusion that I cannot see through, Jonathan thought. As he picked a card, moved a chess piece, and placed a token down, his mind circulated with various thoughts. Just who are these people? Surely, if I were in hell, they would be a repeating fabrication of my past. But the real questions lie: what are they doing here and how did they come here? Jennifer opened her play as white with a French defense. Both her rooks were in great positions to defend against any advances Jonathan tried to make. With no timer, Jonathan opened up with a Scandinavian defense. It was a common tactic to try to penetrate. If you're really Jennifer, wouldn't you try a hyperspeed queenside castling? Not a moment too soon and she did just that. If you were Tyler Singh, wouldn't you go for a triple kill chess maneuver? A moment later and Tyler did just that. "You can stop now," Wes said. "I've already won." Wes showed his Connect 4 by pointing to the grid. When Jonathan didn't say a word, he got a tad anxious. It wasn't until Jonathan turned the grid diagonally and pointed at his yellow pieces. When Wes looked, he'd seen that Jonathan had won long ago. "What the heck?" Norden yelled. He was down to his last card until he pulled the old maid from Jonathan's hand. "You're cheating," Desiree accused. The two had been playing a card game called Go Stop. It was only famous in Korea. Only Desiree Martin, a woman who was rich enough to travel to exotic countries, would know how to play this game correctly. "Just who are you?" Jennifer asked. That was the only thing she could ask after Jonathan cornered her king. "That's check, whoever you are," Tyler said. Jonathan stared at Tyler, waiting for him to notice. Since Jonathan was silent, Tyler looked at the chessboard again and saw that his king had been in checkmate for some time now. Jonathan wasn't cheating at all in any of these games. He was in a Ganjutsu, an illusionary world where time was essentially void. He could form, create, think, or deduce anything he desired without the other party noticing. But the only thing Jonathan was doing, was playing all the games at the exact same time. All 5 of them looked and saw that neither the table nor Jonathan was in sight. Then they heard a voice echo: Norden Clyde, Desiree Murray, Jennifer Long, Wes Murray, and Tyler Singh. "Meet me here." By the time Jennifer opened her eyes, she saw that it was dusk. Izumi Uchiha was hovering over her. "Why didn't you dispel the Ganjutsu?" Izumi asked. Jennifer hadn't the slightest idea of how to answer. The other 5, including Sai, were also waking up in the same manner. Yamato and Izumi went around dispelling the Ganjutsu that Jonathan Yuan had placed on them. When Jennifer looked around, there was no sight of Jonathan. Only the sun was setting on a leveled area dotted with charred trees and a massive crater. "What happened to that Anbu?" Norden asked the moment he saw the scene. "He fled," Yamato answered. "My head hurts," Desiree said while rubbing it. "What the heck was that, sensei?" Izumi Uchiha stood up after releasing Wes Murray from Jonathan's Ganjutsu. She explained to the group that it was a special wide-range technique that the Jade Shinobi used periodically. When the group heard the name of it, Sharingan, Jibakugan, only Tyler was able to remember its origin. "Izumi-sensei!" Jennifer yelled. The whole group looked at her. She had a serious face that clearly said she was desperate for answers. "Is there something you're not telling us? Who is the Jade Shinobi and why does he have both the Blade of the Thunder Spirit as well as the Sharingan?" There was an ominous silence amongst the group before Izumi spoke. Some things, you kids shouldn't know, she answered while frowning. Izumi-sensei, the thing we all saw in the Genjutsu was horrific, Tyler exclaimed. We have a right to know. No one had yet mentioned what sort of Genjutsu they were each placed on. As far as Wes, Jennifer and the rest were concerned, they had all witnessed different things. Did you all see something terrifying as well? Izumi asked. The group was silent, simply nodding their heads. Each of them was more interested in Jonathan Yuan than anything else. Very well, I'll tell you what I know, Izumi stated. But first, let's make sure this area is secured. For the next few moments, Izumi summoned a messenger bat and sent it flying. She explained to Yamato that the leaf was to be made aware that the Jade Shinobi had been spotted near the borders of the Land of Waters. Yamato spent the time using his KK Genkai to survey the area. He ordered his and Izumi's team to stick close while he gathered any useful samples left behind. By the time night fell, the group was surrounded by a campfire, where Izumi felt it safe enough to discuss things. The Jade Shinobi. That's his alias that was given after he killed a leaf and Boo. I was present at the time of that incident, Yamato added. Yes, Izumi agreed, nodding her head. I heard about that. Where did he come from? Wes asked. He was born in the Leaf Village, raised as an orphan in the Leaf Orphanage, and his real name is Musai. That was over 12 years ago before he left, Izumi honestly answered. The group gasped when they heard how long such a character had been living in the ninja world. Without the Hokage seeing the deadly plague that was spreading, he was dubbed a wanted terrorist for murdering a ramen shop owner and his daughter. It was clear to everyone except Sai that the only people who fit that description were Tuki and Ayam. In their heads, not only did this person have more time here, he was also evil. Jennifer, Tyler, Norden and Wes immediately started making the connection as to all the strange occurrences that they had been experiencing since they arrived here. As a child, he was able to escape from 5 well-trained Anbu Black Ops, Izumi explained. Since the group was familiar with who Kakashi Hatake was, Yamato explained to them that he fought the Jade Shinobi on more than one occasion. I had an obsession for him, and honestly, I still carry hatred for what he's done, confessed Izumi. What did he killed my mother, she said, knowing Tyler's question. My clan blamed the Nighttails for her death. But during the investigation, her headless corpse was found under a destroyed home. Jen, allow me to ask if you don't already know. Why would a tailed beast slice the head of an Uchiha? The atmosphere became quiet and awkward until she answered. He took her Sharingan. There's no apparent proof, but people like myself are well aware of how dangerous the Jade Shinobi is, Yamato announced. Izumi-sensei. Desiree said tearfully. It's okay, Day. Izumi looked around the group with a smile on her face. All of the things we're telling you now, the Hokage and other ninjas from other countries already know. I have faith we'll catch him one day, so I can put my mother to rest. Izumi's attention was directed to the starry sky. A few seconds passed and she looked back at the campfire, saying, I wouldn't be 90 conquer the ninja world telling you all this if it wasn't for the great bond you all share. The last thing I'd want to see is that bond go through the hardships like I did. Sai sat there, looking at the campfire's burning flames. Things like bonds and friendship weren't familiar to him. Hardships, on the other hand, he knew quite well. When he looked at Tyler, he saw that he was smiling in his direction. This caused Sai to gasp slightly before returning his gaze to the flames. You remind me of a lot of myself, Izumi said to Jennifer. The group looked at Jennifer to see her reaction. Jennifer responded, I don't have much to say, Izumi-sensei. All I know right now is, I can never be him. That's good, Izumi replied. She continued to say that her past didn't need to be shared since the topic of this conversation was to make them aware of how deadly the Jade Shinobi was. In the last 2 years, after a horrific incident, Izumi explained how Jonathan Yuan became the #1 most wanted criminal in the world. He had a severely large bounty on his head from 3 out of the 5 great ninja nations. On top of having fought Kages, like the Sushi Kage, he also carried the 5 tails. When Norden Clyde heard that the Jade Shinobi was also a Jinchuriki, he became enraged. That's bullcrap, dude. Calm down, Desiree pleaded. Yamato exclaimed that he had infiltrated the Sand Village and fought their Kazekage after disguising himself as a village elder. When they asked how they discovered it was him, he said that a thorough investigation was held within their monastery and another assailant within the Land of Wind, Sasori of the Red Sand. That same rogue ninja was accused of performing dastardly deeds that he had no recollection of. Because of information provided from sources, the Sand Village also revealed that it was he who took the lives of some of their ninja, like Pakura. How they discovered that was because of a laboratory constructed under a pseudonym within the Land of Earth. The group was left stunned at the feats this person had achieved in that time span. They already considered him evil due to his having killed famous characters, but they didn't think he was wise enough to travel to other countries to make a name for himself. Don't worry, though. That laboratory he'd constructed was destroyed, so they say, assured Yamato. Thoughts of whether or not the Jade Shinobi had allied with the Akatsuki did arise. However, each person knew that brining up that organization would have them being asked more questions than they had. Izumi-sensei, what about that giant scroll? Sai asked. Oh, this thing? What's got you so interested? Izumi said while bringing it out in front. I overheard the Jade Shinobi tempting you to use it. Hey, he's right. He did do that. Desire agreed. Izumi closed her eyes, smiling, before storing it behind her and saying, be thankful I didn't use it. The last time I did, the whole sand village was almost destroyed. Those words alone sent chills running down their spines. For after a long, distant journey back to the Leaf Village, each person pestered Izumi and Yamato about the Jade Shinobi. As their Jonin instructors, they answered the best way they knew how. Questions regarding his abilities, such as the Sharingan, Dibikagen, were brought up. Izumi exclaimed that only a highly trained Sharingan could dispel it. It led the members of Teams 6 and 9 to believe that Izumi was the best person to repel the Jade Shinobi. If it wasn't for her, the outcome of their fight might have been different. Yamato was strong, yes, but everyone saw how Izumi desired him to support rather than attack. Tyler was perhaps the most intrigued by who the Jade Shinobi was, but he kept himself in check. By the time both teams made it back to the Leaf Village gates, it was still night. They had spent a day and a half traveling. Izumi saw how tired her team was, so she gave them permission to head home while Yamato and her filed the mission report. It was a successful one, but they absolutely had to inform the Hokage about the Jade Shinobi's appearance. With all that said, they were to meet tomorrow morning for a briefing on things. The five went to the male's apartment. All of them had a sullen look on their faces. Because neither Tyler nor Jennifer explained to their Jonin instructors what they truly saw in the Ganjutsu Jonathan placed them in, they decided to keep things a secret. The awkward silence was broken only when Desire Martin spoke. What did he show you guys? She asked the group. We were playing a game that was only known on Earth, Wes explained. Tyler tried to explain that chess was also played in the Naruto world, but when Norden exclaimed he was playing a different game, his idea that the Jade Shinobi couldn't have been from Earth was voided. Jennifer reasoned with everyone that the only possible solution they had was to meet him tonight. Desire thought she was crazy, but the rest agreed. Why? Didn't you hear what Yamato-sensei and Izumi-sensei said about him? He killed Toki for crying out loud, Desire reasoned. He is from Earth, Norden said. You heard how he knew all of our names. Including our last names. For all we know, he probably had a good reason to. But he killed Toki. Desire paused with each word. When Jennifer decided that the group should meet this mysterious person, Desire could no longer find an explanation why she shouldn't go. The group felt assured that as long as they stood together, they could defend against him if he tried something. From their perspective, they understood that he was as strong as a Jonin, but all the Jade Shinobi proved during his fight with Izumi Uchiha was that he had the Sharingan and could use Kenjutsu well. Apart from that, Norden was at least able to keep up with his movements. As did Jennifer Uchiha, who had the Sharingan. Their confidence gave them hope that no matter who the Jade Shinobi was, they were willing to hear his story. With everyone agreeing, they all snuck out of the Leaf Village together and ventured toward a location Jonathan implanted in their minds during the Ganjutsu. Are you sure this is a good idea? Desire asked while they leapt from tree to tree. It doesn't matter. He clearly knows who we are and has been in this world longer. If we don't find out his identity, we'll regret it, Wes answered. After half an hour of traveling, the group made it to the location. In front of them was a log cabin in the woods. 2 stories, with lights already lit inside. A fence was around, but it didn't seem like anyone lived inside due to how unkempt the grass was. This is the place he told you guys, too, right? Norden asked. Yeah, Tyler answered. No going back now. The group went to the front door and saw that it was slightly open. Knocking first, the group hadn't heard anyone. The lights were on, so they at least knew someone was inside. Without a moment's hesitation, Wes walked right in, practically startling Desire. The group followed suit and went into the living room. Around the home were empty spots where picture frames looked like they were hung up. Aside from that, it was a typical living room set, equipped with a sofa and a fireplace. Leaning back with his arms crossed against that fireplace was a well-built man wearing a white and green Anbu mask. The 5 stood side by side with one another before either party spoke. It's been a while, everyone. The man slowly removed his mask, revealing darkened pupils alongside his gleaming skin from the flames. When the group saw his face, their eyes widened at the person they were looking at. Both Tyler and Jennifer's hearts skipped a beat as Jonathan Yuan gave them a meaningful smirk. Only the sound of a smack could be heard as Jonathan gently placed his mask on the fireplace. "What the utter flip, dude?" Norden yelled. "Jonathan, is that you?" Wes asked aloud. Though Jonathan's hair had gotten a tad longer and his overall physique had changed, the group still recognized him. He was still the same person physically. All except his eyes, which stuck out the most. They were so dark they couldn't see any light reflecting. And the way he was looking at them, a gaze filled with uninterest. Jonathan remained silent as the smirk faded from his face. "Come on, Jonathan, is it you?" Desiree asked. There was an awkward silence as Jennifer began to feel uneasy. She hugged her bosom because all of her senses were screaming at her to run. But she couldn't. The person in front of her resembled someone she once knew from her past. More importantly, she was confused at how much he had changed. "No need to be quiet, my man," said Tyler. Jonathan gave a light smile before finally speaking up. "You'll have to excuse me. I'm not used to speaking regularly." What Jonathan was referring to was their manner of speaking. It was a form of English slang. Due to this world's formalities, he had almost forgotten how to speak casually in front of others. "Tell me, when did you five arrive?" Jonathan asked. "About a year ago," Tyler explained with a smile. "Care to share your story?" The group looked at each other, confused over how to answer his question. "Ugh. Sure, but we came all the way for you, my dude," Wes stated. "Yeah, we're more interested in how you got here and what you've done," Desiree announced. "And how you knew where to find us," Norden added. "Unicaleb," he answered. Jennifer thought for a second. That name and that particular character were both strange to Tyler and her. But the moment Jonathan pronounced Bedge's last name, she immediately made the connection. "Unicaleb means anime club," she announced. "Holy moly, Jonathan, you went that far?" Tyler questioned. By the time Desiree, Wes and Norden understood that Jonathan baited them at the right time in order to garner their attention, they knew he had spent a lot of time planning. "Don't think I'm in any way that cunning," Jonathan humbled himself. "The name Bedge was an anagram for your middle names, Bilius, Elizabeth and Jay. And, I am willing to explain what I've been through, but I'd like to know what you lot have been up to." Not a single person could deny that Jonathan Yuan was indeed someone who thought many moves ahead. A few minutes were spent with Tyler explaining what the group had been doing, as well as what transpired on Earth before they arrived in the ninja world. Jennifer gave the bare minimum before returning to her silence. She was perhaps the most uncomfortable, and the rest could clearly tell. Jonathan sat there, quiet, listening to their testimony from beginning to end. When they finished, Jonathan could not believe what he was hearing. The people he thought he knew from the past were the same even after they graduated. They hadn't grown up nor changed in the slightest. Yes, there was maturity in their speeches, but what was in their hearts displeased Jonathan completely. He lowered his head, causing a shadow to cover half his face as he said, "You people. When are you going to wake up?" "What?" Desiree asked with distraught eyes. "There is no such thing as an ice guy," Jonathan announced. At those words, the atmosphere in the room shifted. Jonathan looked up to see worried looks on everyone's faces. "Izumi Uchiha should have told you that I've been living here for some time, no? From what I've experienced, I must ask, do you really think that's how life works? That people miraculously traverse to a made-up fictional world where they can get a second chance?" Wes looked down in thought before answering. "I was skeptical at first, but we all obviously died on Earth and got teleported here." Jonathan squinted at Wes' comment. When he remembered that they were from Earth, he calmed himself. In Jonathan's heart, he believed the best approach was to first explain things. His hope was that if they understood, then perhaps their mindsets would change for the better. "Friends, I am meek. Slow to wrath, slow to anger. I seek no one here any harm. Know ye not that after death there is a heaven and hell? I am convinced that I am not dead, neither are you lot." Jennifer looked at him, her arms tightly wrapped around her bosom. "Jonathan, what are you saying exactly?" Jonathan answered, "It wasn't until a couple months ago that I finally understood my purpose for coming here. It wasn't just to destroy this world by conquering it, it was to save you five." Jonathan moved his hands to explain. "This world is not what you think it is. Rather, it is no different than being in a watered-down version of hell." A sudden jolt was sent behind Desiree's spine. Norden himself gave a discouraged look. They couldn't tell. "Well, what do you mean?" Wes questioned. "Only in hell does your death repeat over and over again. Now, let me ask you all this, have any of you died yet?" Not a single person answered. "I see. Either you're all still scared of death, that or, some of you believe that if you die here, you'll be sent back to Earth, right?" Desiree began to feel nauseated. Her very world was coming down on her. Tyler struggled to ask, John, is it true you killed Tuki and his daughter? Jonathan furrowed his brow, answering, do you think this is a game? This place is not somewhere you can run around and have fun just because these so-called people act and feel real. They are not real. And you are not dead. The group could no longer deny that the man standing in front of them was no longer that same high schooler from their anime club. Desiree began to break down at the thought that someone she once knew could rebel so mercilessly. Norden himself was shaking, and he hadn't understood why. Jennifer tried her best to compose herself after hearing Jonathan's words. I thought you were a Christian, Jonathan. I am a Christian and have never harmed a single soul, but, if you think of these things as people, you'll be just as delusional as they are. What the heck's wrong with you? Wes screamed. Tyler began sweating as he spoke. John, we didn't come here to slaughter people. We came to save them. Save them from what exactly? Jonathan asked. Well. Tyler couldn't find the words to answer. Save the plot, Jennifer said. When they heard Jennifer's words, a dreadful feeling permeated the room. They knew that things had been changed before they got here. It was only until they met Jonathan that they 91 Matthew confirmed that he's the one who's been making those changes. If they were truly trying to change the plot like they said, that would mean they were going against Jonathan. Jonathan, what else have you done here? Jennifer asked. Hold on. Norden yelled. He stepped in front of the group to announce, let's be rational here. This can't possibly be the John we know. Because the John we know wouldn't. Norden bilious cried. This isn't the debate game back in high school, so don't overthink things. It wasn't enough for Jonathan to restate his full name, but he even clarified that his own memories of the past they shared were still intact. Tyler noticed that Norden's face began to tremble. He tried to calm everyone else down, but Desiree was too scared. Jennifer and Wes both looked at the ground, seemingly lost at how this could have happened. Only Jonathan himself understood what his words were doing to the group. They were causing everyone to feel the same thing, fear. Tyler looked at Jonathan, frantic about what to do. When he saw him, he was staring blankly at the group. Tyler had an awful look on his face. It was only at that very moment that he saw something beyond Jonathan's figure. A bright light covered his eyes, and he was having a vision. Tyler saw himself, and he saw Jonathan. They were both happy. Scenes of the two playing video games and watching television when they were younger. Various images crossed Tyler's view as his vision ended with the two shaking hands in college. Norden felt a hand on his shoulder. When he looked, it was Tyler, and he had a confident smile on his face. With one nod, Norden backed down and allowed Tyler to speak. I admit, much like you all, I was scared. But then I remembered something just now, Tyler said. He turned to face Jonathan, asking, John, you didn't come all this way here for no reason. No, you said it wasn't until a couple months ago that you thought you understood your purpose. Jonathan waited patiently to hear more. That means you knew we entered this world. So, why'd you have us come all the way here? Jonathan slightly lowered his head, giving a light smile. He knew inwardly that if there was anyone who thought that they knew him, Tyler would be the one. Jonathan's smile quickly faded when he looked up. I have a new mission on top of my current one, he answered. A mission from the village? Tyler asked. No. You five claim to have been brought to hell before death. Ever wonder why I was brought here first? The group had some thoughts here and there about Jonathan's arrival, but neither of them considered why Jonathan hadn't arrived along with them. Neither had they considered the timing of their deaths on Earth. For all they knew, they figured they had all possibly died at the exact same time. Let me put it briefly, Jonathan announced. The plot itself does not need saving. You five do, however. Jonathan, you're not making any sense, Jennifer said. What do we need saving from exactly? And if we did, aren't you the most dangerous person to us right now? Maybe the devils would have you think that, but that's far from the case, Jonathan answered. For me to save you five, I need the plot to remain as close to the original as you've all come to know. The group was astonished at what they were hearing. Jonathan slew people, possessed things like the Sharingan. And now, he claimed he was going to save them. Jennifer became upset. For Jonathan hadn't answered her question. Why would you need the plot to stay the same? You killed Taki, Wes stated. Because. Before Jonathan could finish his statement, he held his palm up as though he were holding something. Then he raised his open hand to the group, looking at them with wide eyes. I'm going to conquer the ninja world. For you're crazy. No, you're a sociopath, Norden commented. More like a psychopath, Desiree said, furrowing her brows. Jonathan was unfazed by their comments. He knew who he was and what sort of things he'd done in this world. To him, he was neither sociopathic nor psychotic. He was Jonathan. Earlier, the group felt a sense of dread, fearful of what they were hearing from Jonathan. But because they couldn't grasp where Jonathan's sense of logic was coming from, they started looking at him in a different light. One where he was crazy. Jonathan, on the other hand, knew they wouldn't understand. More so, from the time they had testified, he knew that their hearts were closed off from knowing the truth. Even with their arrival in this world, Jonathan's mind had been made up long ago. He was never going to change his ways. The same day he announced he was going to conquer the ninja world at the Leafs Hospital, he meant it. Jonathan no longer wanted to spend time explaining things to them. Humphrey. He scoffed. When Jonathan took a step forward, the group immediately became discouraged. Jonathan may have looked similar to them, but he was not the same. Desiree backed off slightly, while the others raised their guards up. Jennifer went as far as activating her Sharingan, asking, "What are you doing? Did you think you weren't being followed?" Jonathan asked. The group instinctively looked behind them to see bushes rustling. When Jennifer looked back at Jonathan, he had disappeared. Searching around, she saw the front doors were open. Without telling the others, she ran outside. Wes and the rest saw her running before following suit. When they arrived outside, they saw Jennifer holding her mouth. "Jen, what's?" Before Tyler could ask, he looked ahead and saw Jonathan. Lifted more than 2 feet off the ground, being held by his face was Sai. Sounds of struggle could be heard, but the only thing Sai could do was kick in the empty air. Norden screamed, "John, don't. That's Sai. You said you're trying to keep the plot the same, remember?" Tyler beckoned. Because it was still dark, the light from the house reflected off Jonathan's face when he slowly looked at them. Each of them could see that there was no remorse in his eyes. Jennifer gasped slightly, remembering a scene in the original story where Sasuke Uchiha looked at Karen with dejection. Then she recalled what Jonathan had said earlier, "They are not real." Tyler understood why Jonathan had worn a mask, why he hid his identity, and why he'd killed Tuki. Tuki knew too much about Jonathan Yuan. The sound of metal waved across the air. Jonathan had pulled out a sword. Everyone was shocked because they hadn't seen where it had even come from. Desiree screamed, "Jonathan, stop it." Swoosh. Half of Sai's head was sliced clean off. Jonathan let go of Sai's body as it flopped to the ground. Blood spewed out where half his head was, while brain tissue scattered across the ground. Wes Murray began having a panic attack. It was the first time he had ever seen someone die before. The rest stood there in horror, with Desiree being the only one to fall to her knees. Are you gonna kill us next?" Tyler struggled to ask. "No. You guys are from the face of the earth. Unlike the people here, you're not walking zombies." "What the heck then, man?" Norden shouted. "Why do you have to go and kill Sai like that? What happened to No affecting the story so much?" Jonathan swiped his blade to clean off the blood while saying, "I already told you. I'm going to conquer the ninja world. Think you know Naruto's world better?" Sai's character was irrelevant. "You're wrong," Jennifer argued. Sai joins Team 7 and helps Naruto during the war. Norden could no longer hold in what he was feeling. When Sai hadn't substituted, and it was confirmed he had truly died, Norden vomited. Jonathan looked at his reflection in his blade, saying, "Last I recall, he joined Team 9 because of you too." They were left speechless. Not because Jonathan was right, but because this same Jonathan in their present was just as good as he was when he was in the anime club. Something like debating Japanese anime was no longer his frailty. They could not validate Sai. Tyler mustered enough courage before gulping. "Jonathan Yuan." Jonathan looked at him, noticing he wasn't speaking informally. "Are you trying to start a war?" It took Jonathan less than a second to understand what Tyler was asking. He didn't mean if Jonathan was looking to start the Fourth Great Ninja War, he was asking if he was trying to start a war with them. Jonathan already claimed that he wasn't going to kill them, but instead save them by first keeping the plot the same. If they were trying to change the plot and Jonathan was trying to keep it, this meant war. Jennifer got even more frustrated because of Jonathan's silence. She tightened her grip, Sharingan staring at where Jonathan was standing. "Answer him." As Jennifer was still speaking, she heard the sound of bells. Before she knew it, Jonathan was standing only inches away from her face, the tip of his weapon resting right on her neck. "He that is not with me is against me, and he that gathereth not with me scattereth abroad." Jennifer heard this from somewhere but she couldn't remember where exactly. She could only stare blankly forward. If she knew what Jonathan was saying, she would have remembered that he was a Christian first because he was quoting Matthew 12:30 from the Holy Bible. Tyler looked to see where Jonathan went and saw how close he was to Jennifer's body. It took him far longer to react until Jonathan finished. What he was feeling was no longer fear, it was jealousy. Seeing how close Jonathan had gotten to Jennifer was remarkable. By the time he blinked, Jonathan had already vanished. Jennifer collapsed on the ground, holding her bosom. Because of the darkness, he couldn't tell what sort of face she was making. When he looked at Norden, he saw that he was trying to hold in his vomit. And when he looked at Desire, he saw Wes holding her because she had been hyperventilating. For once in Tyler's life, he was unsure of himself. Jonathan arrived in a remote, sandy area with nothing but scattered sand. The ground made crunching noises as he walked in what seemed to be an endless desert. The sun was so high in the sky that even heat waves could be seen in his path. Jonathan, however, was unperturbed by the harsh environment. What was roaming in Jonathan's mind was his recent encounter. The idea that people would try to play wannabe heroes utterly disgusted him. A thought crossed his mind of slaying them to possibly gain the Mage Sharingan. That soon faded when Jonathan understood he held no emotional attachment toward any of them. For all he knew, he bore no significant connection with any of the five. Not even Tyler Singh. To Jonathan, the only thing any of the five shared with him was that they were from Earth. Perhaps he didn't value anyone's life in this world, looking at them as mere soulless beings. Tyler, Jennifer, Norden, Wes and Desiree were not the same. The part of Jonathan that was an upright citizen, a Christian who had morals, was unchanging. If he believed himself to be alive on Earth and not dead, that meant the other five also had to be alive. If he killed them here, he would be committing the grave sin of murder. As much as anyone would like to believe that Jonathan was already a murderer, to him, he wasn't. No one could judge Jonathan Yuan's actions except God. After several paces, Jonathan stopped in front of an open space. He stretched his hand forward. Like passing through invisible liquid, his entire arm disappeared along with the rest of his body. Jonathan opened his eyes and saw a damaged building in front of him. This building was his laboratory. There were cracked windows, wires dangling outside, and several layers of broken walls. A stranger could just as easily walk through one of the many open holes. Jonathan instead walked to the front door, which opened automatically. Many events have unfolded since Jonathan's fight between the Akatsuki and Izumi Uchiha in Hueco jungle. As poor a condition as his laboratory was in, he was more thankful that it was still intact. For these last 2 years, Jonathan had been moving his laboratory with the Flying Rage and Guiding Thunder technique. The reason he had to move his laboratory was because of Zetsu. He could still recall the epic moment that unfolded that day. The battle wasn't something that lasted hours, it spanned across 3 days. If there was one result that Jonathan had taken into consideration but long forgotten about, it was Inma's death. Jonathan could no longer traverse to Hueco jungle. That territory was being heavily monitored by white Zetsu clones. If Jonathan even tried to set foot in Hueco jungle, Obito Uchiha would immediately be after him. For approximately 2 years, Jonathan had been on the run from the Akatsuki. It was bad enough that he was a Jinchuriki for the Five Tails, but he had a bounty on his head that far exceeded that of many ninjas in different countries. Had it not been for his tactful maneuvering and the many skills he'd acquired over the years, Jonathan would have been captured, sent to prison, or died. If know them, they won't just give up, Jonathan thought as he sat on a pile of rubble. Elbows resting on his knees, Jonathan began his deduction. The real question is what their next move will be? Assuming they're trying to play the righteous card, that would mean they're not looking to obtain power unethically. It only took Jonathan a few seconds to think of what techniques were considered advantageous for a group like theirs to learn. Rasengan and its variants, Lightning Chakra Mode, Chidori, Kirin, the 8 Gates Released Formation, Mitotic Regeneration, Atomic Dismantling, Explosion Release, Dust Release, Flying Rage and Summoning, and Sage Mode. Then there were outliers like Jennifer Long. Jonathan was aware that she possessed the Sharingan. How she obtained it, however, he could only guess. There was no possible way for the group to obtain one. People like them were not equipped to bargain with people like Danzō Shimura, and Izumi Uchiha was too prideful to give an Uchiha Sharingan. That could only mean that Jennifer was born with it. Things like that opened a whole new realm for Jonathan's thoughts. If someone like an outsider of this world could be born into certain clans, then that meant surely one of the other 4 would also have been born special enough. Jonathan questioned inwardly the possibilities of something like that being a thing. He placed the chances very high. If that's the case, their growth could be detrimental. Yet, that hadn't mattered to someone like Jonathan. He had gone through some of the most trivial challenges since he arrived here. Things like fighting Hazuki Uchiha as his first opponent, and living with Taki, and defeating a Jinchuriki, and slaying countless foes that stood in his way. Such foes like Yuzuki, Bakura, Chen and more. What Jonathan had was more than just power, he had knowledge. 92 Gato Desiree Martin, from how my mist villagers said she fought, Desiree was skilled in water ninjutsu. Wes Murray, he was crafty with his ganjutsu. Norden Clyde, he performed neither ninjutsu or ganjutsu. But his fighting skills were quite impeccable. That meant he was a taijutsu specialist. Jennifer Long was clearly an Uchiha. And lastly, Tyler Singh. Jonathan hadn't read anything important from Tyler. He was as generic a shinobi as they came. But Jonathan wasn't going to overlook what others couldn't see. Tyler was once the president of the University Anime Club. Someone like him posed the biggest threat to Jonathan. From what I sensed in their chakra signature, they were nothing special. Except you two, Jennifer and Wes. For his age, Wes Murray had exceptionally high levels of chakra. It was proportionate to Kage, who had been training for a while. Then there was Jennifer Long. Her chakra levels weren't just higher than Wes's, they were abnormally different. Jonathan had never sensed how strange the fluctuation in someone's chakra signature became when Jennifer activated her Sharingan. There was definitely something strange occurring with the group. Almost though they were pre-selected to come stop Jonathan. Humphrey. Jonathan stood up when he felt the strange occurrence in his barrier. How long are you going to keep running from us? A voice echoed. Jonathan was quick to activate his Sharingan. He blankly stared into the open sand in front of him. Not a moment too soon, a figure began emerging from underneath the sand. You've already been to this spot before, so it was too easy to find you, teased White Zetsu. Jonathan stared him down, expressionless. Black Zetsu was not with him. Hey now. What's with that look you're giving me? White Zetsu asked concerningly. Last time, there were 4 of you, answered Jonathan. White Zetsu clicked his tongue. Jonathan knew full well that the other 4 were trying to hide themselves somewhere in his laboratory. There was no way Jonathan wouldn't predict this. Flying Rage and Guiding Thunder. Both Jonathan and the entire laboratory vanished before either White Zetsu or and the rest of his clones could enter. White Zetsu sighed, saying, not again. If I don't track him down, Lord Madar's gonna have my head. A few moments later, Jonathan arrived in a misty area alongside his laboratory. Using the lighting sword, transformation technique, he pulled out various ceiling tags and placed them in a large radius around his laboratory. Things like this had become common for Jonathan. If it weren't for this sort of strategy, the Akatsuki would have discovered Jonathan's location more frequently. When Jonathan stepped out of the barrier, he performed the transformation technique to disguise himself as an altered version of Kashimari Kuraiere. He was a former member of the 7 Ninja Swordsmen of the Mist. On top of already being dead, he constantly wore an Anbu mask. Jonathan's name as Musai as well as face may have been recognized by a majority of people, didn't mean he wasn't precautious. A few miles out and he arrived to a giant home, hanging by several trees. Standing at the very bottom was a guard holding a katana. Zori, take me to Gato. 10 that's Lord Gato to you, Zori snickered. Taking the ladder up, Jonathan and Zori climbed up to Gato's giant treehouse. Who exactly was Gato? For those who weren't aware, he was the owner of a shipping magnate company in the Land of Water. If there was something Jonathan knew better than most individuals, it was the timeline of the original story. A couple years before the start of Naruto Uzumaki's journey as a ninja, a certain man began smuggling items by importing and exporting goods in and out the country. These goods ranged from drugs to even illegal weapons. That man's name was Gato, and he became the richest man after Katsumi Washizawa. There were few affluently wealthy individuals ever mentioned in the story, but once you became wealthy, even ninjas would hear about your fame. To give a brief overview of what type of personality Gato has, it was the one where he hired thugs and mercenaries to threaten others and crush the opposition. One day, Jonathan approached Gato not far from the Mist village. Because it took Gato 2 years to take complete control of the country, he made a cunning investment prior to this. I'd like to turn you into a fearful magnate one day, Mr. Gato. Yeah, and who the heck are you anyway? Gato annoyingly asked. Let's just say I'm an investor. Without needing to use much force, Jonathan invested several millions of ryo he had earned during his time as a bounty hunter. In fact, he had invested all of his money into Gato. This event took place almost 2 years ago before Gato's shipping company took off. And there was a reason Jonathan valued Gato's company. What Jonathan needed the most wasn't just his wealth but his overall influence. The Land of Water was currently in a desperate state due to Obito Uchiha's actions. Yagura Karatachi had not only died, but several of their elite ninjas had held a coup d'etat. This in turn led to many people fleeing the village. What was even more distressing was that their daimyo was severely poor. Why wouldn't Jonathan take this opportunity to rule over an entire country? Not as their cage but as their secret lord. Jonathan has remained patient since the time he approached Gato. He knew that he would die eventually at Zabuza Momoki's hands at the Great Naruto Bridge. All he had to do was wait. On top of these things, Jonathan had the Akatsuki tailing him constantly. This meant he didn't have time to use Gato's strategy. Instead, Gato would secretly be doing Jonathan's work for him. When the time came, Jonathan would reap what he sowed. You! Gato screamed. You told me that hiring that missing ninja to get rid of Tazuna. There's no need to yell. We're partners under a sworn contract, after all, Jonathan reasoned. Partners? Gato questioned. I barely see you, and I do all the work around here, Haruto. Come now, if it wasn't for me, Gato Industries wouldn't have flourished like it has. I guess you're right. But now I've got a ninja who's lying half dead in one of my beds. You do? Jonathan asked inquisitively. I must have come at the right time then. Jonathan knew about Zabuza Momoki's first fight against Team 7. The result of that fight was Zabuza being taken in by Hueco, Zabuza's only partner. To make sure the story unfolded exactly as he desired, Jonathan came here to witness things. The three, along with Waraji, Gato's other bodyguard, walked up the stairs only to see Zabuza Momoki resting flat on a bed with Hueco at his side. The scene played out exactly as it had in the original story. Hueco sprained Gato's wrist as Gato threatened Zabuza that he had 1 week to kill Tizuna. Jonathan walked away with Gato and his bodyguards, paying no mind to Hueco nor Zabuza. A reason for Jonathan's appearance was to ensure that they didn't kill Gato. Those darn ninja. How dare they humiliate me like that? Gato screamed in his office. Friend, let's look at the bright side. They're not only expendable, but you'll get a chance to kill Zabuza afterwards, Jonathan reasoned. Yeah. Gato remembered. After all, it was Jonathan who not only recommended Zabuza but also emphasized the suggestion of slaying him afterwards. Gato was already planning to do this in the original story, but because Jonathan said what he was thinking, it gave Gato more reason to believe Jonathan. Had it not been for Jonathan's Machiavellian plans, he would have long slain Gato and inherited his company. Oh, Gato friend. What is it, Haruto? Can't you see my wrist hurts? I have some desperate matters to attend to. I'm sure we'll see each other again after this bridge incident relaxes. You've always got something to do. Don't worry. I'll only be gone for a week, Jonathan calmly replied. Yeah. A week, huh? Gato rubbed his wrist and would have let Jonathan go until he remembered something. Hey, wait. Those mercenaries you hired earlier. You mean the ones I sent on that errand to the Fire Country? Yeah, what happened to them? Couldn't tell ya. What I do know is that they finished their mission, and reported back to me when they returned to the mist. Gato began to murmur how expensive his mercenaries cost him. For him not hear back from his property irritated Gato. Little did he know, Jonathan had already slain them. At the time Jonathan first discovered Tyler, Jennifer, Wes, Norden and Desiree's arrival, it was 2 months prior to their graduation. To gain that information, Jonathan had been sending Gato's seafarers to the Fire Country in order to report back on what information they could find on Izumi Uchiha. The Leaf Village was a territory that Jonathan was not willing to traverse until the time was ripe. He knew that Izumi had gone back to the village after their encounter. As long as she was there, it was improbable for Jonathan to maneuver around there stealthily, only when he caught wind that Izumi was going to be a Jonin instructor for a group of Special Academy graduates, he found it interesting enough to look into. The intel gathered revealed the names of those students. That was when Jonathan devised a plan to get both teams to meet him in the one country that didn't have such a high bounty on his head. Jonathan had not just been feeling from the Akatsuki, he was also planning accordingly. Fine, go and enjoy your little vacation, grumbled Gato. Oh, and if you hire any more of my mercenaries, let me know beforehand. Of course, Jonathan smiled. It was one thing to put up with Gato's behavior, but Jonathan had bigger trouble. White Zetsu had entered his barrier. 1 week later, Jonathan watched from afar as Naruto Uzumaki defeated Gato's bodyguards, Zori and Waraji. Because he needed to ensure Gato's death was as close to the original story as possible, it was essential for him to come. To Jonathan, Naruto's movements were a lot keener than what he remembered. It had been more than 2 years since he had seen him. When he fought Zabuza Momoki alongside Sasuke and Kakashi, Jonathan hadn't watched the entire fight. He only just arrived after Hueco secretly rescued Zabuza. Upon seeing how Naruto easily handled Gato's bodyguards, he became suspicious. Naruto hadn't used his shadow clones like in the original. Before Naruto could leave after rescuing Tizuna's grandson, Inari, Jonathan departed Tizuna's bridge. Those 5 said they were trying to fix the story. It seems their meddling made Naruto stronger than before, Jonathan thought. Jonathan arrived at the bridge from a great distance away. Neither of the ninjas present were sensory types yet, so he was safe where he stood. I knew it, Jonathan thought as he watched Sasuke Uchiha fight. Sasuke's Sharingan was active. In the original story, Sasuke only reawakened his Sharingan after Naruto's arrival. But from what he was seeing, Sasuke was fending off Hueco with an activated Sharingan. It didn't have 3 Tomoe like Kakashi's, but it was enough for Jonathan to understand that this was the cause of the other 5. Jonathan witnessed as Hueco finally activated his Crystal Ice Mirrors technique. Sasuke began easily dodging his needles thrown as opposed to the original. Not long after, Naruto Uzumaki arrived on the scene. But his entrance was nothing like in the original. As opposed to making a flashy debut, he actually assessed the situation. "Sasuke, hang on tight while I free you from the outside," Naruto yelled. This scene was the exact opposite of what Jonathan remembered. He watched as Naruto performed several multi-shadow clones to attack the crystal ice mirrors from various angles. Hueco couldn't pinpoint the correct clone, giving Sasuke enough time to escape. Kakashi congratulated them on a finely executed plan. With a flurry of Naruto's taijutsu alone, mixed with Sasuke's Sharingan and fire-style techniques, they defeated Hueco with minimal damage. Not once had Naruto utilized the Night Tails. After knocking Hueco unconscious, they immediately went to help fight Zabuza. Sakura was perhaps the only person who was acting normally toward Jonathan. She was guarding Tazuna closely. After several exchanges, Kakashi, Sasuke and Naruto successfully subdued Zabuza. As Zabuza was still standing with a multitude of injuries, and Hueco was clearly still unconscious, Gato arrived. This should be interesting, Jonathan thought. Gato revealed his plan exactly like he did in the original story. Feeling disappointed that Zabuza was unable to kill Tazuna in time, he gathered several other mercenaries and waited for both parties to tire out. Even though Sasuke and Naruto had more than enough chakra to continue fighting, Kakashi was drained. Gato felt more than confident that he and his team could win, otherwise, he wouldn't have revealed himself. "Forgive me, Kakashi," Zabuza announced. "Our fight is over." Because Kakashi had not needed to use the lightning blade causing Hueco to sacrifice his life in order to save Zabuza, Hueco rose from his unconscious state. Zabuza explained to Kakashi that he had no grudge against Tazuna but was truthfully after money for himself. Seeing that Zabuza truly had no reason to continue chasing after Tazuna, he let him go. Naruto and Sasuke questioned Kakashi's decision and even urged him to let them fight off Gato's men. Kakashi denied it, giving them a speech about how Shinobi regularly handled their business like this. "Even if we helped Zabuza, I know he wouldn't want us to." Zabuza and Hueco then took down all of Gato's men. No matter how much they tried to defend their boss, Zabuza went as far as piercing and slicing through the majority of his men. Hueco himself acted as the perfect defense against anyone who tried using their weapons. When Zabuza saw his chance, he beheaded Gato much like in the original story. Gato then fell off the bridge before plummeting to his death. The scene itself was a combination of both the manga and the animation. Those the two didn't defeat ran away, fearful of how strong they were despite their injuries. Zabuza was not debilitated by Kakashi's kunai, giving him a full range of motion with his arms. Hueco himself still had enough chakra reserves to use his Kekkei Genkai. When the two ended Gato's life, they turned to the rest of Team 7 and Tazuna. "You're not still after Tazuna?" Sakura asked. "No," Zabuza answered. Hueco removed his mask, which caused Naruto to give him a flabbergasted look. The two had a meaningful conversation in the forest before they fought. Naruto and Sasuke's teamwork was great enough to defeat Hueco without his mask being knocked off. When Naruto verified Hueco's 93 water style versus Executioner's blade face, Hueco smiled at him. It took Sasuke a moment, but he also recognized Hueco's face from before. You're the kid we met this morning," Naruto said aloud. "The two of you will get stronger one day," Hueco said calmly. "But why?" "I don't." Before Naruto could finish, Hueco spoke. "That day I met you in the forest, I remember thinking that we were two of a kind. Surely, you can understand." As the group were yet still speaking, their voices were drowned out by ominous footsteps echoing from afar. When the group looked to see who was approaching them, they saw that it was one of Gato's men that Zabuza stabbed in the arm. He was the same person who was standing next to Gato before he died. Zabuza noticed that the wound he inflicted earlier had healed. "It's over already," Kakashi said. "No. It's not over. I believe Gato gave an order to get rid of Zabuza and Hueco, did he not?" the man declared. Naruto laughed. "Ha. You're not really thinking of taking us on all by yourself, are you?" If there was anyone who had the confidence to stand amongst Gato's group and say these things, it could only be Jonathan Yuan. "I'm all that's needed." Something's not right here, Zabuza thought. He looked toward Kakashi to see what he was thinking. Kakashi was on one knee, clearly drained from their recent battle. Though Zabuza had to additionally fight Naruto and Sasuke, he looked like he still had stamina. Sasuke himself had already deactivated his Sharingan, meaning he was also low on chakra. "What's the big idea?" Sakura asked. "Look," Tazuna said. "Gato's already died, and the rest of your party's been incapacitated. It'd be a good idea for you to run away now while you can." Jonathan stared at them, only tilting his head to observe Hueco. Without a moment's hesitation, his body began to slowly run towards him. Zabuza lifted his executioner's blade. Because he was a lot more cautious during his fight against Team 7, he managed to keep it intact. Hueco immediately pulled out several needles before raising his guard. Jonathan has already been using two techniques at the same time right now. They were the transformation technique and chakra disguise. The moment Jonathan closed the distance, Zabuza's blade was already at Jonathan's neck. Jonathan quickly maneuvered underneath, reaching Hueco. Ferocious fist taijutsu. Jonathan delivered a defining kick right to Hueco's abdomen. The blow sent him flying several yards away. It was clear he was too exhausted from his earlier fight. Naruto sprang into action. "Wait, Naruto!" Sasuke yelled. "No time. They need our help." Zabuza reeled his blade back before bringing it down. His aim was to cleave Jonathan in two. Jonathan turned around and caught the very edge of Zabuza's weapon. Chakra enhanced strength. "What?" Zabuza yelled. Kakashi could clearly see chakra built up in between Jonathan's palm and Zabuza's blade. Earlier, Zabuza had no problem taking down what he believed to be Gado's henchman. Now, he was left in utter shock that he possessed this sort of strength. Jonathan squeezed his palm, completely shattering Zabuza's weapon. Spinning his body, Jonathan then delivered a heel kick to Zabuza's chin. Knocking Zabuza back, he quickly turned around upon hearing footsteps behind him. Bang! Jonathan managed to catch Naruto's attempted kunai stab by his wrist. From behind Naruto, a second Naruto jumped toward him, fist at the ready. Jonathan spun the Naruto he was holding around and threw him into the Naruto advancing. The two collided before both disappearing. Another Naruto managed to sneak behind Jonathan and placed him in a full Nelson hold. In front of Jonathan was another Naruto charging toward him. These shadow clones are beyond annoying, Jonathan thought. He easily broke free of Naruto's hold by backflipping behind him. Hearing several objects flying toward him, he grabbed that Naruto and moved him to the side. Several needles impaled him. Before the approaching Naruto could attack, he kicked his belly, causing him to disappear. "Hueco, didn't you know it was impolite to sneak?" Hueco, from afar, crossed his arm, revealing several needles being held in between his fingers. Flames could be heard hurling themselves towards Jonathan. When he looked, a massive fireball was headed his way. Fire style, fireball jutsu. It was Sasuke's. Water style, water dragon jutsu. A sizable dragon made of water pierced through the fireball, heading towards Sasuke's direction. "Sasuke!" Naruto yelled. Sasuke quickly leapt backward, dodging the attack. Kakashi watched carefully with his Sharingan. When he tried to get up, he found himself barely able to move. The damages he sustained earlier were too much for him. Not a moment too soon, Jonathan quickly ran towards Hueco. Hueco threw all his needles directly at him. Jonathan's movements slowed down as he could hear himself thinking. He knew that he was limited in the techniques he could use. That was because he was being watched by someone he had already fought before. But water style, 4 water shark shower. Several miniature sharks, made of water, overpowered Hueco's needles. He might be being watched by someone he had already fought before, but that's what made Jonathan special. A plethora of sharks stormed the entire area. When Naruto looked at his clothes, he noticed they were being torn through. Several shadow clones that he had prepared all began to disappear one by one. Zabuza immediately had to react with his water prison technique to act as a shield. Kakashi himself had to shield his body, blocking his view of the battle. Sasuke was forced to leap several paces back from the technique's range. Hueco tried to perform hand seals, but Jonathan had already closed the distance. Jonathan grabbed his hand, stopping him. He looked him square into the eyes and said, "The Yuki clan's crystal-style KK Genkai. In your hands, Hueco, it was wasted." Wind-style, wind sword. Hueco gasped as several invisible blades sliced through his entire body. All the way from the veins on his neck down to his vital organs, Hueco was deeply cut by Jonathan's jutsu. By the time Kakashi looked to see what had transpired, Hueco was already lying on the ground, dead. "You bastard!" Naruto yelled. As Naruto started his run, Jonathan quickly grabbed one of Hueco's needles and stuck it through his kneecap. The blow caused Naruto to stop. Sasuke managed to come behind Jonathan. When he tried to jab at his side, Jonathan used the teleportation movement technique to evade him. "He's fast," Sasuke thought. No one here would have known that Jonathan spent a portion of his time copying the strongest Uchiha at the time who used that technique. Zabuza, seeing Jonathan approaching at incredible speed, released his water prison technique. The two locked hands together as rain poured down upon them. As much as Zabuza tried to overpower Jonathan, it was clear he was no match for his augmented strength. "Isn't this the part you start crying over your comrade's death, Momoki?" "Arg!" Zabuza screamed. Jonathan's grip tightened, bringing Zabuza to one knee. He then turned his head slightly to see where the others were. Naruto had just pulled out the needle from his knee, Sasuke was running toward him from a fair distance, and Sakura was being as useless as he expected. But more importantly, from where Kakashi Hatake was watching him, Jonathan knew that Kakashi could see Zabuza's body from that angle. Camellia dance. Jonathan brought Zabuza's hand near his face. Then, a sharp bone protruded from his palm and pierced through Zabuza's hand. When Jonathan retracted the bone, he saw that he had left a gaping hole where Zabuza's left eye socket was. Jonathan let go of his grip, causing Zabuza's body to flop down. A loud cry erupted from behind Jonathan. When he turned to look, he smirked slightly. Oh. Naruto was staring angrily at him with red, slitted eyes, fierce whiskers, and sharp fangs. There's no need for you to get angry, Naruto. I'll tear you apart. He screamed, rushing at Jonathan. Sasuke watched as Naruto speedily ran toward Jonathan. Jonathan himself raised his head in anticipation of Naruto's attack. When Naruto reached him, he clenched his fist and punched right at Jonathan's abdomen. Jonathan's body then turned into nothing but liquid, revealing it was a clone. Naruto stood there, slightly hunched. A second and Sasuke approached him, saying, Naruto. Naruto lifted his head to reveal eyes full of tears. Jonathan was a fair distance away from the fight. Far enough that Kakashi's Sharingan wouldn't be able to see him, but close enough that his water clone wouldn't disperse abruptly. After Jonathan performed the 4-shark shower technique by the number, he also formed a water clone without anyone's knowledge and quickly switched places with it before fleeing. People like Zabuza Momoki and Hueco were not allowed to live in Jonathan's eyes. He had already let someone who was supposed to die years ago roam around the ninja world. Having 2 more would pose a burden on Jonathan's plans. And as far as his identity was concerned, his method of fighting was identical to Mist Village Shinobi. Naruto's sudden rage was something Jonathan expected. Why wouldn't he have known? Jonathan always thought more than 10 steps ahead of everyone. Upon confirming that Tazuna was safe, Gato, Hueco and Zabuza were dead, Jonathan fled the scene with flying rage and... Several hours later, the moon's light shone down on the grassy lands. A foot could be seen standing on a pile of dirt. Next to that foot was another pile of dirt with the executioner's blade sticking out of the ground like a tombstone. When a cloud passed by, the light revealed the person to be none other than Jonathan Yuan, staring at Hueco's grave. Finally, his KK Genkai is mine. Jonathan performed the flying rage and, teleporting Hueco's dead body to his laboratory. Earlier, during their fight, the water clone who slew Hueco managed to place a mark on his skin. This mark was hidden well underneath Hueco's undergarments. Jonathan was confident they wouldn't try to run an autopsy. Before leaving, Jonathan turned to Zabuza's grave and picked up the executioner's blade. Also known as the Kubika Ribicho in Japanese, or the decapitating carving knife, it was one of the many weapons wielded by the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. Its ability allowed the sword to repair itself from the iron harvested from the blood of those it cut down. With this sword now in Jonathan's hand, that meant he owned 3 out of the 7 swords. Jonathan teleported to his laboratory, which was deeply hidden near the borders of the land of Earth. If he didn't preserve Hueco's cells in time, they would decompose, reducing his chances of a successful transplant. Jonathan was a medical doctor first and a ninja second. Freshly harvested cells would be a lot more generous to Jonathan's body than rotten ones. In a half-moment's time, Jonathan carved out enough cells from Hueco and placed them in a storage jar filled with preservation chemicals. There were many valuable things still left in Jonathan's laboratory. Though the aftermath of his fight with the Akatsuki and Kyoikaku jungle left his garden in utter ruin, he still had something precious. That was what was inside his freezer unit. There, he stored Hueco's cells alongside the many other cells he'd collected over the years. Even after so long, even Ranmaaru's cells were here. As much as Jonathan would have preferred to transplant Hueco's cells, there was something more important that required his attention. Gato, the richest man in the world, had recently died. Jonathan performed the flying rage and guiding thunder technique and arrived in a different location near the hidden mist village. When he left, the first place he headed toward was Gato Industries, disguised as Haruto. This is a disaster. A man smoking a cigar said. Yes, I just heard the news. That bastard Gato's been killed by Zabuza. What the heck was that devil thinking? He's down now, so let's all calm down. Sitting at a long table were several men in business attire. Their suits screamed how affluent their status in Gato's company was. Before any one of them could talk strategy, the door to the office crept open. When they looked to see who it was, a man with a piercing smile and seemingly closed eyes walked in. Haruto, where have you been? Me? Jonathan responded. I was on vacation until I heard the terrible news. Well, what's your plan then? Jonathan casually walked to the chair Gato normally sat in. Businessmen were quite understanding of what his actions meant. He wasn't just declaring that he was going to take over the company, he was also saying that he didn't need any of their votes to carry it out. The men in the room stayed quiet until they heard what he had to say. Jonathan pulled out a slip of paper. They looked at it and saw 2 signatures. The first clearly being Gado's and the second had the name Haruto written. "What the heck's that?" a man asked. "See for yourself," Jonathan stated as he passed the paper. When the first person skimmed through the paper, his jaws widened, causing his cigar to fall from his mouth. This has gotta be fake." "A fake, I tell ya." "No," Jonathan said, stretching the word out. Each man verified the printing material of the paper and scanned it several times to see if it was fabricated. "How long have you had this for?" "I'd say, 2 years now," Jonathan answered. Everyone sitting in the room came to an uproar. They all knew that something as valuable as this had to have been copied, so tearing it apart would mean nothing. And they were right. Jonathan wasn't just going to carelessly hand something as valuable as the contract he signed with the richest man in the world to a bunch of businessmen. "So, you're the owner of Gato Industries. Now what?" Jonathan's pitch changed, and his smile faded. His seemingly closed eyes opened to reveal crisp, golden pupils. "Now, the village hidden in the mist belongs to me." What exactly had Jonathan meant when he said the mist village belonged to him? Gato's company wasn't something to be overlooked. It was the largest shipping industry in the entire world, and he was once the richest man in that world. Before Gato's death, he had influence over not only the nation but also the nation's daimyo. A daimyo was what was known as a feudal lord. Their position was the highest position someone in this world could carry. If a fan thought being a Kage was special, they'd be wrong. Those who held true power were the feudal lords. Every country had a feudal lord, and the Land of Water's feudal lord was currently in a pathetic state. Because of Gato, even the feudal lord could not dispute his actions. Gato's company was one of the major sources of funding for the Land of Water. And due to the downfall Yagura Karatachi left the hidden mist in from a true mummy, they were currently rebuilding. If there was ever a time for Jonathan to conquer something, now was that time. The managers of various departments looked at Jonathan, who is in the guise of Haruto. They hadn't entirely known who Haruto was exactly. From their perspective, he was a businessman like themselves who appeared rarely in Gato's meetings to discuss finances. Apart from that, Gato held this so-called Haruto in high regards. Those who were in the know understood that Haruto was truly second to Gato in his own company. "You can expect us to all agree to this, do you?" someone asked. "Actually, I do. In fact, if you don't, you're free to leave my company to fend for yourself in this godforsaken world," Jonathan said coldly. His sheer attitude and calm demeanor as Haruto changed. Now he was more stern, absolute and dictatorial. Traits like those are rarely found in leaders. His word quickly spread fear among the businessmen. None of them would dare take any legal action due to the legitimate contract their former owner signed. On top of all this, Jonathan was well known as Haruto. Gato's former mercenaries would just as easily side with him if he asked. Not that Jonathan needed backing up, but the thought surely made anyone trying to oppose him feel uncomfortable. The group was quiet, as no one questioned Jonathan's takeover. "What's the next step then, sir?" "Sir. You dare address your boss like that? From now on, call me Lord Haruto." Yes. "What will you have us do, Lord Haruto?" "I see you men are quick to understand." Jonathan spent the next 20 minutes discussing various changes that needed to unfold within the company. First, he was well aware of how corrupt the company was. It smuggled various drugs and other illegal products in and out of the country. But because Jonathan had already inherited so much wealth from Gato's death alone, he no longer needed to abuse such a tactic. Second, was the name of the company. Gato was dead. To continue using the brand of a dead man who tortured others was incorrect. Jonathan needed to reshape the company. But not in the way others would think. Jonathan didn't care about smuggling goods, he cared about profiting. If there was something Jonathan knew, it was business. The water country's population feared Gato. He hired thugs and all types of brutish men to do his dirty work. But if Jonathan could turn the company around to be more favorable, he would garner investors from other countries. More importantly, he could utilize those funds for his own benefits. Whether he was conquering the world or a major corporation, Jonathan's goals always remained the same. Third, Jonathan needed to make his rule over the Mizukage apparent. To do that, he ordered one of the men to call for an immediate meeting with the feudal lord. Most people had little idea of who the water country's feudal lord even was. He was featured a few times during part 2 of the original story, but he didn't even have a name. Jonathan, who'd spent more than 12 years in this world, knew his name. Tadashi Kondo, a careful man, yet in a financial rut, was the current feudal lord. When Jonathan discovered his name, he knew that he shared the same last name as the Japanese actor who portrayed him. After the Fourth Great Ninja War, he would be succeeded by a man named Sansui Onabara. But, something like that wouldn't happen for more than 10 or more years. Jonathan quickly had all the governing managers in the company rebrand the way Gato former company functioned. At his command, even the name was changed in mere moments. It was now known as Haruto's Network Express. Going with something like Amazon was out of the question because people from Earth would instantly catch on. Haruto was Jonathan's pseudonym, a name that was quite popular among Japanese men. Even if the other 5 who arrived in this world tried to investigate, they would come up short. Not a single thing was suspicious about what Jonathan was doing. He was even going as far as cleaning up Gato's negative look in front of the public. As long as Jonathan gained favor in the eyes of the masses, he knew his company would profit in more ways than one. The instant the meeting ended, Jonathan was approached by the head lawyer of the company. This may have been the ninja world, but such professions still existed as if in the real world. "Excuse me, Lord Haruto, but we need to get some paperwork done to record your profile as the new chief executive of HNE. Of course there would be legal terms," Jonathan thought to himself. "Let it wait. I've got a meeting to attend to with the feudal lord," he responded. "Okay, but you'll need to get it done as quickly as possible, Lord Haruto." Jonathan was a ninja first and a businessman last. Things like birth certificates, citizenships and other legal documentation was something beneath him. Had it not been for how dedicated he was toward his ambitions, he wouldn't bother with such trivial matters. But, being who he was, Jonathan knew he could just as easily create one later. He was a shinobi after all. A simple use of the transformation technique made the person known as Haruto just as real as the unborn Kawaki, who was a bounty hunter. Jonathan immediately left for the capital of the Land of Water. Things like these were never truly expanded in the original animated series. For people to truly know about how feudal lords conducted their affairs, they would have to read the light novels. Jonathan was just such a person. Though he never watched Boruto, he was quite aware that the series focused heavily on feudal lords. Many episodes were even dedicated to them. But where someone would find the most information on a feudal lord were the light novels. Jonathan ventured to the capital on short notice. But before he did, he had to teleport his laboratory to a new location. Jonathan was a fast thinker. Had he not been, the Akatsuki would be on his tail real fast. Jonathan gaining ownership of his new company, however, would change things. For years, he'd been planning how to get the Akatsuki off his back. When Jonathan arrived in the capital, still disguised as Haruto, he activated his smoke jutsu and traveled to where Tadashi Kondo resided. "What's this?" Tadashi said, looking at a letter he received from Gato Industry. The name hadn't yet changed, but he was familiar with just who Gato was. News spread quickly, so he also knew that Gato had already died. A few seconds passed as he skimmed through the letter. In it, Tadashi read that the ownership of the company changed from Gato to a contractor named Haruto. Who is this nobody, and what makes him think I can just accept meetings out of the blue? When Tadashi looked forward, a man with blonde hair and seemingly closed eyelids was looking at him. "Ah!" he yelled, flopping backwards. "Relax, Mr. Tadashi. My name is Haruto." How did you get in here?" Tadashi questioned. "Didn't you read the letter?" "I ordered a meeting to be requested between you and I," Jonathan answered calmly. Tadashi examined Jonathan's behavior. His posture was straight, and his tone was absolute. If he said the wrong word, Tadashi knew he would likely regret it. As such, Tadashi was careful in how he spoke to a man like Jonathan. "Well, I didn't expect our meeting to take place so soon," he said. "Yes, now sit down. We have important matters to discuss." Jonathan spent the next few moments stating his plans to reform the Land of Water. When Tadashi Kondo heard those words, he was left stunned. "And just how do you plan on making the water country great again?" he asked. That phrase, "great again." It was the slogan used by America's 45th president. Jonathan knew how politics worked. More importantly, he had foreknowledge of the entire ninja world. If there was anyone that could transform an entire country in less than the allotted time, it was Jonathan. "Easy, Mr. Tadashi. Look at our military power in our hidden village. The current Mizukage, Midoremi, hardly has any resources or funds to rebuild our village." Jonathan went on to state how she inherited a lot of Yagura Karatachi's problems. If there was one thing that Jonathan remembered, it was that the Mist Village did not participate in the Leaf's biannual Chunin exams. That was because they were currently not in a position to. Now that Jonathan was here, he was prepared to give as much funds as needed to change things. "What are you suggesting then?" Tadashi asked. "The answer should be obvious, Mr. Tadashi. Change how much power and influence the cage of our hidden village carries, and allow Haruto's Network Express to govern the village's affairs." When Tadashi heard this, he was ready to deny such a suggestion. But he didn't. He was thinking about how much wealth the former owner of the shipping industry held. That wealth translated into power and influence over the water country. If Tadashi Kondo denied Jonathan now, he would be risking his entire country into poverty. Think clearly, Mr. Tadashi. Would you really want neighboring countries to see us in a state of financial depravity? If they did, wouldn't they try invading? Tadashi Kondo usually had advisors with him to aid in his decision-making. But they weren't here. It was just Jonathan and him in a fancy hotel suite. When Tadashi asked for him to make this decision at a later date, Jonathan denied. Without hesitating, Jonathan pulled out a pen and paper with pre-written policies dictating a change in the Hidden Village's rulings. Please, Mr. Haruto. Can I have my advisors look this through before I sign it? Mr. Tadashi. I did not waste my time coming here just to be thrown out without something to show. Feeling pressured, Tadashi Kondo took the time to read the contract. It was not as severe as he thought. Power would be given to Haruto's Network Express to help financially stabilize the Mist Village whilst subsidizing any particular rules or doctorial decisions made by the Mizukage that did not favor the country's well-being. In terms of the feudal lord, he would still have to approve most of these actions the company sought. When Tadashi Kondo found that the contract was more favorable to the country and him and that his own power as the feudal lord wasn't being ostracized, he signed on the dotted line. You won't regret your decision, Mr. Tadashi. Jonathan rolled up the paper and stored it in his suite. What happens now? He asked, a tad worried. Nothing, of course. It might take a few months for us to truly reinvent our military power. While we're working on those changes, relax, Mr. Tadashi. I'll contact you if I need something important. Jonathan's words left Tadashi feeling assured that he did the right thing. Yet, there was still a slight discomfort he felt in signing that contract. He not only didn't get any advice from his advisors, he was also being pressured by a local businessman he had never spoken with before. Gato surely held more control than Tadashi over the country because of his company, but the fact that control had easily transferred over to someone Tadashi had never heard of made him feel fearful. Jonathan soon left the capital, unimpressed by its design. While rich, affluent citizens were out getting drunk and partying after work here, the rest of the country hardly had anything to show for itself. And they didn't entirely understand why. Jonathan knew. It was because of Obito Uchiha's meddling. Was Jonathan Yuan going to reform the entire country and make it one of the best nations in the world? Absolutely not. Jonathan's goal was to destroy this world, not save it. Now that the nation's feudal lord had signed Jonathan's contract, his company had become the Mizukage. What this contract dictated was that Haruto's Network Express could utilize their ninjas to perform various tasks in the form of national security. Jonathan learned this tactic from the American government's deep state. It was a covert method of using rich industries, like big bankers, to secretly take over a nation from within. The purpose for Jonathan going through all this trouble rather than simply slaying the feudal lord was to remove the Akatsuki off his trail. White Zetsu was constantly using his Mayfly technique to harass Jonathan. But if Jonathan could garner enough mist ninjas to perform various sealing techniques and increase their village's security barrier, he could station his laboratory right in their village to prevent White Zetsu from tracking him. Once White Zetsu would eventually lose track of Jonathan's whereabouts, the Akatsuki would be led to believe that the infamous Jade Shinobi had gone underground. That or found a new method to hide his location, a method they themselves would little to no idea of discovering. If Jonathan could do this without slaying a single soul or placing someone in an illusion, he would be virtually untraceable, not even by people who came from Earth. 95 Accountant Tadashi Kondo was only a side piece for Jonathan to utilize. As far as he was concerned, he had plans for one day of overthrowing the feudal lord and reign in his stead. But before he could attempt such a daring feat, he had to first get rid of adversaries. The moment Jonathan left the capital, he teleported to his laboratory. White Zetsu was sure to think of various schemes and plots to maneuver around Jonathan's barrier tags. Which was why Jonathan consistently used different tags to identify fluctuations within the barrier's range. It didn't matter how much White Zetsu tried to use his Mayfly technique. As long as abnormal chakra signatures entered the barrier, he would always be detected. The only thing Jonathan allowed to pass in and out of the barrier was himself. And although White Zetsu was one of the few people, alongside Obito Uchiha, who could find Jonathan's location, that didn't mean he could contact other Akatsuki members to help him. The Akatsuki was an organization that always performed missions for other countries. People like Pain, their leader, also had a village to govern with Conan. Obito Uchiha perhaps desired Jonathan's head, but he desired the tailed beast more to fulfill Madara Uchiha's wishes. There were 9 tailed beasts, and they only knew the locations of a select few. Once they were prepared to truly start hunting tailed beasts, Jonathan would surely become the main target. Until then, Jonathan was a rogue shinobi that was already being hunted by 3 out of the 5 great nations. In time, they believed that he would be captured. Or worse, killed. Jonathan, in all of his planning, had a lot of things to balance. For instance, There were Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha. Jonathan's sole desire was to keep the plot the same so he could remain at an advantage. However, there was something different about those two when he fought them on Tezuna's bridge. Sasuke had awoken the Sharingan earlier than in the original story. Naruto himself fought differently. Before, Jonathan remembered him randomly swinging his fists around with no type of battle strategy. This time was different. He was using his shadow clones, mixing them with higher levels of taijutsu movements than usual. Naruto's movements had become more fluent. During his times when fighting his rival, Sasuke Uchiha, it was clear as day who held the more fluid movements. Naruto was a brutish fighter, using his strength to overpower opponents. Now he was exercising battle tactics while fighting with careful martial arts skills. Jonathan could only estimate that these changes occurred because of the 5 that arrived here. From what he gathered, Tyler explained that Jennifer failed in trying to befriend Sasuke Uchiha. She went as far as showing him her Sharingan. An action like that could have caused an effect where Sasuke found it a necessity to gain the Sharingan. Through training extensively and recalling his emotional past after seeing another young Uchiha with eyes like his brother's, he must have reawakened his Kekkei Genkai. The chances of that being probable were fairly high. Jonathan didn't just try to deduce the how, but also the what. Meaning, what would happen now that Naruto was a more skilled fighter and Sasuke had unlocked the Sharingan earlier? Nothing, he thought to himself. So what, that Naruto could fight better? That only meant his battles, as the main character, would be easily won. What bothered Jonathan, however, was that the 5, Tyler, Jennifer, Wes, Norden and Desiree could influence the characters even more. If that happened, it would place Jonathan at a disadvantage. He was not ready to face several foes at once. If he was, he would have slain the Akatsuki alongside Izumi Uchiha when they dared attack him in Kyoikaku Jungle. Jonathan desired power. Enough power to prevent situations like that from happening again. Once he gained that power, only then could he truly conquer the ninja world. From Jonathan's experience, he had found some time to train his skills. Things like perfecting some of his wind techniques were possible during the time he was fleeing from White Zetsu. But once the time came that he would finally rid himself of the Akatsuki, he could truly execute his training methods. What Jonathan needed was freedom from trackers like Zetsu. The feudal lord, Tadashi Kondo, would undoubtedly inform the Mizukage of the recent policies in place. Jonathan would also make sure to not only introduce himself to Mate Rumami as the new magnate of the shipping industry but also get his documentation signed. Being a businessman seemed easy on paper, but it was truly a lot of work. Things like this, however, were nothing new to Jonathan. He was used to staying busy while running from trouble. While waiting for the power structure of the Hidden Mist Village to shift toward Haruto's Network Express, Jonathan was going to pay someone important a visit. That person's name was Gengo. He was a character first mentioned in a light novel called Naruto, Shikamaru's Story, A Cloud Drifting in the Silent Dark. Jonathan had not only read the novel, but he had also watched the animated version. What made Gengo so special was that he knew this special technique that would help Jonathan pursue his goals. From what Jonathan remembered, Gengo had escaped to the Land of Silence around this time. In a few years' time, he would take control of that territory. Before that happened, though, Jonathan was going to slay Gengo and extract all the information he could from his person. In terms of power, Jonathan easily had Gengo beat. What Gengo specialized in was Ganjutsu. Something like that, no matter what form it took, could hardly affect Jonathan. But before Jonathan could decide when to pay Gengo a visit, he needed to modify his newly acquired weapon, the Executioner's Blade. Teleporting to his laboratory stationed near the Storm Country, Jonathan placed the broken weapon on a table. He then proceeded to examine it through a microscope. The fine detail it took to craft this weapon was remarkable, but it didn't look any different than a giant cleaver. Whoever designed it knew it was clearly evil. Jonathan first activated his Sharingan. Nothing was visible. But when he activated the Rinnegan, he noticed there were minute chakra particles within the blade's core. Anything in this world categorized as supernatural always dealt with chakra. The Executioner's Blade was no different. Stressed on time, Jonathan took a fresh blood sample he collected from Hueco and dropped some on the blade. Using his Rinnegan, he could see the chakra within the blade was absorbing the blood. By the time all the blood was swallowed up, a portion of the blade had regenerated itself. Jonathan wasted no time investigating the blade's materials as it was doing so. With his chakra-enhanced strength, he broke the blade further and repeated the process. Whether he was using blood mixed with water or blood mixed with chemicals, the weapon always absorbed the blood, leaving any other substances out. There were many things Jonathan learned in this experiment. One important fact was that he couldn't modify what the blade could absorb. And no matter how damaged the blade became, as long as there was a minute fragment left, it could always be restored. The hilt, on the other hand, could not be restored. Jonathan had destroyed the weapon so much that the hilt ceased to exist. Due to the laboratory carrying a sufficient amount of blood, Jonathan was able to restore only the blade. Whether it was dried up, frozen or decomposing, the executioner's blade could use it. With it now fully restored, Jonathan's only option was to increase its sharpness. The way he was planning to do that was by enhancing the minuscule amounts of chakra found in its core. Jonathan could try and rebuild the sword with better materials, but if he tried that, the weapon would just reconstruct itself to its original state. Both his time and resources were not going to be wasted. Jonathan therefore broke the weapon in two and added blood to it before quickly using his passive ability to absorb natural energy. Rinnegan in use, he began mixing the chakra with senjutsu to create senjutsu chakra. The process sped up the regenerative abilities of the weapon, but it didn't seem to change the weapon's metal properties. Jonathan sighed at the process. Near the outskirts of the Land of Storms. "Listen, if you don't file these taxes in by tonight, our company will be in shambles," a man yelled at someone sitting at a cubicle. "I've got a date tonight with a fine woman, and there's no way I'm gonna miss this opportunity," he said, fixing his suit. "I don't care if you gotta work overtime, get those files in before we take a profit loss." The person he had been yelling at sighed. "Hey, look. I'm not harsh on you because I want to be. You're the only guy who's right for the job. You've been working for us for years, so the company really depends on this." The man eased up a bit at hearing his boss's words. "All right, I'll do my best then." "Good. Go ahead and lock up when you're finished," the boss said after walking out. When the door shut behind him, the man began shaking his head. "Gosh darn it. Why am I the only one in the accounting department?" After smacking his head and leaning back on his rolling chair, he straightened himself and began writing on his desk. Half an hour passed during his late-night work. Feeling exhausted, he got up sluggishly to get some coffee. The man pressed a nozzle down and watched as steaming, hot liquid mixed with cocoa beans poured into his styrofoam cup. He stared at it, saying, "Someone just kill me now." "Are you sure?" someone asked. The accountant turned around in fright, dropping his coffee on his hand and shirt. He screamed at the burning sensation before yelling, "Who's there?" Looking left and right, he didn't see anyone. "I thought the boss wanted me to lock up tonight because I was the only one here," he thought. "Ugh. If someone's there, you shouldn't scare me like that." When no one replied, the man began to feel uneasy. Suddenly, the lights flickered before turning off. He gasped at the sudden change in atmosphere. "Oh. Okay, this isn't funny, guys." No response. The floor was silent. "Boss." 96 bored. The accountant quickly grabbed a sheet of napkins close by to wipe the spilled coffee on him. He then touched the wall and used it as a guide to help find the light switch. When he did, he felt the switch was off. But when he flipped it on, all he heard was the click. The accountant proceeded to flip the light switch from on to off repeatedly, but nothing happened. Just then, he heard something fall to the ground, prompting him to turn around. He couldn't see anything, which frightened him even more. Anxious, he ran to his cubicle but wound up tripping since it was so dark. The moment he stood up, he saw that the whole room was dimly lit. "Where I am?" he asked himself. "This is my laboratory, Mr. Fusajiro Yamauchi." "Arg!" he screamed, turning around. "Who are you?" A pair of red eyes was staring Fusajiro in the eyes. It was Jonathan. He slowly walked toward him with half of the executioner's blade held in his hand. Fusajiro Yamauchi was so startled that he fell backwards. "Listen, please. I'm just a businessman for a shipping company. If it's money you want, I can give it to you. The price you'll be paying is in blood, Mr. Fusajiro." "What? No, I don't wanna die." When Fusajiro blinked, he saw Jonathan standing right on top of him. A singing pain was coming from his chest. He looked down and saw a giant cleaver impaling him. Fusajiro tried to say something, but only blood squirted from his mouth. Jonathan witnessed Fusajiro's eyes become bloodshot. He tried to reach out to Jonathan, but his body gave in and he became lifeless. Jonathan pulled his weapon out and watched as it repaired itself. "Fusajiro Yamauchi, special accountant in the rival shipping industry second only to mine. Your death was needed." A few days later, Jonathan was sitting casually on a chair by the Mizukage's office. He wasn't smiling outwardly, but he had a feeling of contentment. Not because his rule over the Mist village was going to be recognized, nor was it because the feudal lord, Tadashi Kondo, was dangling by his strings. It was because the executioner's blades experiment was a success. Why would Jonathan spend so much of the cells he had collected over the years? He was a famed shinobi who could teleport vast distances in mere moments. This world was filled with billions of creatures that Jonathan could use. Instead of choosing a random individual, he targeted someone from a rival company that he had done research on previously. The absence of Fusajiro Yamauchi was not only spreading like wildfire in the business world, but his very blood was exactly what Jonathan used to finish his experiment. "Come in," a voice said in the next room. Jonathan rose from his seat and casually walked into the Mizukage's office. "You're the famous Haruto I've been hearing about, correct?" Maitre Mummy asked. "It's a pleasure to meet the Mizukage," Jonathan answered. "The feudal lord issued an immediate change in structure toward our village. If he believes that you can help rebuild what foundation we have left, then I will use all that we can to aid you." Why would Maitre Mummy be suspicious of Jonathan now? These orders were being directly relayed to her by the feudal lord himself. There was no way for her to refuse Jonathan's might. "It's aid us, Miss Mai." After the meeting ended with a Mizukage, Jonathan, in a matter of moments, successfully solidified his reign over not just the Hidden Mist village but an entire country. And not just any country either, but one of the 5 great ninja nations. One area conquered. 4 more to go. To warning, this chapter depicts graphical content not suitable for certain audiences. The fact you're even reading this message clearly means you're used to this sort of thing. Sasuke's darkness, Naruto's dream, Kaguya's scheme, and Gar's bloodlust. These were the thoughts circulating in Jonathan's mind. Sitting on a luxurious chair with his leg crossed and elbow resting on the arms, Jonathan deduced what things the other 5 were thinking of. "And if we capitalize our boat's storage unit, we can carry out more products," a man said. Jonathan was in a meeting at his company. It was nothing that he needed to attend, but he enjoyed using their nonsense business strategy as the perfect time to think ahead. What had always been on Jonathan's mind is what Tyler stated. He was planning to fix the plot. To do that, you'd have to correct the villainous acts they all did. For the last few weeks, Jonathan ordered the Mizukage to increase the Mist Village's security. To do so, he had all their sensory-type ninjas amplify their mist barrier. No longer was their barrier just water vapor to deter unwelcome travelers. While the ninjas were utilizing their hidden mist technique, Jonathan mixed his senjutsu chakra into it. Once this was done, the Mizukage gathered as many ninjas as she could that were proficient in forming barriers. Stationing them each by the edge of the village, they combined their barriers. While this all happened, Jonathan used a clone disguised as Haruto while he himself was helping the barrier team. The reason Jonathan was funding this project was for his own purposes. Zetsu was constantly harassing Jonathan. With the use of several hundred mist ninjas, he created a secure area that he could no longer use his mayfly technique in. After the new village barrier was formed, Jonathan found an open space to summon his laboratory in. With the authority he had, he designated the building as the property of Haruto's Network Express. Stationed several yards away from residences and shops, Jonathan's laboratory was marked with trespass signs. It looked abandoned at first, but Jonathan wasted no time summoning various clones disguised as construction workers to darken the windows and fix the outside up. In terms of security, all the doors were locked shut. Jonathan even went as far as to state that anyone who came within 1 mile of the premise would be charged with soliciting. This was an order by the directors of Haruto's Network Express, the same company that was funding the entire water country. Even the Mizukage could not disannul such a law. The area itself was far from any rural activity, so no one minded. Rather, because of Jonathan's latest changes to the corrupt Gato, people were looking up to his company. Many investors sought to help further the company's development. With the feudal lord also regaining his financial power due to Jonathan's generous donation, he had begun promoting the company as the country's greatest resource. Would anyone suspect the company? Not in the slightest. It was inherited by the world's former richest person in the world. After his death, Gato's assets had to go somewhere. With board members taking in questions for the news, Jonathan was free to make any public appearances. Having created his own birth certificate, the lawyers handled the rest. Jonathan hardly had to lift a finger. Gato's management team was already doing the rest. The most Jonathan had to do was give his approval to certain business decisions. If it seemed fair and would be profitable, he would agree. If it was ridiculous to threaten citizens not to build a bridge to connect to other countries, he denied it. Jonathan's shipping industry already had so much to begin with. Tezuna's bridge, which was named the Great Naruto Bridge, had not hindered Jonathan. Why was that exactly? Jonathan was forming bonds and making written contracts with neighboring countries. The Great Naruto Bridge only made it easier for him to transport his goods to others. Others might think of Jonathan as a benevolent ruler, but he was far from that. For instance, Jonathan understood that Gato only became so rich because he was smuggling in drugs. Jonathan did not stop this act. He came to destroy this world, not save it. All Jonathan did was increase his security measures by having others find out what his company was doing behind the scenes. In terms of rulership, he ensured that Tadashi Kondo's status was held higher in the eyes of the public. What people saw from the outside was a country slowly regaining its status as one of the 5 great nations. Maitru Mami had barely been the Mizukage for long. Even if she had veteran's status, she could never go against the feudal lord. Naruto Uzumaki's dream of becoming a Hokage was stomped on when Jonathan arrived here. Jonathan didn't need to become a Kage to gain control, rulership or respect. He became far above that. He became the tyrant of a country. Yet, this was nowhere near enough. Jonathan mainly had political power. In terms of military power, he was not going to strengthen the Mist Village. Ninjas were one of the things Jonathan was trying to eradicate. As long as he continued his role as Haruto without intervening in too many of the Mist Village's affairs, they would grow naturally. To make sure this happened successfully, Jonathan had to start paying attention to the main characters. Jonathan looked down at a paper he was holding under the desk. The board members were so busy in their meeting that they hadn't noticed Jonathan wasn't listening. Jonathan knew on, missing Nin, he saw plainly written on an info card. Only a couple weeks ago, this latest intel was made public in the world of ninjas. When Jonathan saw that his real name was made known, he immediately connected it to the 5 who had arrived here. They went so far as to publicly reveal as much information about Jonathan as they knew. And their action only meant one thing to Jonathan: they desired war. Jonathan was eager to travel to the Hidden Leaf village to see what had transpired and what other things they might have told their ninjas. As far as he was concerned, he guessed they wouldn't dare say they were from another world. No matter how hard they'd try, they'd be made fools. At the most, they stated who I was and likely made up some tale of how they knew this fact. Then there was their foreknowledge. Undoubtedly, they would try to save Hiruzen Sarutobi by warning him of Orochimaru's ambush. Humphrey, Jonathan said, standing up. Ugh. Is everything alright, Lord Haruto? Yes, continue with your meeting. I've got something important to attend to. Just like that, Jonathan walked out of his own meeting. He was the unrivaled chief executive of the entire company, which controlled the whole country. No one would dare question his actions. The moment Jonathan found a safe area to use his flying rage in, he teleported to the far outskirts of the Land of Fire. If they think going to war with me is going to be easy, they'll be sorely displeased, Jonathan thought. Taking flight, Jonathan ventured to the Land of Silence. For some time now, Jonathan has been considering paying someone a visit. Known as Gengo, he was first mentioned in a light novel. To Jonathan, he was valuable due to his form of manipulation. Both his morals and ambitions to change this world were also admirable to a certain degree. To say that his role as an antagonist wasn't too bad would be an understatement. After several hours of traveling, Jonathan finally made it to the country. The first place he extensively searched for was easily found. Known as Curtain Village, this was where Gengo was residing. More importantly, he was living in the building at the center of the village called Fushu Castle. Jonathan would have gladly come here earlier, but he had to wait on Zabuza Momoki's death. In the original story, Gengo defected alongside Zabuza and the rest of the Mist Ninjas. Only after hearing of Zabuza's plans to gather up money by becoming a mercenary did he venture to this village with his own beliefs. How Jonathan knew he was in the right place because of the flowers. Such a flower was only native to this land. If it were ever brought outside the land, it would wilt. On top of all this, the scent of these flowers could stir up memories in someone. The Land of Silence was a land of poverty. Crops couldn't grow here due to the elevated land. That meant their economy didn't have many resources to trade with. Jonathan could care less for their setback. What he desired was how to perform Gengo's ability, Evil Illusion Flattery. Entering the village covertly, Jonathan used his smoked jutsu to infiltrate Fushu Castle. He searched high and low, even finding the burial ground where Gengo slew his partners. Once Jonathan found where Gengo's throne room was, he waited patiently. Several men and women entered and exited the room, giving Gengo various reports on the changes both inside and outside the world. Gengo himself seemed relaxed. When Jonathan activated his Sharingan, however, he could tell that every single person who entered the room was under a Genjutsu. Jonathan was not going to carelessly approach Gengo without first analyzing his opponent's strengths and weaknesses. That's what made Jonathan who he was. After a couple of hours, Jonathan traveled via his smoke form and rested on the top of Gengo's chair. He released his jutsu, solidifying his body. That completes today's reports, Gengo said, not noticing Jonathan was right on top of him. It was only until he heard a whistle that he turned to see his presence. Jonathan, disguised as Ro, an Anbu from the leaf, was twirling around a kunai by its handle. Good to see you, Gengo. Gengo immediately leapt out of his seat, turning to face Jonathan. Mind I ask what you're doing here, uninvited? Gengo asked. It's about your flattery technique, Jonathan answered. Gengo gasped at those words. No one should have been aware of his trademark. Not even his subordinates. Thanks to Gengo's calm and collective ways, he quickly put himself at ease. I have no idea what you're referring to. Oh. Imagine my surprise that a shinobi managed to walk right in without any guards noticing him. Jonathan stared at Gengo as he spoke. I know why you're here, though. Like everyone in this village, you seek enlightenment, to know the before Gengo could finish his sentence, he felt a stinging sensation on his tongue. Gengo grabbed his mouth, surprised at how painful it suddenly felt. There's no need for you to say any more than that, Jonathan announced. The evil illusion flattery technique flows chakra through your tongue. That way, when someone hears your voice, their very hearts will yield to you. Gengo began sweating as he held his mouth shut. He looked at Jonathan with furrowed brows. Jonathan slowly started walking toward Gengo. By the time Gengo tried making a move, Jonathan disappeared right in front of him. Flying rage and before Gengo knew it, his whole world had become black. Jonathan had easily knocked him out from behind. Where he placed his flying Raijin mark was on the back of his garments when he wasn't looking. The moment Jonathan heard him talking about enlightenment, he knew full well he was trying to use his Ganjutsu. Much like Hueco had done in the original, Jonathan stopped his technique by cutting the chakra flow in his tongue with a lightning needle. A few moments passed. Gengo's vision became clear as he raised his head to see that he was in his basement. How long have I been out? He asked himself. When he tried to move, he could not. That was because his hands and feet were strapped to a chair. The only Gengo could do was turn his head. No matter how much strength he used to lift himself along with the chair, he couldn't budge it even an inch. There's an easy way out, a voice echoed in the dimly lit room. You. Gengo, tell me how you to perform your technique, and you can be set free, Jonathan said. Gengo looked around but couldn't see where Jonathan was. He stayed quiet at first, trying to think of a way out. When he figured that Jonathan was speaking with him, it also meant that he could hear him. What's the meaning of your arg? Gengo screamed. He wasn't able to finish his sentence. That was because Jonathan disrupted the chakra flowing from his tongue again. Little did Gengo know, Jonathan was equipped with both the Sharingan and the Rinnegan. With his eyes, he could easily see when he was trying to use the technique. Continue stalling, and you'll continue suffering, Jonathan said. Gengo became silent. There was nothing he could do. Though he was a shinobi, his strength wasn't enough to escape the chair. He had no weapon, no subordinates to come to his rescue. Gengo was completely at the mercy of Jonathan Yuan. Jonathan himself could have easily placed Gengo under a Ganjutsu and had him confess the secrets behind his technique. But Jonathan hadn't felt like wasting his chakra on someone like Gengo. He knew his character well, and devised this plan to see how such an antagonist would react in this situation. Several moments passed without Gengo saying a single word. Only when Jonathan shot an unseeable projectile at Gengo did he start writhing in pain. Arg! Gengo screamed slightly. Blood poured down his leg as he tried to calm himself. He wasn't a medical ninja, so the pain and the injury were only going to get worse. When Gengo returned to his silent state, Jonathan shot his left shoulder. No words after his scream. So he shot his kneecap. Then his cheek biceps. Afterwards, he shot both his forearms and his groin. The last shot had been so close to his private area that Gengo knew what Jonathan would shoot next if he didn't speak. You clearly know me. How about telling me who you are? He struggled to ask. I'm no one special. But Gengo, are you sure you're in the position to be asking me questions? What do you want from me? It's not about what I want, Gengo. It's what I need. How to perform the evil illusion flattery technique, right? Yes. Why do you need to arg? Jonathan shot Gengo by the ribcage. A second later, Gengo heard footsteps approaching him from behind. When he tried turning his head, his eyes were covered. Jonathan placed a blindfold over him. You're wasting my time, Gengo. Gengo's breathing started to calm down after Jonathan's last shot. Before he could speak, he felt a cold sensation by his fingernails. Torturing something is not my strong suit. But the longer you make me wait, the slower this'll be. Gengo knew what Jonathan was referring to. If he didn't speak now, he was going to forcefully pluck out his fingernails. The thought of that was worse than being shot out by unknown objects. Gengo managed to steady his breathing before he answered. They'll be searching for me, you know. When they find me, you won't be able to escape. I see you still haven't learned. Without hesitating, Jonathan used his tool to slowly tear apart Gengo's fingernail from his flesh. The pain was so excruciating, Gengo's screams were enough to pierce someone's ear. Jonathan didn't just stop there. He took out a kunai and stabbed where the nail was missing. His screams were deafening, lasting for several minutes. I'm happy, Gengo. You still have 9 more fingers, Jonathan said. Gengo's face was sweating. He clearly knew that Jonathan was the real deal, someone who wasn't afraid to harm another person. No amount of threats or scare tactics would work on someone like this. The only thing circulating in Gengo's thoughts was that if he didn't give Jonathan what he was asking for, he'd die. Half an hour passed, and Gengo had lost 3 of his fingernails. His legs were numb from all the stabbing Jonathan did. It was bad enough that he was being tortured, but wasn't dying from blood loss. Jonathan was specifically targeting areas that weren't vital. The pain was worsened because they were all sensitive areas in the body. Jonathan wasn't just an expert at this, he was also a medical ninja who knew how the body's pain threshold worked. Jonathan looked at Gengo. The secret to my technique. I'll tell you if you just answer one question. Jonathan thought. When Gengo didn't hear Jonathan's response, he let out a loud yell. Jonathan had ripped out another one of his fingernails. After a few moments of being burned, cut through, and having his hair pulled, Gengo finally broke. Like a soldier who had finally given up on everything, he confessed the secrets of his Genjutsu. 97 Chunin exams to Gengo. I had already known how to perform your jutsu. What? How couldn't have Jonathan known? He had the Sharingan and the Rinnegan. Before Jonathan even made his appearance known to Gengo, he had carefully analyzed the technique. If Jonathan desired, he could replicate it without much effort. The Sharingan enabled him to see chakra and copy techniques, while the Rinnegan allowed him to perfect techniques. Then, why was he putting me through this? Gengo questioned inwardly. Gengo was personally half dead already with several of his body mangled and mashed beyond recognition. On top of that, he had lost all sense of time. For all he knew, it had been days since he'd been captured. Then there was the grueling thought of who his captor was. You're probably asking yourself why I bothered to put you through all this. The answer's simple. Jonathan walked away from where Gengo had been sitting. I was bored. To the antagonist of Shikamaru's story, a cloud drifting in the silent dark had died. Jonathan Yuan's days had been spent listening to board meetings and giving out commands on how to better the economy. Going to Gengo and slaying him after learning of the evil illusion flattery technique was a ray-liver. But Jonathan hadn't chosen to remove Gengo without a purpose. His technique was quite valuable. The evil illusion flattery was a powerful illusion that could manipulate the masses' free will. Those with a broken or injured heart would have a better effect. Its only real weakness was someone who had a strong enough heart, had the caster's chakra cut off, or had the target's ears become slightly deafened. Apart from that, once the target looked behind them, they would succumb to the illusion. It was the perfect technique Jonathan needed in order to help subdue an entire country he now owned. Just like Gengo had done, but on a much wider scale. It was not a Genjutsu that could easily be perceived either. It wasn't the target's mind or chakra being tampered with, it was their free will. What made it even deadlier was that Jonathan could activate it by talking. To buy time whilst waiting for events to unfold, Jonathan used that opportunity to rid the world of someone unwanted. Now that enough time had passed, and he perfected his Genjutsu, Jonathan heard news of the Leaf's Chunin exams taking place. Maitre Mummy contacted the feudal lord and the village elders on if the village should participate after receiving the invitation. What exactly did they do? They contacted Jonathan for his advice. The entire water country belonged to Jonathan Yuan. No one made political decisions regarding neighboring countries without his approval. Not even the feudal lord could get in Jonathan's way. He understood his position better than anyone. In order to keep as much of the original story flowing in Jonathan's direction, he declined the Mist Village's participation. This same act was done in the original story. If there were any ninjas from the Mist that were going to attend this year's Chunin exams, it was going to be Jonathan in disguise. Jonathan's only consideration remaining was Izumi Uchiha. Her giant, red scroll that she carried was quite special. And Jonathan knew what was inside. Like Izumi once said, the last time the scroll was used, an entire village was almost destroyed. But that's not what made the scroll so dangerous. While it was around Izumi Uchiha, it prevented Jonathan from sensing her location. Jonathan had not yet figured out the properties of the scroll, but he knew that this specific feat was not because she was aware of the flying Raijin mark. Conan was the one who gave her that scroll to begin with. After the information she gave the Akatsuki about Jonathan, they figured that Jonathan had been targeting Izumi for a while now. Though they couldn't tell why or how, they took a safety precaution by adding that feature to her scroll. It proved to be effective for almost a year, as Jonathan had not been keeping track of Izumi. It was only until a spy reported the Leaf's personal intel that he knew where she had been hiding this whole time. He even knew why, too. But now was not the time for Jonathan to be reminiscing about the past. The Chunin exams were going to be held, and he was certain that the 5 Tyler, Jennifer, Wes, Norden and Desiree were going to attend. Their being here was like a snare around Jonathan's neck. If they truly had goals of fixing the plot like they said they were going to do, they wouldn't be able to do much until the Chunin exams started anyway. It was the second arc of Naruto, meaning, Jonathan knew full well what they would likely do. For him to be absolutely certain that the story would flow his way, he had to intervene without Izumi Uchiha knowing. Jonathan was always on the move, never staying in one place for too long. No matter how great her sixth sense was, she could never outrightly pinpoint his exact location. And as long as he stayed away from her, more specifically the Leaf Village, he was in the clear. Jonathan had been thinking a lot about how he could participate in the exams to prevent them from tampering too much with the story. Until one day, he was reminded that he could still sense Sasuke's location. If there was one thing that fell into the category of fixing, it was preventing Sasuke from falling into the hands of Orochimaru. The day of their exam was also the day Orochimaru gave Sasuke the curse seal. Jonathan was positive they would do their best to prevent that one way or the other. But as long as Sasuke Uchiha's location was known to Jonathan, he could intervene. "Can we really believe them, Lord Third?" asked Chunin. "I believe we can," Hiruzen Sarutobi answered. Hiruzen was shuffling through various paperwork with 3 other shinobi in front of his desk. "There's no need for us to cancel this year's Chunin exams. Not if someone like Orochimaru really is trying to infiltrate as a spy. How can we trust their information, sir?" Hiruzen placed his papers down and looked at the ninjas in front of him. Anko Mitarashi, Ibiki Morino and Hayate Gakko. These were the 3 who were going to host the 3 stages of the exams, much like in the original story. Despite being born around the time they were still Genin, Jonathan did a fine job of not intervening in their lives to prevent this scene. "Those Genin gave us information no other ninjas were capable of knowing," Hiruzen answered. "Yes, but where do you suppose they got that intel?" Ibiki questioned. "As far as I'm concerned, it was through covert means. I can't say I fully trust it, but based on the reports given to me by Izumi Uchiha and Yamato, those Genin are perhaps the best in their generation." Hiruzen stood up from his chair to look out the window behind him. His eyes narrowed toward his entire village before he continued speaking. "We'll have the Anbu Black Ops stationed in the second stage of the exams, watching Sasuke Uchiha. If we can confirm that Orochimaru's taken up a disguise like the Genin said he would, we'll take him captive." "But, sir." "Yes, Ms. Mitarashi? If Orochimaru really did enter the village again, wouldn't it be better to find him now than late?" Ibiki Morino looked at Anko to answer. "We've already sent a team out to scout around. They came back with nothing. Then how can we trust what mere Genin are saying?" Anko asked. Hiruzen Sarutobi assured Anko that the 5 Genin she was referring to as mere were not simple ninjas. Their very confidence that Orochimaru was going to be present was enough for Hiruzen to believe their words. Afterwards, was the recent mission they managed to survive regarding the Jade Shinobi. When Anko looked at their information, she marveled at their accomplishments. What impressed her the most was that they gave accurate intel on who the Jade Shinobi was. The following day, events began to unravel just as they had in the original series. Ibiki Morino passed almost 30 teams. The more notable teams, such as Gar's team and Naruto Uzumaki's team, also passed. To no surprise, Tyler's team, devoid of Sai, and Norton's team also passed. They not only agreed to participate in the exams, but they stuck with their mission of trying to save the plot. Even if it meant making someone as powerful as Jonathan Yu on their enemy. Earlier, before the exams started, Rock Lee had challenged Sasuke Uchiha. Unlike the original series, Naruto Uzumaki barely got jealous of the attention Sasuke was receiving. As such, he didn't challenge Rock Lee. Naruto instead watched as the two fought first, impressed by Lee's taijutsu. The results ended in a draw after Might Guy arrived. Interestingly, Naruto asked Rock Lee about his taijutsu. He claimed that his was great, but that he had 2 rivals he was willing to surpass one day. When Naruto asked who they were, he revealed one of them to be Neji Hyuga and the other to be Norton Lee, Norton Clyde. The group had done a fair job in mending the plot already. Not only had Naruto and the rest of his team passed the exam, but Naruto was given advice on how to pass. Tyler Singh was responsible for this. He gave Naruto information beforehand, which he managed to completely breeze through while sitting next to Hinata Hyuga. Not much was different than what occurred in the original story. Naruto was a lot more laid-back and easygoing, like he had matured faster than his counterpart. Hinata Hyuga was still infatuated with Naruto but was too shy to confess her feelings. The rest of Teams 8 and 10 hadn't found Naruto annoying in the slightest, being more respectful toward his skill as a shinobi. Though his knowledge skills weren't valued as highly as Sasuke Uchiha's due to his poor grades, they still respected him. Anko Mitarashi soon busted into the classroom the first stage had been held in. She said the same thing, with more of it leaning toward the manga than the animated series. Her character had been unchanged by Jonathan as far as the group was concerned. They had contemplated whether they would be given an extra day or go straight into the exams. Much like in the manga, they went straight to the Forest of Death. After she finished explaining the rules, Konohamaru and his team, consisting of 8-year-olds Mogi Kazumitsuri and Udanais, arrived. Desiree Martin recalled this scene. It was a filler episode where Konohamaru held an interview with the characters. The group wasn't too happy to give their input on their lives due to what Jonathan Yuon had caused. They were intrigued to see how Naruto would react to Konohamaru's presence. Because Tyler befriended Naruto and spent time with him, Naruto never met Konohamaru. Just like they expected, Naruto treated him like a complete stranger. The group felt a tad uncomfortable at this scene. Not only had Konohamaru not been wearing the goggles on his head in admiration of his boss, Naruto, but the group also understood that he was less likely to learn the harem jutsu or the Rasengan. After the interview, Anko had each team retrieve their respective scrolls. When Tyler Singh and Jennifer Long went to collect their heaven scroll, Anko smiled at them. "You two are quite special, huh?" she asked. "What makes you say that?" Tyler questioned. "Well, for starters, you're the only team with 2 members." Tyler had forgotten that only teams consisting of 3-man cells were participating in the exams. Though Azumi Uchiha allowed their entrance to the exam, no one had asked her if it was alright due to Sai's death. This occurrence drew a lot of attention from other participants. Not just because they were taking an exam, but because they were 1 man short, making them believe they were an easy target. "Yeah, we lost one of our teammates after a mission," Tyler sighed, trying to keep a straight face. "I see." There weren't many who knew Sai's identity, as he hadn't been in the academy with the Rookie 9. Nor had he made a real name for himself despite how talented Teams 6 and 9 were. Danzō Shimura himself also saw Sai as any other Root organization member, expendables. When the gates were opened, every team rushed in. Team 6, consisting of Norton Clyde, Wes Murray and Desiree Martin agreed to meet up with Tyler and Jennifer where they thought Naruto, Sasuke and Sakura were going to be. After telling Hiruzen Sarutobi of Orochimaru's impending attack, they were given the assurance that Hiruzen was going to handle it during the exam. Feeling uneasy about this Orochimaru they were talking about, they needed to make sure Sasuke Uchiha didn't receive the curse mark. If he didn't, he would be less inclined to leave the village. This in itself would give the group more of an opportunity to reason with Sasuke about why Itachi Uchiha, his older brother, slaughtered his clan. Sasuke Uchiha was a very cold individual, annoyed at Jennifer's existence and uncomfortable with those she hung out with. And because of Jennifer, he had reawakened the Sharingan much earlier. Several moments later, Orochimaru in the guise of Shior, again and killed by him from the hidden grass village, found Sasuke and Sakura. Naruto Uzumaki was separated from the group but eventually found by Team 6 and 9. They knew if they didn't hurry in time, Orochimaru was going to get to Sasuke. Without Naruto there, Sasuke wouldn't go through his character development. "I suppose you'd like to take our Earth Scroll, wouldn't you?" Orochimaru asked Sasuke and Sakura. The moment he devoured the scroll, shocking them, several ninja, including Anko Mitarashi and Hiruzen Sarutobi, arrived at the scene. "The Hokage is here?" Sasuke thought. "Think we weren't onto your little scheme, Orochimaru?" Anko said. Orochimaru gave a look of concern. He was sure that no one was aware of his presence. Rather, he had calculated this plan for some time in order to single out Sasuke. Not only was he now surrounded by ninjas, but even Hiruzen Sarutobi was here. "Did Kabuto betray me?" he thought to himself. "No, that's not possible. Someone knew I was coming here." "It's over, Orochimaru," Hiruzen announced. Calming himself, Orochimaru looked around before giving a sadistic smile. He then laughed manically, saying, "Sarutobi-sensei. Just who told you I'd be arriving to the leaf? That's the last thing you should be worried about." Anko yelled. Orochimaru could see all the ninjas preparing to apprehend him. Without a moment's notice, Orochimaru reached in his bag and threw something on the ground. Smoke covered the area. Hiruzen was quick to respond by getting in front of Sasuke. By the time the smoke cleared, Orochimaru was long gone. Naruto, Tyler and the rest of his friends arrived on the scene. There were looks of gladness and shock on their faces. Anko personally took the time to thank Teams 6 and 9 for tipping them off about Orochimaru's involvement in the exams. When Sasuke and Sakura asked what was going on, they were given a brief explanation of who Orochimaru was and that he was after Sasuke. Everyone eventually separated, assuring that the exams would still continue. Without telling anyone, Hiruzen ordered an Anbu to keep track of Sasuke's movements until he reached the 3rd stage. Naruto suggested that his friends and he team up, but Sasuke declined because of Jennifer and Sakura declined because of Wes. Whether or not they could team up hadn't mattered. That was due to neither of the teams having their scrolls. On the 3rd of July, 2 days after the incident with Orochimaru occurred, Sasuke went to get some water for the team. Just like in the original story, he saved Karen Uzumaki. The only difference was that this day was 2 days prior. As Sasuke was collecting the water, the Anbu were watching him carefully. No sight of Orochimaru had been seen throughout these past 2 days. Due to the severity of a Class 5 bingo book assailant, the Leaf took this case very seriously. Sasuke calmly gathered his water from a nearby brook. When the Anbu was scanning the area, he turned back in Sasuke's direction and saw that he had disappeared. Deep within the forest of death was a large snake coiled in a cave. Hiding inside the snake's belly was Orochimaru. Darn it. How did they know I was here? He had been thinking about the possibilities of someone betraying him. None of his subordinates would do this, however. The only thing he could think of was that there was a spy in his midst. Someone's here. The large snake opened its mouth, and Orochimaru slithered his way out. When he looked to see who had found his hiding spot, he noticed a black-haired ninja with a blue outfit lying on the ground. And on the back of that outfit was the Uchiha clan symbol. It was Sasuke Uchiha. Orochimaru gave a sadistic smile. Sasuke Uchiha slowly arose from his unconscious state. Looking around, he saw a pale creature and immediately recognized who it was. Had it not been for the intel he received from everyone a couple days ago, he wouldn't have made the connection. Sasuke moved several steps back, pulled out his kunai and activated his Sharingan. Orochimaru, he announced. Sasuke Uchiha, we meet again. There was not a single Anbu in sight. No Naruto or Sakura to help him either. And Orochimaru knew this. Though he himself wasn't completely sure how Sasuke even came here, he was more focused on the fact that he was here. An epic battle soon commenced between the shinobi. Orochimaru easily had Sasuke beat on more than one occasion. As hard as Sasuke fought, he came up short. Orochimaru was only playing with him until he eventually tired out, collapsing on the ground. What a shame. Letting your guard down like that, Orochimaru said. Sasuke had sustained multiple injuries from Orochimaru's brutish attacks. On top of having to fight against his giant snakes, he was also caught off guard by how nimble his opponent was. Orochimaru slowly walked toward the fallen Uchiha. Gradually getting closer, he began to tease Sasuke about how weaker he was compared to his older brother, Itachi. Don't say his name. Sasuke growled. Orochimaru stopped his advance upon seeing Sasuke was still very much conscious. As he slowly began lifting himself off the ground, the dirt was circulating around him. Sasuke stood straight, glaring at Orochimaru with eyes of hatred. At an even faster pace than before, Sasuke charged at Orochimaru and punched him right in the abdomen. The fight finished with Sasuke ending it with his windmill triple attack technique. Upon unleashing the Dragon Flame Jutsu, its power had magnified far more than it had in the animated series. Orochimaru thought he was going to die if he did not raise his defenses. By the time Sasuke finished, he was out of chakra. Impressed that he was able to exceed his expectations, Orochimaru granted him his curse mark with a bite on his neck. An entire day later, Sasuke was seen walking toward them by Naruto and Sakura. He was holding onto his arms and was covered in scratches. Sasuke, where the heck have you been? Naruto yelled. We were so worried about you, Sasuke, that we went looking everywhere for you. Sakura said in a worried yet sincere tone. Sasuke walked right by the two with his head slightly down, saying, come on. Let's keep moving. 298 Chunin exams. A few moments ago, Jonathan performed the Flying Raiden technique to knock out Sasuke. Deducing that he was going to be monitored by at least one Leaf Ninja, he kidnapped him by performing the Flying Raiden again to a mark he had placed in the forest more than 10 years ago. Afterwards, he used his Sage Mode sensing ability to locate Orochimaru. Taking mere seconds to find him, Jonathan delivered Sasuke to his hand. But he wasn't going to leave Sasuke without a little help. Jonathan and Sasuke shared similar chakra, so he transferred some of Five Tails' chakra into him before departing. Once Sasuke was in a dire state, the Tailed Beast chakra would activate inside him, strengthening his body and ninjutsu. Jonathan had thought carefully, knowing full well how the scenario would play out because of the Five's intervention. All Jonathan had to do was leave it to chance. If Sasuke couldn't prove to Orochimaru that he was strong enough to wield the curse mark, who knows what Orochimaru would have done. Jonathan, from his laboratory, sensed Sasuke Uchiha arise after the curse mark was successfully implanted. Throughout that time, Sasuke spent hours trying to return to his team after deactivating the curse mark. He came across several abnormally large creatures, easily taking care of them. Jonathan could tell by his movements that he was plunging deeper into despair. Exactly what Jonathan needed. Sasuke himself wouldn't be able to harness that sudden power boost he received from Jonathan again. The Tailed Beast chakra ran out after he performed that intense Dragon Flame technique. There was still one more thing that Jonathan took into consideration. But because of his successful outcome, he knew the results. We really don't care about you two. The three of us would like to take Sasuke on, a man with bandages over his head said. It was Daisuke Nuda, and alongside him were his teammates Zakubumi and Kentsuchi. No way. If you want Sasuke so badly, you'll have to go through all of us, Naruto declared. Because of Team 6 and 9, Naruto had not received the 5-pronged seal from Orochimaru. He was wide awake and prepared to defend against Team Dasu. Sasuke furrowed his brows upon seeing they were from the Sound Village. This was the same village Orochimaru was from, truthfully the founder. As Team Dasu prepared their advance, Zeku rushed in first. Naruto, Sasuke and Sakura raised their guards. Not even close to them, Zeku was kicked several paces back. Who are you? Dasu asked. The Leaf's handsome blue beast. Rock Lee. And he's not alone, a voice said from above. Landing by Rock Lee's side were Tyler Singh, Jennifer Long, Wes Murray, Norden Clyde, Desiree Martin, Choji Akimaki, Shikamaru Nara and Ino Yamanaka. The freak parade just goes on and on. Zeku said after recovering. Tyler. Naruto said with excitement. And Shikamaru and the rest of you guys. What are you all doing here? Ino turned to face Sakura, saying, I didn't want Sakura showing me up. Honestly, we wouldn't be here if it wasn't for Tyler, Shikamaru answered. What a drag. I didn't think he was telling the truth. Dasu looked in alarm at the new arrivals, saying, more of these annoying little bugs from the Leaf Village have crept in, and started swarming. I like to think of myself more as a tiger, Dasu. What? You know who I am? Dasu asked Norden. Well, duh, Desiree answered. Wes continued to belittle their team's ego, saying, you guys made it pretty obvious while trying to spy on Sasuke. Tyler and Desiree were both sensory types. From time to time, they were trying to keep track of where Team Dasu was. Throughout their search, they bumped into Inoshikacho, Nji Hyuga and Rock Lee. Warning them that Team 7 was in trouble, they were a little reluctant to help at first. That was until Jennifer revealed what had happened earlier with them. Considering Ino Yamanaka didn't like Desiree, her love for Sasuke Uchiha was greater. Shikamaru and Choji were friends with Tyler and Naruto, so they agreed to come. Rock Lee was also friends with Norden Clyde, so he also desired to help. Neji Hyuga was the only one not interested, advising Lee not to get hurt afterwards. You guys are outnumbered, Tyler announced. If you run now, we'll think about taking it easy on you, Jennifer threatened. Team Dasu smirked at the Leaf Ninja. It was a 3 versus 12 situation, but they didn't seem all that bothered. Their target was Sasuke Uchiha. Assassination orders were given to them by Orochimaru. Truthfully, it was to use them for Sasuke's curse mark. Hey, Zeku laughed. All you've done is give yourselves a handicap. This scene was nothing like the original story. Despite Naruto and Sasuke not being unconscious, Team Dasu attacked nonetheless. They were confident they could still kill Sasuke, whether he was awake or not. Little did they know that 3.5 teams were waiting for their arrival. Zeku immediately tried to attack with his slicing sound wave technique. Desiree and Wes dodged in opposite directions to avoid the technique. Dasu tried moving but found himself unable to because of Shikamaru's shadow possession technique. By the time he looked back, Norden and Lee delivered a flurry of kicks and punches to incapacitate him. They read my strategy, Shikamaru praised. Ken saw the severity of their tactic and immediately pulled out metal needles. Before she could throw them, a raging fireball was hurling toward her direction. Leaping upward, Tyler was already behind her, saying, not bad, but can you dodge this? Wind style, devastation. Tyler breathed out large gusts of wind, forcing Ken to fall where Jennifer's fireball technique was launched. Ken collided with it and Tyler's wind attack, her body taking quadruple the damage due to its combustive power. An explosion covered her area. Flashes of fire covered Ino's face as she said, you guys are crazy. Even Sasuke had to admit their ninjutsu and taijutsu were well performed for Genin. Zeku growled in anger, seeing that he was the only member remaining. Just a bunch of pipsqueaks? He yelled, clapping his hands. Supersonic air slice. Air waves mixed with sound waves covered a large area. The pressure of the attack was so immense, it blew away everyone, including Zeku's teammates. Much of everyone screamed as even the grass and trees were being ripped to shreds. By the time Zeku looked, multiple bodies were seen hanging from branches. He boasted himself, yelling, I told you, Dasu. Nothing but pipsqueaks. Naruto and Choji were looking at Zeku. His eyes were limp, and he was drooling at the mouth. What did you guys do to him? Choji asked. I placed him in a Genjutsu, Wes answered. Sakura was baffled. Even though he still thought Wes was a creep, she asked, when you do something like that? It was after his first attack, a voice said from above. When everyone looked, they saw Neji Hyuga and Tenten standing on a high branch. Neji said he wasn't going to help, but that didn't mean he wasn't interested enough. Just like in the original series, Neji came with Tenten to see how their teammate, Rock Lee, was doing. The entire Genin squad came together after successfully defeating Team Danzō. Words of praise, admiration, and gratitude were shared amongst the group. Sasuke claimed not to have needed any help, but no, Sakura and Tenten found his attitude cool. When Shikamaru asked Tyler and his friends how he knew Team 7 was going to be attacked, they relayed information on who Orochimaru was. The rest understood that if someone as dangerous as that was in the Chunin exams, he wouldn't let Sasuke go so easily. Everyone watched to see how Sasuke would respond, but remained calm. Sasuke confessed that he didn't care who Orochimaru was but was more interested in the scroll Danzō held. When he said this, and they confirmed that 2 out of the 3 teams needed their scroll, their conversation shifted back to the exam. Lying back on his luxurious business chair was Jonathan Yuan. The entire time, he had been listening to his managers discuss innovative ideas. All while he was sensing the Geinen's fight unfold. In terms of listening to whatever conversation they were having, he wasn't capable of that with the flying rage and he could only see his mark and what was around it. But that didn't mean he couldn't read their lips. If I know Tyler, he'll try and reason with the leaders of each team. Just like Jonathan thought, Tyler did just that. Neji, Shikamaru, Sasuke and West all agreed that it was better to give up the scroll rather than fight for it. No matter which team got the scroll wouldn't matter. Jonathan was positive that all those people present would advance to the second stage. Team 7 had not only Team 6 and 9 backing them up, but they also had Kabuto Yakushi acting as a spy. Tyler's group made a wise choice by not outing Kabuto's secret so soon. Once the second stage started, he would withdraw himself from the exams. Afterwards, Tyler and his friends would report him to the Hokage. Something else was on Jonathan's mind. At the time he performed the Flying Raging twice, he knew that Izumi Uchiha would report his presence to the Hokage. She was one of the reasons Jonathan never traveled to the Leaf Village or the Fire Country for that matter. On top of Anbu now guarding the exams, Jonathan had no reason to venture back to them. He sat back in the safety of his own country, making careful deductions about how the rest of the exams would go. Based on the current events that have happened, Jonathan believed Team Danzō would be eliminated. Their injuries were far too severe for either of them to continue. That would mean the matchups in the exams for the second round would be changed. One match he was positive wouldn't change, however, was the first match. Sasuke Uchiha would end up fighting Yoro. Contrary to popular belief, it was truly Yoro himself who rigged things, not Orochimaru. Jonathan confirmed that Sasuke not only hid his curse mark from Sakura and Naruto, he also made sure no one else saw it. Tyler's group believed that they saved Sasuke. Yoro rigging the matches wouldn't be a problem as long as Sasuke didn't have the curse mark. He was strong enough on his own. A slight smile crept onto Jonathan's face when he understood where the preliminary arc would go from here. Several days later. Just like in the original story, a large number of participants made it to the second round. Anko Mitarashi and the rest of the Jonin and Shunin present were impressed at the results. This was mainly because there were a lot of Leaf Ninja than the other villages. The only slight difference was that Anbu were hiding in case Orochimaru was present. To no one's surprise, not even the Jonin Orochimaru disguised himself as was present. Team Danzō had been eliminated. Kabuto himself was feeling a strange sense of pressure. Before the start of the exams, he forfeited as expected. Not long after and the first match began. Sasuke vs Yoro. Being cheered on, Sasuke placed Yoro in the air with the dancing leaf shadow technique he copied from Rock Lee. Everyone expected him to finish Yoro off quickly until his curse mark activated. Everyone gasped, completely taken aback by what they were witnessing. Sasuke suppressed the curse mark before finishing Yoro off with his lion's barrage. When the fight ended, there were more whispers than cheers. Izumi-sensei, Tyler said. You don't think this has anything to do with Jonathan, do you? Jennifer waited to hear what Izumi Uchiha had to say. To their surprise, she brushed off the idea. In truth, Izumi Uchiha was reluctant to mention anything about Jonathan Yuan to her students any further. Too many things, like the death of Sai, had happened to her to have Genin, no matter how skilled they were, get involved with dangerous shinobi like Jonathan Yuan. Kakashi was the first to approach Sasuke to talk to him. Sasuke denied at first, claiming to wish to observe the rest of the fights. But when Kakashi said it dealt with the curse mark, Sasuke found that more interesting. The two left the arena. The Hokage, like the others, was just as curious as to how Orochimaru implanted a curse mark on Sasuke's body. Anko relayed information from an Anbu that there was a moment when Sasuke had disappeared for an entire day. It was around the same time that Izumi Uchiha reported sightings of the Jade Shinobi. The Hokage withheld that information from Izumi about Orochimaru, feeling like she had already gone through enough. In his heart, Hiruzen Sarutobi believed that the Jade Shinobi and Orochimaru were in league together, and were after Sasuke Uchiha. He could understand Orochimaru's motives, but Jonathan's were a completely different story. The exams continued as if nothing had happened. Without Sasuke or Kakashi present, they didn't have many people to discuss the matter with. Team 6 and 9's respective jonin were present, also finding Sasuke gaining the curse mark peculiar. As they were thinking of asking their students if they knew anything, the names of the next match appeared on screen. Choji Akimaki vs Shinoa Barame. This matchup never existed in the original series. But because Zaku, Shino's original opponent, wasn't present, someone else was selected. Go, Choji. Ino yelled as Choji descended. Do your best, got it, Shino? Kiba encouraged. We'll be rooting for you, Hinata said in a soft tone. The two met on stage,